Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 11 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto and Became the Adventurous Ninja with the Gamer System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 251, Meeting Sai. Daichi's Plan. I might have an idea as to how I got here. Sensei, with your permission, I'd like to execute a plan I have in mind. Kakashi glanced at his client and then turned his attention back to his student. Let's hear it. Right now we don't know for certain if the enemy is among us. For all we know, an outside attacker found out that you were staying here in this specific room through some special reconnaissance method. Daichi reasoned, and Ryoma nodded as he realized the lack of evidence pointing to someone inside. Ryoma suddenly thought of something. If the attacker is someone from outside, then is it possible that they poisoned all the tubs in the 7 suits just to get to me? He immediately disregarded that line of thought. No. That's inefficient, and it might also put the other parties in danger. No ninja worth their salt would proceed with such careless planning. At that moment Kakashi spoke. Daichi, we can't just rule out the possibility that there aren't any enemies among the people inside this building. It could be an accomplice or maybe even the culprit. Yes. I agree, Sensei. It's why we need to know for sure who's involved and who's not. Daichi and his teacher turned to the mediator. Ryoma sighed as he knew what the two might be thinking. If you two are suggesting an interrogation, then please remember that despite being civilians, those two have great wealth and lots of connections. I'm afraid I can't authorize that. Kakashi nodded as he understood the precarious situation they were in. I had a feeling you'd say that. Daichi sighed but had a small smile on his face. What if we force their hand? Give them a shot at their target one more time? You're suggesting we use Ryoma here as bait? Kakashi raised an eyebrow as he looked at his student. Daichi nodded and turned to their client. If you're up for it, sir. Ryoma agreed after thinking about it for a few moments. What do you need me to do? Take a nice long bath, relax, then put on your best garments and walk down to the evening meeting like nothing ever happened. I'll have a shadow clone accompany you, and Sensei will be outside the door with his boring usual self. The genin had a smirk as he said the last part. Boring? I'm not boring. The silver-haired man just looked at his student with a deadpan expression. Daichi continued. At that time I'll be in this room hidden. If the attacker tries to tamper with anything here again, I'll know. What about the other people? How will you know if there is anyone working with the enemy? Ryoma asked the genin. Daichi held a mysterious smile as he looked at the man. That is a secret. Trust me. If they try another attempt on your life, I'll find them. At that time Kakashi asked a question that was on his mind. You said you had an idea as to how the poison got here. Tell me, was it a special shape transformation jutsu? Daichi smiled and nodded. Yeah. I believe whoever did this created the poison and added it to their jutsu. The jutsu most likely would be a small puppet or semi-sentient chakra creature. Maybe a small rat, spider, or a lizard. The idea came to the genin when he pondered on how the attacker could get in the building without anyone knowing. This particular jutsu used as a delivery method. I think it might be similar to sizing creatures. Instead of ink as the substance used, here it is poison and water-style jutsu. Still, this is just a theory. I need confirmation. I'll wait here, and since the people downstairs won't suspect a thing, they might be bold enough to try again. I'll track down the attacker and subdue him. Daichi explained to the two. Daichi, if there are multiple opponents with overwhelming strength, then proceed according to protocol. Kakashi looked at his student with a calm but serious gaze. I know, Sensei. I'll be careful. I'll try to capture the enemy for interrogation if possible. That way we'll be able to find out who our opponents are, and you might be able to use it to your advantage in the negotiations. The two adults looked at each other and nodded. That could work. Ryoma said. Let's try it, Daichi. Kakashi said with an eye smile. Evening, Ryoma's suite. As the two parties were in a heated discussion, Daichi was in his client's room, hidden from everyone's senses. Daichi's Mana Scout skill had improved and leveled up a great deal during his dungeon battles. He was able to keep track of everyone in the building with ease. Daichi sensed everyone's movements and soon paid close attention to where everyone was. The genin was sitting crossed-legged on the ceiling of the room. Daichi had his mana body armor active as he waited. This will block my scent and chakra from being sensed. And with the mana cloak, I'm invisible to the eyes of everyone. Daichi waited and an hour had passed. There isn't 100% guarantee that this will work. Whoever is behind this might also be paranoid and just give up. Just as he was thinking this, he sensed a change in movement behavior in one of the people downstairs. Daichi sensed the person split up from the rest of the people and headed up to their room. The genin got up from his spot and stood upside down on the ceiling. He created a shadow clone with minimum chakra and it immediately concealed itself with mana abilities while the real Daichi quietly exited the room through the open window. The genin made his way to where the suspicious party was and saw a man he recognized standing near a window writing something on a small piece of paper. The guy definitely looks nervous. Now, who are you waiting for? The invisible Daichi looked at the man and wondered. At that moment he sensed something coming closer from the distance. He looked in the other direction and a small smile tugged his lips. Not a who but a what. It was a small blue bird with red beaks and yellow eyes. It was even smaller than an adult's palm. The bird landed near the man's window and Daichi saw him tie a small note onto the bird's leg. The genin used observe on the bird and to make sure that it was just a regular creature. A train carrier bird, huh? I see. Well, this thing has a special sense of smell that's much stronger than normal. On par with an Inuzuka ninkin. It's also trained to pick up any trackers and evade them. Not a bad pet to keep. Time to see where you're going. Daichi got within 10 meters of the bird and pointed his finger at it. He concentrated some of his mana energy and activated his recently acquired skill. Skill Mana Tracker is now active. He saw the bird take off into the forest, but Daichi was calm. With his new skill he knew exactly where the bird was. Mana Tracker active, LV.04. This skill allows the user to track their target even if the target is out of range of the user's other senses. This skill is activated by concentrating a very small portion of the user's mana and implanting it into the target's brain. At the current level, this skill has certain limitations. Note: stronger minds can reject this skill subconsciously. Target needs to be within 10 meters and must be in line of sight for the skill to activate. This limitation can be removed at higher levels. Currently, this skill can only track one target at a time. Cannot track targets in different dimensions. Effects: implanted mana in the target will disappear after 2 hours and 20 minutes. Target location will be shown on map till the tracker wears off. 100% location accuracy. MP cost, 100 MP. This is an excellent tracking skill. I need to level this baby up when I get back to the village. Daichi decided to follow the bird since he knew the clone would be keeping an eye on the man. The invisible Daichi quietly followed the bird as it flew through the air for several hundred meters. He came upon several well-hidden traps and moved around them. Okay. Whoever this is good with ambush tactics. Soon it began its descent. At that moment Daichi sensed the presence of two individuals hidden in the forest. He quietly arrived and stood in the shadows of a tree as he looked at the two ninjas present. One was a ninja around Daichi's age, but the other was a few years older. The small avian creature landed on the palm of the older ninja, but Daichi's attention was on his teammate. Of all the people. It's him. I can't believe I'm meeting him here. The younger ninja had short, straight black hair, dark eyes, and translucent-looking pale skin. He had on a short black jacket with red stripes, black shinobi pants, and gloves. Near the ninja, Daichi could see a small backpack, scrolls, and brush. No fucking way. That's Sai. The older ninja took the piece of paper and read the message. He turned to his teammate and spoke. Tao. It seems the target is still alive and the negotiations are moving forward. He wasn't poisoned. Daichi narrowed his eyes as he heard that. Tao. So that's what you're going by for this mission, huh? Now then, who's your teammate? Observe. Daichi quickly went through the information his system provided. 17 years old. NG. That's his codename for the mission. Real name unknown. Chunin level ninja with proficiency in trap making, ambush and stealth attacks. Higher than average talent in water chakra nature. Allegiance, the root. The older ninja was wearing similar garments to Tao. He had a small tanto on his back and had a face mask similar to Kakashi. Was the intel we received wrong? Tao/future Sai asked his teammate. Enji shook his head. It doesn't seem so. Perhaps I'm the one who made a miscalculation. I've only just started to mimic your techniques. So it's possible that my jutsu might have missed the mark. Is it possible our targets are aware of our assassination attempts? It doesn't seem so based on the note. But we should still be cautious. Kakashi Hatake is the one guarding our target. And the medic Nin Daichi Hekima is also present. The chances of completing this mission are slim. Lord Danzo will not be pleased with mistakes or failure. Tao said, keeping a calm, emotionless tone. I'm well aware. There won't be any this time. Enji replied and went through a few seals. He then spit out a liter of water which turned into a small transparent water mouse. The ninja took a syringe and injected the mouse. The next second it took off in the direction of the resort. Daichi was looking at everything that happened with keen eyes. He was keeping close watch on the future member of Team 07. He's keeping his emotions as neutral as possible. Even his chakra is calm. But it's impossible to hide your micro-expressions from me, Sai. You're trying to blend in and make sure to not be discovered by Danzo, aren't you? Based on the information Observe gave me on him, it seems Sai's life has gone pretty much the same way as canon. Makes sense. There wasn't much that I did that could have affected this guy's life. Daichi had a grin as he looked at the two. With his camouflage mana skills on, he easily got around the two and stood a few feet behind them. There was a mischievous grin on Daichi's face as he looked at the two root. Time to make a proper introduction. He kept his chakra, sound and smell concealed and then let go of the active mana skill, keeping him invisible to the world. His body became visible, but the two root ninjas were oblivious to Daichi's presence. Pissed. Hello there. Daichi leaned forward and spoke from behind in a small tone. The two root ninja were startled when they heard the voice. Their heartbeat suddenly increased and adrenaline pumped through their veins. Tao and Enji immediately turned around with weapons unsheathed in their hands. Even before they laid eyes on their foe, the two root ninjas tried to slash the person standing a couple feet behind them, but they missed their mark. Daichi expected the reaction and easily jumped back, avoiding it. He grinned at the two shinobi while the eyes of the root ninjas widened as they recognized the person in front of them standing with a calm smile. Yeesh. Kill first and ask questions later. Not a smart policy, gentlemen. The genin said with a smirk. Only one thought went through the root shinobi's mind. Daichi Hekima. How did he find us? Chapter 252, Capturing Root Ninjas. Tao and Enji were tense as they looked at the genin standing nonchalantly in front of them. The older root ninja remembered the order that was given by their superior. We weren't supposed to be discovered. All of us were given orders to operate with absolute secrecy. If we're captured, it would bring trouble to Lord Danzo. Daichi had a smile as he looked at the two. That's a cute pet bird you have. Mind if I keep him? Don't worry. I'll make sure to take good care of him while you two are in a deep dark hole somewhere. The two root ninjas kept an emotionless face as they heard the genin's mild threat. Mind games of such level wouldn't affect them. Tao/future Sai had his hands on his tanto and was tense. It's a good thing we don't have any identifiable objects on us. For all this genin knows we are two enemy shinobi trying to kill their client. Still, We need to leave. Based on the information we have, Daichi Hakama is already much stronger than the average Chunin. There is only one possible path to escape. Tao and Enji glanced at each other from the corner of their eyes. A silent communication passed between the two. Daichi noticed the silent exchange and his smile vanished. They're about to make their move. But you two won't escape me. The three were in a standoff, but a second later Tao swiftly threw 3 smoke bombs a few feet in front of him while Enji threw several kunai aimed at Daichi. The small balls exploded and thick green smoke covered the area in between Daichi and the 2 other ninjas. A fraction of a second after the smoke bomb exploded, several kunais came out of the smoke speeding in Daichi's direction. The older root ninja threw the kunais in a way that forced Daichi to leap backwards and up to a tree branch. The next second 2 ink lion beasts burst out of the ground near the tree Daichi was standing on and headed straight for the genin with their jaws wide open. He easily evaded their attacks and destroyed them in seconds. Despite being forced backwards, Daichi wasn't distracted from his targets. He had his chakra focused on the 2 root ninjas and sensed them escaping higher into the air. He jumped high up and saw a black and white bird carrying the 2 ninjas getting further and further away from his position. The gamer ninja stood atop the large tree and his eyes narrowed as he gazed at the escaping ninjas. Right then, as if time was reversing, the event started playing backwards faster and faster, and in less than a second Daichi was standing in front of the 2 root ninjas. They were still glancing at each other from the corner of their eyes, trying to decide on their next move. From Daichi's perspective, even a second was several minutes long. Brain augmentation plus hypercognition skill in conjunction with parallel processing. One hell of an OP combo. As a single second passed in the real world, Daichi's mind was going through several simulations of his battle with the 2 ninjas. Daichi's brain created these mental simulations based on the information acquired from observe, their body and muscle structure, their weapon pouch and its position on their body, and the environment. His mind also took the information he had on Sai from the past life and used what he knew as reference. After multiple variations, Daichi finally came to the most likely strategy the duo was going to try. The last version is the most likely one they would use. The genin had multiple thoughts running through his mind. I could let them escape without making it look like I let them. If I capture these 2, then I'd have to take them back to Kakashi and the Hokage with a solid proof of Root's activities by the end of this mission. It will definitely create a conflict with Danzo, and that one-eyed geezer could do something drastic. Desperate people like him might try stupid things. Not to mention Naruto's graduation is in a couple days. All this mess. Daichi was in a precarious position. If I let them go, the status quo won't change. I'll just tell Kakashi that the attacker escaped and complete this mission without any trouble. But if I capture them, it might bring Danzo's attention to me more than it already has. At that moment, the image of Ryo and her parents came to his mind. And along with that image came blood-boiling anger. The gamer ninja clenched his fist as he thought about what had happened to his friends Rin and Kimiko Uchiha. If that useless geezer hadn't fanned the flames of hate between the Uchiha clan and the village, then Obito wouldn't have taken advantage and killed the clan like he did. Ryo would still have her parents. Not only that, then the bastard had the gall to send his root after Tsunade-sensei and injure Shizen-senpai. All to get to me. Skill Gamer's mind has activated. The gamer's mind was doing its job, keeping Daichi from doing anything impulsive, but the anger was palpable around the genin. Calm down, Daichi. Think this through. How can you use this situation to your advantage? Daichi's various mental mana abilities were active. He went through several scenarios and the outcomes of his decisions. How capturing the root affected him, the village. Kensei told me that there is already friction between the Hokage and Danzo, and it's only getting worse. With this, I'll put the nail in the coffin. Directly interfering with a mission assigned by the village and killing someone like Ryoma. The Hokage won't tolerate that. Even if Danzo knows I'm the one who took down his agent and brought them in, he won't be able to do anything about it. He'll be too busy dealing with the fallout of his actions. His root will be busy protecting their master. If Danzo comes for me or tries to use Naruto, then it's game over for him. I'm a rising prodigy, student of Tsunade and Kakashi, and Naruto is the Jinchuriki. So even if I bring these two in, Danzo won't be able to retaliate unless he plans to start a civil war. One that he won't win. Daichi even took into account how removing Danzo from the board would affect Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. If I'm right, Itachi's #1 concern is Sasuke. He knows that at the moment Danzo is the greatest threat to his brother. If Danzo is taken care of, then Itachi will turn his attention to Obito and the Akatsuki. Itachi might be able to gather more intel on that organization and maybe, if it's possible, I can use Itachi as a proxy to wage war on the Akatsuki. Or at the very least gather intel on their group. Daichi's thoughts and calculations were moving faster than ever, going through various possibilities. His eyes were still on the two root ninjas standing in front of him, oblivious to their fate. All the possibilities. With the capture of 2 pawns. Daichi thought hard about his next step and he made a choice. A choice he wasn't going back down from. Fuck Danzo. Fuck Obito, fuck Zetsu, fuck Orochimaru. Fuck all those fucks. If I get the chance to make their lives harder, I'm gonna do it. What's the point of becoming strong if I'm just scared and can't do what I want? Daichi's rage vanished. Despite the anger he felt, he wasn't going to make such a decision based on emotions. He had a calm, neutral face as he looked at the two root ninja. Having made a decision, he exhaled and focused. Time started to flow normal for him, and just as he predicted, Daichi saw Sai reaching into pouch to take smoke bombs and holding them between his fingers while his teammate was taking out several kunai. Just as they moved, Daichi took out several shuriken from his back pouch. He threw them with greater but precise force at the weapons hurled at him by the enemy. All their actions took place at the same time. Just as the smoke bomb exploded covering the area, Daichi's shuriken hit the kunais and changed their directions. They flew back towards the two enemy shinobi with greater speed. Tao and Enji had jumped back to a new spot a split second after Tao threw the smoke bomb. But their hidden movements were well within Daichi's calculations. The two root ninjas didn't expect to have Enji's kunai redirected and Daichi's shuriken flying at their new location. The two barely defended against the surprise attack, but they couldn't deflect all weapons. Daichi followed after the two root ninjas just as the smoke exploded. It wasn't harmful, so the genin went straight through the green smoke. Daichi used chakra sense skill and knew exactly where they were. He increased his speed and got behind Tao. Before the pale-skinned ninja knew what was happening, he felt several blows on his back. Daichi hit several pressure points and knocked the shinobi unconscious before he even hit the ground. Enji turned his head just in time to see Tao's eyes roll up to his skull and his body falling to the ground. The root ninja was shocked to see their tactics fail so easily. I need to kill Tao and make my escape. He can't fall into enemy hands. Otherwise Lord Danzo will be displeased. Enji gripped his tanto and tensed his leg. Even with keeping his complete focus on Daichi, he still couldn't follow the gamer ninja's movements. Daichi vanished from his sight, and the next second he felt a pressure on his neck, and then everything went blank for him. Daichi looked at the two unconscious root shinobi and sighed. He created a shadow clone and dispelled it, alerting his other two clones. One clone accompanying Ryoma and the other hiding in Ryoma's room. With Ryoma's group, a few minutes before, the two organizations were arguing the pros and cons of a merger. The discussion had been going on for about an hour. Seeing a stalemate, the mediator decided to implement the next step in his plans to bring the two rival companies together. Ryoma spoke. From both of your arguments, I can tell that you love your families a great deal. This rivalry started with 2 family members, and I believe we can end it with 2 as well. Tsuyoshi leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. What are you talking about? His rival Yamamoto was also silently paying close attention to Ryoma. The mediator chose his next words carefully so as to not offend anyone. He looked at the head of the Satoru Corporation. You have a daughter. Middle child. Mika Satoru. 24 years of age, I believe. Ryoma then turned to Yamamoto. Your youngest son. Yamaha Haicher. 25 years, I believe. I heard that both of them play quite an important role in your organizations. Is that true? Tsuyoshi nodded. Yamamoto Hicher narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dealmaker. What of it? The best way to solve this conflict and make sure it doesn't reignite is to remove the rivalry between your two families. What I'm proposing is a marriage between your daughter Mika Satoru and your son Yamaha Hicher, Ryoma said as he looked at the two presidents. The two advisors and the guards present in the room were shocked when they heard the idea. Tsuyoshi slammed a fist into the table. You can't be serious. My daughter isn't some commodity you can use in a business negotiation. Everyone could see the anger on his face. Humph. While I don't agree with much of anything Tsuyoshi here says, I'll agree with him on this much. Yamaha isn't some bargain chip you can use to leverage me. I'm not gonna force my son into a marriage he doesn't want to. Yamamoto gave his reply. Ryoma had a calm smile and spoke to the two. I wasn't implying any such notion. The reason I suggested marriage is so that there is a medium between your two parties. Both of them are similar in age, good-looking, intelligent, and an integral part of your corporations. They would both have reasons to protect their families, and if they were to get married, then the two would also be more motivated to work together for their heirs and safeguard their future. Your profits would increase, and so will the strength of your organizations. Hearing that, the two presidents glanced at each other with a stoic expression. Seeing them interested, Ryoma continued. Now aside from that, I've seen that in most love and arranged-based marriages, both partners end up happy, satisfied, and financially blossomed. This is a win-win scenario for all those involved. Right now all I'm asking is for you two to consider this a possibility. Discuss it amongst your family. If you're not interested, if your children aren't interested, then we can forget it and move on. Tsuyoshi and Yamamoto silently looked at each other, unable to make a decision. Ryoma smiled as the seeds he planted slowly sprouted. He looked at Daichi and the genin gave a small discreet nod. A minute ago the real Daichi sent information to his clones updating them on the situation. The mediator smiled. Looks like he captured the enemy. Now I can use him or her to my advantage tomorrow. I would suggest that we take a break for today. Let's continue in the morning. I have a feeling we're going to make a lot of progress tomorrow. I'm excited, Ryoma said with a mysterious grin. The people soon exited the meeting room and Daichi walked near his client. Kakashi also joined the two and soon they were in front of Ryoma's large suite. So Daichi, did it work? Did they take the bait? Kakashi asked his student. Yup. I have our culprits in custody. Kakashi didn't doubt his student. He knew Daichi would have completed the task without any problems. Time to see who they are. Chapter 253, The Betrayer. March 17th. The door to Ryoma's suite opened and the two adults entered expecting to see the enemy shinobi Daichi captured, tied up and unconscious. Instead, they were met with an empty room. Ryoma turned to the genin with a questioning look. Where is the enemy? Daichi had a sheepish smile as he looked at the client. Yeah. About that. There are two ninjas. But I couldn't exactly carry them here without attracting attention. They're safely hidden in the forest along with my real self. The clone that was here dispelled itself after making sure everything was safe. Daichi turned to look at his sensei. I figured you'd know what to do with the prisoners once you interrogated them. Ryoma accepted that logic and Kakashi too silently nodded along to his student's reason. Where are you? Approximately 450 meters north-northwest from here. I'll stay here and make sure nothing happens. Clone Daichi replied. The silver-haired jonin nodded and the next second vanished from the room in a swirl of wind and leaves. Daichi turned to his client who was relaxing in a chair. Do you think they'll agree to your idea? The genin asked the man. We'll see. If we can use the prisoners in the right way, we might have a good chance for an alliance. Ryoma replied as he took a sip from his cup. Daichi nodded and looked out the window. At that moment the client asked him a question. How did you find the culprits? Is anyone from within the families involved in this? Daichi turned to look at the man. Hiding that person's involvement won't do any good for me. Might as well spill the beans on that. But I'll have to keep the involvement of the Root ninjas a secret. With that, Daichi told Ryoma about the saboteur inside the building. The dealmaker narrowed his eyes as he listened to the events that Daichi saw. What would he gain from this? What possible reason could he have to jeopardize this alliance? At that moment his eyes widened as if he recalled something. He quickly got up from his seat and opened the scroll he brought with him. Numerous files and paper appeared in a smoke, and Ryoma began to go through them as if he was searching for something specific. Daichi, who was watching the man, crossed his arms and sat in a chair. Looks like he has an idea as to what this is all about. The sun had set and the sounds of various animals big and small roaming the night could be heard throughout the forest. The real Daichi was leaning against a tree, keeping an eye on his surroundings and the two sleeping Root prisoners. It wasn't long before Kakashi reached the location. Fill me in on everything that happened. The Jonin ordered, and Daichi gave an account of his version of events. The Jonin glanced at the prisoners and then turned to his student. Daichi, what's the real reason you didn't bring these two back to the resort? I know it's not because you were afraid of being caught. The Jonin uncrossed his arms and looked at his teacher. He saw through that little lie, huh? Not unexpected. I already have an excuse prepared just in case. Because I think they're part of the organization Root. I'm not sure though. Kakashi's eyes narrowed and turned to the two ninjas unconscious on the floor. Root? Danzo sent them? But why would he? Daichi continued. I don't have any proof to back up my claims, but if it turns out to be right, then that would be proof that shinobi from our own village were interfering in business matters of the capital and tried to assassinate a respected member under the daimyo. It would have caused a huge backlash. So I didn't take that chance. What makes you think these two are part of Root? Kakashi asked. Their chakra. I'm sure the Hokage has already told you this. I've fought several Root ninjas before. During my time training under Lady Tsunade. At that time I made a clear note of their chakras. Its properties and how it behaved. Their chakra was cold. How do I put this? It's the way their chakra behaved. It's almost as if they were suppressing their emotions to the point of being emotionless. These guys. Their chakra behaves in almost similar ways. Kakashi silently listened and nodded. His sensory skills are top-notch. The Jonin turned to the other shinobi present. If he believes these two are Root, then chances are he's right. Still, I need to check. The silver-haired ninja bent down and opened the mouths of the two. If they're Root, then they should have. He saw the distinct seal of the Foundation on their tongues. Well, that confirms that. He stood and turned to his student. You're right. They're Danzo's men. Lord Hokage is not going to be happy. What should we tell Ryoma? Daichi asked his teacher. We can't interrogate these two. They have a seal that prohibits them from divulging any information about their organization, and they would definitely have mental defenses in place to protect against standard interrogation. Kakashi reasoned. He was silent for a few moments and then came up with a plan. Daichi, did anyone other than their contact in the building act suspicious during your surveillance? The Jonin shook his head. No. It was just that one guy. Right now, our mission is to protect Ryoma. We have to proceed on the assumption that there is only one enemy in the building. We will tell Ryoma that we made a deal with the captured ninjas. Information on their informant in exchange for their freedom. He might be able to use that as leverage, or he might not. The outcome of the negotiations doesn't concern us. Daichi inwardly disagreed with that. Not to you maybe. If there are other dangerous parties after our client, we'll deal with them discreetly. This way we complete the mission and make sure the reputation of the village isn't damaged. I like the plan, but there is one problem. How do we get sensitive information about that guy? The Jonin had an eye smile as he answered that question. How else? I'm going to interrogate him. Let's see if we can't get the info straight from his head. Stay here and keep a lookout. I'll be back soon." With those words, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. Daichi sighed. He created and dispelled a shadow clone to update the clone that was with Ryoma of the current situation. Guess all I can do now is wait. At that moment, the shadow clone keeping Ryoma company also sent Daichi new memories. Well, this just got a lot easier. If we can corroborate the information, then we can win. Daichi patiently waited in the forest, and about an hour later Kakashi returned. He got past the guards at the resort and interrogated him without anyone knowing? Not surprising. Guess this is what a former Umbu captain is capable of. Those Jonin were never on his level to begin with. And with the Sharingan, pulling the information from his head and making sure he doesn't remember it will be a piece of cake. The gamer ninja thought as he looked at his teacher. Kakashi told his student what he learned and Daichi told him of the memories received from his clone. Now having solid intel worth great value, the two ninjas secured the root shinobi and made sure they stayed hidden and couldn't escape. Ryoma looked at his two shinobi escorts. He listened to every word Kakashi spoke, and by the end he had a smile on his face. While I would have liked to see those two who tried to kill me pay, I suppose the information they shared makes up for it. This will definitely turn the tides my way tomorrow. When are you planning on confronting him? Daichi asked. Tomorrow at the pavilion. Oh, this is going to be fun. Ryoma chuckled to himself, thinking of the chaos he was going to start tomorrow. With a plan in place, the two leaf ninjas resumed their guard duties. They stood guard outside the room in shifts, and soon morning came. March 18th. Ryoma had called a gathering of all the family members to the large pavilion. Seeing the mediator still breathing and well, one person among the group was tense, and Ryoma picked up on it. He, along with Kakashi and Daichi, were scrutinizing everyone to make sure there were no other enemies in the crowd. The two ninjas had several folders in their arms. I gathered you all here because I have some interesting information to share. Ryoma stood in front of the group and spoke. The two presidents frowned as they didn't know what the man was up to. The dealmaker continued. There was an attempt on my life yesterday. Someone here wanted to poison and drown me in my bathtub. Eyes widened and immediately murmurs began to appear. The two presidents glanced at each other while the guards present were on high alert. The person standing to the back was panicking inside, but he kept a calm face. Now, thanks to my capable escorts, I was unharmed, and we were even able to find out who's responsible. That person is here among us. Are you accusing us of trying to kill you and sabotage this meeting? Yamamoto gripped his cane and asked the mediator in a stern tone. The people standing around calmed down and looked at the man in front of them. It was a tense atmosphere. But Ryoma had a calm smile as he replied. Just one of you. Yes. I am. If there was an attempt on your life yesterday, then why weren't we informed? If the goal was to sabotage this meeting, then any one of us could have been in danger. Tsuyoshi asked the man with a frown. Because my attacker had information that only someone inside this building could have provided. The truth is I didn't know who I could trust. But I'm happy to inform you all that I have found the person responsible. You'll understand once you read the information compiled in these files. The people in the pavilion looked at the rival family in suspicion. At that moment, Kakashi and Daichi started distributing their folders to the two presidents, their advisors, and their children. They began reading its contents, and soon their eyes widened. They turned to the two people standing near the back with the Satoru family. Yusuke Satoru, the youngest child of the Satoru family, had wide eyes as he looked at the documents in front of him. This can't be. There has to be a mistake. Tsuyoshi's youngest son was in shock. Daichi stepped forward and spoke. There is no mistake. After the attempt on our client, I was keeping an eye on everyone present here. During that time, I personally saw him send crucial information to enemies outside the perimeters of this resort last evening. I followed the trail and subdued the enemy shinobi. Sensei and I interrogated them and got the information. Tsuyoshi looked at the mediator and understood that the leaf ninjas were telling the truth. He had anger as he looked at the mediator. You sent your guards to spy on my family? Yes. Ryoma nodded without showing a hint of hesitation. Even Yamamoto frowned at that nonchalant reply. You have no right. I have every right. Now anger was present on the man's face. He looked at all those present and he spoke with commanding presence. Let me make this clear to all of you. I might not be a direct member of the Fire Daimyo's royal court, but I am a high-ranking official under the third minister. An attack on me is the equivalent of attacking him and his reputation. Do you think that's something that's going to be taken lightly? Do you think you have the authority to question me? Especially after what happened. Ryoma's words poured cold water on everyone present. They now fully realized the gravity of the situation and both families feared the retaliation from the minister. The Satoru family more since it was one of their members that committed the act. Daichi was impressed with the presence of the man. Looks like this guy can be quite intimidating when he wants to be. Yusuke was in disbelief. He turned to the man standing beside him. No. That can't be. Tell them, Yuta. Tell them they're wrong about you. That this is some mistake. Everyone's attention was on Yuta Jinjara, the spy who infiltrated the Satoru family. Chapter 254, A Common Enemy. Yuta Jinjara looked at Ryoma and the two leaf ninjas standing near him. Seeing their expression, he realized it. They know. No. They don't have any proof. Father destroyed all evidence of my survival. I can't let my plans fall here. Yakumi and Yamaha looked at their father as the drama unfolded on the other side. Let's hang back and watch. I have a feeling things are about to get interesting, Yamamoto said as he looked at the mediator and then to Yuta Jinjara. Ryoma looked at the stunned Yuta and explained. If you're wondering what's in the file, I'll tell you. It's information on another company that in a few years could become as large as Satoru or the Rising Sun Corporations. The Silverwood Logging Company. Led by a man named Fujin Jinma. It's a company that's been competing with the two for several years now and they've been gaining ground fast. Have any of you ever wondered how that is? He asked everyone present in the room. The members of the Satoru family were surprised and turned to Yuta in anger. You see, almost 10 years ago Fujin Jinma lost his son in a tragic fire accident. At least that's what everyone believes. But the interesting thing is his dead son's facial features are almost similar to yours. After taking a closer look at your picture, I realized that you also somewhat resemble Fujin Jinma. Now I find it hard to believe that someone who has facial features similar to Jinma's dead son is a close confidant of Tsuyoshi's youngest son. Coincidence? That's it? That's your proof? Of course it's a coincidence. Yuta! Say something. Tell them that it's a mistake. Yusuke grabbed and shook his friend. Yuta gave a nervous smile and looked at everyone. Yes. This is all a misunderstanding. What reason would I have to betray my friend? I'm not even part of the company. And I'm certainly not an enemy. Yusuke agreed and looked at Ryoma with anger. That's right. He's been my friend for almost 10 years. He has no reason to do anything that would harm us. You're mistaken. You have the wrong person. Unless you're trying to tell us that he became my friend just to sabotage my family company at just 12 years of age. Ryoma chuckled and everyone turned their attention to him. That's exactly what I'm saying. Tsuyoshi sighed and looked at the mediator. That sounds a little far-fetched. Ryoma nodded his head. Yes. I agree. If I only had this as my evidence, I would have just considered it a big coincidence and ignored it. But my guards had confirmation that it was him who sent the message to the enemy shinobi who wanted to kill me. I believe them a lot more than I do him. Yusuke was getting angrier and so was Yuta. You have no solid proof of your accusations. What you have is dash. What if there is proof? Ryoma's question quieted everyone. Not of your attempt on my life. I already have proof of that, but what if there is proof that you're Jinma's son? Yuta clenched his fists and became silent. No. There is no way he should know about. The mediator continued. Jinma's son was in a fire accident. That was true, and there were witnesses that said he had a burn scar in the shape of a star on the right side of his chest. About 4 or 5 inches big. Would you mind removing your shirt for us? Yuta stood still. He had been careful for the past 10 years to never show his scar to anyone. If you're not going to, then my guards will be forced to do it. The mediator said with a cold edge. No. Stop! Yuta clenched fists and shook his head. I've been beaten. There's no need. I have a burn scar on my right chest, as you said. Yuta admitted with a defeated sigh because he didn't want to face further humiliation. Damn it. To think that years of my planning would fail here of all places. He looked at his friend and saw how his betrayal hurt Yusuke. Yuta was a man who always thought he was smarter than those around him. He was arrogant but smart and cunning. He still remembered the words his father said to him. A conversation took place almost 10 years ago. If we can bring them down, then our company would stand at the peak. We would have wealth and power to control an entire industry. But only you can make this happen. Infiltrate the Satoru Corporation and bring them down from within. Yuta looked around and realized that trying to make excuses was pointless. I made a reckless mistake. I should have been more careful. Yuta? Is it true? Yusuke placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. With anger on his face, Yuta slapped the hand away. The youngest son of Tsuyoshi was heartbroken. Yuta paid his former friend no mind and turned to the dealmaker. How much do you know about me? Enough to paint a rough picture. Your father faked your death when you were 12. He took advantage of your accident and used it to further his own goals. So almost a year after your death, under a new identity, you met young Yusuke and became friends. But that was part of your plan all along. Fujin is a very ruthless man. He must have been the one who made you do it, huh? Over the years you've gained the trust of Yusuke and his family and used private information against them. Disrupting their business on a small scale from the shadows and giving your father's company the edge. Yuta clenched his fists and looked down. It's over. How did he? I guess it doesn't matter anymore. I'm so tired of playing this charade anyway. Ryoma looked at the man and narrowed his eyes. Now, I want to hear it from your mouth. You sent those ninjas to come after me to make sure these negotiations ended in failure. Isn't that right? Yes. That answer was like a physical punch to Yusuke, who stumbled back from his friend. How could you? I trusted you. Tsuyoshi was furious as he looked at the young man. He was angry that someone had infiltrated his organization, but even more that the person used his son as a pawn. Ryoma turned to the silver-haired Jonin. Kakashi. Would you kindly restrain him and take him to an empty room? Make sure he doesn't go anywhere or does anything stupid. Kakashi nodded and did exactly as he was told. As the two left the room, Yamamoto stepped forward. Tsuyoshi. It seems you're not even competent enough to sense the enemies near you. How can I form an alliance with you if this is the state of your family? Yamamoto stepped forward and couldn't help but take a jab. The two were rivals trying to outdo the other after all. Why you? Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth and was about to argue, but Ryoma's mocking laughter stopped him. The mediator looked at the head of Rising Corporate with a big grin on his face. You know that's funny. The same could be said for you. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? He asked with a frown on his face. There is an employee in your company by the name of Volga, isn't there? Yamamoto slowly nodded his head in silence. Well, it turns out he is also someone Fujin has sent to spy on his competition. So if you want to talk about incompetence, then save a finger to point in the mirror. The president was surprised to hear that there was an intruder under his nose as well. To think Fujin would be so bold. I'll have to teach him a lesson. How do you know this information? Yamamoto's eldest son asked. I have my ways. Ryoma glanced at Daichi and the genin had a smirk on his face. Ryoma stood in the center and gained everyone's attention. For the last half-decade Fujin has been using his spies to turn you against each other. A number of the conflicts you've had with each other. They were all set in motion by him. You two got played. You don't have to blindly take my word for it. Everything I have is compiled in the folders you're holding. What are you going to do about Fujin and his company? Tsuyoshi asked Ryoma. Lord Taji has been compiling evidence against him. It's come to light that he's been involved in some illegal trade, and with everything that happened here he's done for. You leave Fujin to us. So where do we go from here? Yamaha Highchurch stepped forward and asked the man. Ryoma sighed and looked at everyone. To a better future, hopefully. I'm sure you have a lot to discuss amongst yourselves. But do keep this in mind. If you do not change and find another path forward, this will only be the start. There will be many more who will come for you, and next time it won't be me who will be in danger. The meeting soon ended with the two parties agreeing to meet the next day. During that early morning, Ryoma had sent a message to Lord Taji about everything that happened and had arranged for a prisoner transport for Yuta Jinjara. A few hours after he was caught, two ninjas came from the capital to escort the tied-up man. Meanwhile, Kakashi had also sent a discreet message to the Hokage informing him of the two captured root ninja. Several hours went by and Kakashi was in the forest waiting for a response from the Kage. It was evening, and as leaned against a tree reading his book, he sensed the presence of three people. Kakashi looked up and saw three ninjas in leaf umbu gear. The Jonin had his Sharingan out just in case, so he immediately recognized the three. They were ninjas who worked under him during his time in Umbu, and he trusted them. Hey Kakashi-senpai. Been a long time. Looks like Jonin life suits you. The silver-haired ninjas covered his Sharingan and chuckled. It's good to see you three as well. He made a hand seal and released a Jinjutsu. Immediately the form of two unconscious root ninjas appeared nearby. Take these two back to the village. High priority cargo. I'm sure the Hokage has already briefed you on the situation, yes? Yeah. They're under Danzo, right? We're going to take them through the secret channels underneath. One of the Umbu replied. Kakashi nodded and the three soon left with their prisoners. The Jonin just stood still and let out a long tired breath of air. I wonder how Danzo is going to react when he finds out about this. I have a feeling things are going to get hectic once we return to the village. That night, Leaf Village Root Base. A meeting was taking place between the second in command of the Root and Fu. Fu Yamanaka was giving his report on the teams under him, and soon two names came up. So Tao and Enji hadn't reported back yet? The unknown ninja asked. No, sir. They were supposed to return yesterday, but there hasn't been any word. Tao hasn't notified us of any changes or updates in their mission as well. The masked commander was silent as he looked at the blonde ninja. Who are the ones in charge of the mission they were set to sabotage? If I recall correctly, then it's Kakashi Hatake and Daichi Hekima. Those two are skilled. Especially Kakashi. He was a former Umbu captain. Tao and Enji might have been captured. Tao has been trained to escape capture. His aerial ability gives him an advantage in escaping. Still, we need to be careful. Send word to the others to be on alert. If those two are captured, it will bring trouble for everyone. If they are indeed caught, then you have permission to eliminate them. The secrets of the root cannot fall into anyone's hands. Yes, sir. Fu vanished, leaving his superior to adjust his plans. The negotiations between the two parties resumed the next day early in the morning. As Daichi stood guard several feet behind Ryoma, his mind wandered to what his classmates were doing. Specifically Naruto. Daichi had been waiting for this day since the moment he woke up in this world. This is the day. I wonder if Naruto would paint Hokage Monument like in canon, or if there would be any changes. I'll find out when I get back. Chapter 255, The Prankster of the Leaf. March 19th, Hidden Leaf Village. At the crack of dawn, a blonde academy student left his apartment with several large cans of paint in his hands. He was slowly and stealthily making his way towards the Hokage monument, and it wasn't long before he reached his intended destination. Phew! No one has seen me so far. The student was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. He looked at the 4 faces carved into the mountain, and a mischievous grin appeared on his face. Time for one last big prank before I become an awesome ninja. HM. This is gonna take a lot of time. I'll probably be late for class. Oh well. Tomorrow is the real exam and it's only revision day today. I'm sure Iruka-sensei won't mind. Convincing himself that Iruka won't come after him, Naruto got to work. With the tree climbing skill, it was easy for him to quickly scale the mountain while holding onto several cans. Once he reached the top, he put his cans down and opened them. Each one was filled with a different paint. Naruto looked at the 4 Hokages and grinned. Time to give you all a makeover. Academy. Iruka was taking attendance and noticed that one student was missing. He groaned as he realized who it was. For the love of... Where is Naruto? He asked, looking at Shikamaru and Kiba. They looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. The academy instructor groaned and got up from his seat. I'll be back. Make sure you all behave. With those words, Iruka left the room. Arg. Where the heck is Naruto? Did he oversleep or something? Ino asked with slight frustration in her voice. I want to get this day over with. I'm sure that idiot just forgot about today and is still probably in bed. We did get a 2-week break after all. Sakura said nonchalantly. She looked at Sasuke, who was sitting at the other end of her bench, and blushed. Hey Sasuke. Did you study for the exams? Good luck tomorrow. I bet you're going to be Rookie of the Year. The Uchiha only glanced at the blushing pink-haired girl in silence. CHA. Come on, Sasuke. At least respond. I just gave you a compliment. Inner Sakura shouted in her mind. Sasuke looked at her with a silent, serious gaze that made the girl nervous, and then he turned his attention back to the view outside the class. What's the point of that title? It's meaningless. Especially now that he's not here. Seeing her crush dismiss her, Sakura hung her head down and sighed. Ino, who was sitting beside her, just patted her back. While Sasuke is cool and strong, he's not as cool as Daichi. But I think it's better I don't say that right now. So, Munch, where do you guys, Munch, think Naruto is? Choji asked in between eating his chips. He's probably asleep. Or he's out doing something dumb. I'm pretty sure it's one of those. Kiba replied. Arf arf. See. Akamaru agrees. Hinata, who was silently sitting near Kiba's side. Naruto? Where are you? Naruto! Are you in there? Open up! Iruka was standing in front of Naruto's apartment and banged on the door several times. He became frustrated and used his sensory skills. He's not here? Where the hell is this kid? The academy instructor sighed and jumped to the street. At that time he saw several people pointing in the direction of the Hokage monument. Their expressions were of disbelief and anger. Iruka turned around to see what the commotion was about, and in moments his eyes widened like dinner plates at what he witnessed. No. He didn't. The 4 faces on the Hokage mountain, the pride of the Leaf Village, were vandalized. Naruto was standing on a nearby building admiring his work. Man, I am the best. The first Hokage had a big red nose and 2 green swirls painted on his cheeks. The second Hokage had white paint running down from the corner of his eyes and from one side of his nose, making it look like he was crying, and had tears and snot running down his face. Naruto painted a monocle, a handlebar mustache, and red blimp lips onto the third Hokage's face. It added a comic touch to the stern and dignified features of the current Kage. On the fourth, the mischievous prankster painted comical eyelashes around the eyes. He drew poop on the right cheek with brown paint and a red X mark on the left cheek. Ha ha ha. Oh man, they look hilarious. The blonde academy student laughed out loud to himself. You brat. Do you have any idea what you just did? Naruto turned to the direction of the shouting and saw two ninjas running towards. Time to get out here. But first. The boy made a hand seal and immediately a small firework flew up into the sky, exploding into different colors. It's a good thing I saved some of these from the Rinne festival. With a big grin on Naruto's face, he jumped from his spot and took off. Haha. Catch me if you can. I'm gonna be the best ninja there is. Believe it! Hiruzen was on a nearby balcony looking at the scene with a tired sigh. Oh Naruto. It's clear that these pranks are an expression of your frustration with the villagers and your way to rebel against the village that largely ostracizes you. But I thought you had outgrown these childish tantrums. If Tobirama-sensei sees this and catches you, you're done for. He let out a puff of smoky air, shook his head at the boy's antics and went back inside. Come back here, you damn brat. You're gonna have to move faster than that, losers. Naruto saw a junction up ahead and immediately made several hand seals. 3 perfect clones popped into existence running beside him. The 4 Narutos each took a separate path, and the 2 ninjas following him were momentarily confused and followed after the 2 closest to them. After everyone was gone, a trash can near the corner was suddenly covered in smoke and Naruto stood in its spot. Ha! You can't catch me. Those suckers. Getting rid of them was easier than I thought. Oh yeah. You think so, huh? Gah! Iruka's sudden voice startled the boy so much he stumbled forward and fell onto his face. Ow! Naruto slowly picked himself off the ground and rubbed his face. He turned around to look at his teacher. What the? When did you get here, Iruka-sensei? The academy instructor had a tick mark on his forehead. The better question is, what the hell are you doing here? Classroom. Naruto was struggling against the rope bindings Iruka had him in. I'm so tired of this. My patience has a limit, Naruto. Today is revision day. You failed the graduation test 2 times already. So you're the one who needs it the most. Tomorrow is your last chance. But instead of studying and improving your techniques, you're out there pulling pranks and wasting everyone's time. Naruto sat there with a bored look on his face, as if everything Iruka just said went in one ear and out the other. He looked at the academy instructor and blew raspberries at the man. Iruka had veins popping up on his forehead at the disrespect shown. You little... That's it. He turned to the rest of the class. Since Naruto missed the class with his foolish stunt, all of you are going to review the clone jutsu. Oh come on, Iruka-sensei. Tired groans were all around the room. One by the students performed the technique and created 2 identical clones. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. When Naruto walked in front of the class, Kiba leaned to Shikamaru. 100 Ryo says he's gonna do something stupid. The Inuzuka Nin said in a low voice. That's a sucker's bet. Shikamaru said, standing back with his arms crossed. Alright Naruto, perform the clone jutsu. The blonde student grinned and made a seal. Transform. The next second, a sexy naked female version was standing in his spot and the Iruka completely lost his cool. Gah! Ha! Take that, sensei. How do you like my sexy jutsu? Naruto grinned as he looked at his teacher. Cut the stupid tricks, you brat. Few hours later. Alright everyone. Don't be late for tomorrow's exam. Dismissed. Iruka said to his students. With the class over, Naruto was about to sneak away when he sensed his sensei standing behind him. Where do you think you're going? Home? Not until you clean every last drop of paint from that monument. Hearing the verdict, Naruto's shoulders slumped. Hey Naruto, need any help? Kiba asked with Choji standing near him munching some chips. The blonde's eyes widened and he smiled, but Iruka put a damper on his happiness. No. You two go home. This is Naruto's mess to clean up. The academy instructor turned to the prankster. You need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. Now come on. Yeah. Thanks for the offer, guys, but I got this. Naruto replied to his friends. Iruka's words did have an impact on him. Coupled that with his pride, he waved his friends off before making his way to the monument. The two made their way to the mountain and Naruto started cleaning up the mess he made. Several hours went by with him washing and scrubbing the paint off the rocky faces. Even though he was working hard at cleaning the mountain, his mind was somewhere else. Tomorrow I'll pass the graduation exam and finally be a ninja. Then I'll be one step closer to my goal of becoming Hokage. But for that, Daichi's image appeared in Naruto's mind. I wonder what he's doing right now. I bet he's going on some awesome missions and stuff. Oh man, I can't wait. Stop daydreaming and get to work. You're not leaving here till you clean up every inch of this place. Iruka said from atop the face. I got it. It's not like I have anyone waiting for me at home. The blonde kid mumbled the last part, but the Chunin instructor heard it. His face softened as he looked at the boy. Several seconds of silence later, he spoke in a gentler tone. Hey Naruto, once you finish up here, I'll take you to some ramen. You can order anything you want. The man said with a grin, looking at his student. Naruto had a wide smile when he heard that. Awesome. I'll clean this up in no time. Believe it! Umbu Headquarters. Top Secret Division. Nighttime. Hiruzen looked at the two ninjas restrained in their cell. Tao and Enji were tied up and unconscious in a chair. The room they were in had several seals that prevented them from escaping. Have you been able to break the seal yet? The Kage asked the Umbu shinobi near him. Forgive me, Lord Hokage, but I've not. These seals are designed in such a way that any attempt to remove it by force will result in the wearer's death. But that was by design. These were created to protect the mind and keep any enemy ninjas from obtaining any secrets. During the Second and Third World Wars, these kinds of seals were necessary. They kept critical information under wraps. But now, they've become a hindrance. I need those two alive with those seals removed as soon as possible. Since this seal connects to the brain and the mind, I suppose it will take time to get the information out of their heads, even with a Yamanaka. The Umbu replied. Has there been any suspicious movements in the Umbu? Hiruzen asked. No, sir. We kept everything quiet and went by as routine. Since protocols for this section are extremely strict, no one knows about these two other than the few you assigned. Keep it that way. Danzo will know something's wrong soon if he hasn't already. Be prepared. Hiruzen left the chamber and made his way to his office. He looked out the window and saw that the Hokage monument was cleaned. Assigning Iruka to Naruto was an excellent idea. Now with his skills and training, Naruto is sure to pass tomorrow. Should I tell him about the Nine Tails? No. That information could have great changes in his life. I'll tell him the truth when he matures a bit more and reaches Chunin. With the decision made, the Hokage soon completed his paperwork for the day and went home. Chapter 256, Graduation Day Debacle, Prelude. March 20th. It was early morning and the Chunin Karai was home getting ready for his work shift at the Leaf Correctional Facility. Today is graduation day. This is it. As he put on his Chunin vest, Karai thought about the plan he and Mizuki came up with and went over everything one more time in his head. I made sure there would be minimal guards today. Only 3 others besides me will be stationed and they're all new Chunin recruits. So there won't be much resistance. Once the graduation exam is over, Mizuki is going to come over in disguise and I'll have to play the role of the hostage. Force them to release Zefrek. Karai frowned at the thought of releasing that man from prison. He's a dangerous criminal with near Jonin level skills. Will he hurt anyone else? No. Mizuki gave me his word that he will control Zefrek. I trust him. Zefrek will kill that damn monster fox and at that time I'll take him down. The prison guard stood still and took in a deep breath of air. I'm doing the right thing, aren't I? He turned to look at the photo of his deceased wife and child, and his hands clenched. His mind replayed the stunt Naruto pulled yesterday on the Hokage monument, and it made him angry. The small shred of hesitation he had in his heart was gone. Yes. This is right, he said as if to reassure himself. He took the photo of his family and held it close. After tonight the village will be safe. I'll make sure of it. He made his choice, and soon Karai was on his way to the Leaf Prison. The guard smiled at his colleagues and went about his day as if everything was normal, and waited for Mizuki. It will all be over soon. In another part of the Leaf Village, an academy instructor was packing everything valuable he had into a storage scroll. Mizuki had been preparing for this day for quite some time. He had been training his body to be ready for what it was going to endure later today. The Chunin instructor thought about what he was going to do and the conversation he had with his fiancée a few days ago. Flashback. Mizuki. Please stop. This isn't right. A young woman with dark eyes and long black spoke. Tsubaki. You don't understand. That brat is a danger to everyone, and the Hokage letting that fox brat do whatever he wants. It won't be long before another disaster strikes. Come with me. With Orochimaru we'll be safe and will become a lot more powerful. Mizuki said, trying to convince her. No, Mizuki. I won't come, and you shouldn't go either. Orochimaru is not a good man. He only cares about himself. And if the village finds out that you've made contact with him, they won't find out. Unless you tell them. Will you? Mizuki's tone took a darker edge that scared Tsubaki. She had tears falling down her cheeks and remained silent. Mizuki looked at the crying woman, and his face slightly softened. Please, Tsubaki. We'll have a great future. But it won't be in the Leaf Village. Will you come with me? He asked in a softer tone. He held his hand out for her to take hold, but Tsubaki shook her head. I love you, Mizuki, but I'm not coming with you. I can't leave the village. It's my home. Please don't go. Whatever it is you've planned. Don't do it. We can be happy here. He dropped his hand, and Mizuki's face turned cold as he looked at his fiancée. I won't be happy. Not as long as that monster is still alive. It seems. This is where we part ways. Mizuki. Don't. She was about to step forward, but Mizuki stopped her. Do me this favor, Tsubaki. Don't tell anyone about our conversation. Keep it a secret, or you'll be in trouble too. With those words he vanished from her house. Flashback end. TCH. Mizuki scoffed to himself as he thought about his fiancée. She's too weak. If this is her mentality, then it's best I leave her here. She'll only hold me back. After packing every essentials and valuables, he went into another room. He kneeled and pried open a few floorboards. It was a secret storage space he created to stash the items he recently acquired. There were several pouches and a few vials. He took another small scroll and quickly stored everything inside it. The easiest way to obtain them would have been to raid the Nara research lab in the mountains, but it would have alerted everyone to me. It would have been a risky move. Yes. It was a better choice for me to get these through the black market. It took some time and cost me a lot, but this was the safer way. Lord Orochimaru's contact really came through for me. Mizuki held the scroll and looked at it with greed. This will give me great power. With this I'll be able to overcome anything. After making sure everything was ready, he left his home and made his way to the academy. He had a polite, kind appearance, but there was a deep, sinister evil lurking underneath that mask. Just you wait, Naruto. You have no idea what's in store for you today. Hokage's office. The third Hokage was behind his desk going through several documents his Umbu had sent. His attention was on one in particular. It was the rough blueprint of a building. So this was what Deer got from his contact, huh? It was an excellent strategy to shift his investigations from Kabuto to Orochimaru's movements last year. Now he has a spy inside Orochimaru's organization. This is certainly valuable information. At that moment there was a knock on the door. "Come in." At the Hokage's orders the door opened and two ninjas walked in. They bowed and stood straight in front of the leader. One ninja had spiky short black hair and had his eyes obscured by dark glasses. He was wearing a high-collared outfit and was carrying a gourd on his back. He stood still as he looked at the leader of the lead village. The other ninja had long brown hair over which he wore a bandana-style forehead protector. The most noticeable feature was his pure white eyes. "You called for us, Lord Hokage?" "Yes." "Iroha Hyuga. Takamo Aburame. I have a mission for you too," Hiruzen said, and he gave the two the blueprints of a building. "That is the rough sketch of a building I need you two to locate. It's situated somewhere in the southeast part of Fire Country." Iroha looked through the documents and spoke. "Lord Hokage, this is a 5-story building. But if I'm understanding these blueprints right, then this whole building is underground." Hiruzen nodded. "Yes. The entire structure is subterranean. And there would also be defensive measures put in place. So it won't be easy to find." "Lord Hokage, whose building is this?" At Takamo's question Hiruzen became silent for a couple seconds and then answered. "Orochimaru." The eyes of the two shinobi widened as they heard that name. Hiruzen continued. "I have reason to believe that this is one of Orochimaru's bases of operations. I managed to cultivate a spy in his organization and this is what I got. I understand that this is limited information, but you two are quite capable in tracking operations. I need you to find this base. If Orochimaru is involved, shouldn't we bring more manpower? If we're going to fight and dash." "No." Hiruzen shook his head to Takamo's request. "This should be a stealth mission. You need to make sure to keep your presence to the absolute minimum. He cannot know that he's being tracked. I have a much larger operation in mind to take him down, but for that to be successful I need every information I can get on his current resources." "Yes, sir." Hiruzen gave the two ninjas a few more documents containing information on his former student. "Memorize the layout and structure of the building. Your mission is to locate it and if possible determine the number of guards and defensive measures that are in place. Based on the intel I received, it's built in the southeast region of this country." "Understood, sir. We'll send a report through the secure channel once we have something." Iroha nodded and spoke. Takamo looked at the papers and slightly narrowed his eyes. He sure is bold to create a base in Fire Country. Especially after everything he did and knowing we're looking for him. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and nodded. "The best way to go undetected from your enemies is to hide in plain sight near them. I have no doubt that my traitorous student has taken this philosophy to heart." The Kage looked at the two ninjas. "If for any reason you're discovered by or come across my wayward student, retreat." "Yes, sir. We'll be careful." Iroha and Takamo nodded. They knew how powerful and dangerous Orochimaru was, and they knew if a battle broke out, the chances of their survival was slim at best. Dismissed. At the Hokage's orders the two vanished from the room. He sighed and stood from his chair. He walked to the nearby window and looked at the faces on the mountain. It's almost time for the exams to start. The current graduation class is one of the most important ones this village has had in a while. All the future heirs to the major clans are participating. I hope these exams go smoothly. The old Kage sat back down and took out his crystal ball. Within a few moments the image of Iruka and Mizuki appeared. The images soon shifted to Naruto. He's come a long way. Now with his training I'm sure he'll pass the exams. But will he and the other two pass Tenzo's test? I'll have to wait and see for that. Good luck, my boy. Ninja Academy. Everyone taking the graduation exam came early and was already seated in class. I'm surprised you showed up on time, Naruto. Shikamaru said, looking at the blonde sitting on the other bench. Of course I did. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. There's no way I was going to miss it. Naruto said with a big grin. I thought you'd want to make some dramatic entrance at the last moment. Kiba said, chuckling. Naruto sheepishly chuckled hearing that. I thought about it, but Iruka-sensei took me to ramen last night, so I figured I should give him a break today. Gee, good luck on your exams. And Naruto, Hinata said in a small voice as she looked at her crush. Oh, thanks, Hinata. I've been training real hard. I'm gonna show who's the best. The blonde boy turned his attention to the person sitting on the opposite side of his bench near the window of the class. You hear that, Sasuke? You're going down. I'll be taking your spot and become number one. Sasuke looked at Naruto and scoffed. He shook his head and turned his attention back to the calm environment outside. Naruto had a tick mark as he was ignored. Why that bastard? Before he could go near his rival and cause a commotion, Sakura grabbed his collar and shoved him in his seat. Sit down, Naruto, and don't disturb Sasuke, she said as she gave Naruto's head a few karate chops. Ah, but Sakura. No buts. Now sit down and be quiet. I have to agree with Naruto on one thing. I can't wait to become a ninja too. I'll be able to team up with Daichi on missions. We'll get close. Go on some romantic adventures. Ino sat in her seat and daydreamed about her future. I heard, Munch, he's part of some special two-person squad, Munch. You think it would be like that for us? Choji asked his best friend. Shikamaru shook his head. No. He's a special case. I haven't heard of any other teams like that. All the new Jonin teams are usually 3 Jonins and 1 Jonin. That's the format. Everyone nearby was paying attention to Shikamaru. He continued. Daichi is leagues ahead of us. The Hokage and teachers know that. It would have only slowed him down or made the team inefficient if he was put with Jonins with ordinary talent. I think that's why the Hokage made an exception for him. At least that's what I think. I wonder if I can convince the old man to make me part of a 2-person team? Naruto thought aloud to himself. Haven't you been listening, Naruto? Daichi's is one of the best to come out of this academy in a long time. He's a genius. You, on the other hand, failed the graduation exam twice. You really think they're going to give you an apprenticeship? Kiba spoke up. Hey! The blonde boy stood up and looked at the Inuzuka indignantly. I'm sorry, Naruto, but it's the fact. It's gonna be the same for all of us. I'm sure even Sasuke will be part of a standard 4-man Jonin team. Before anyone could say anything else, Iruka and Mizuki entered the room. As soon as they got in, all the students quieted down. Looking at all the students, Iruka stepped forward and spoke. All right, class. This is what all of you have been preparing for since you entered the academy. Do your best. Your graduation exams start now. Chapter 257, Rookie 9, Graduation Exam 1. The graduation exam for Naruto and his class has begun. Mizuki sat behind the table in the front while Iruka took several sheets of paper and distributed it among the students. He stood in front of the class and spoke. The first part is a written exam. You have 2 hours. You are only allowed to hand in your paper at the end of the exam. So even if you finish early, it won't make any difference. Do your best to score as much as you can. Begin. Most of the students immediately went through the questions on the paper. Shikamaru was one of the few that took their time carefully reading all the questions. The Nara had a calm face as he sat up and browsed the problems written down on the paper. Mom will be mad if I just go about this exam as usual. Guess I need to put some more effort into this. What a drag. Nearby Kiba had a grin as he looked at his paper. Alright, Akamaru, wish me luck. Arf. With encouragement from his partner, Kiba began answering the questions. Sakura quickly looked through all the problems and smiled as she reached the last question. These questions are designed to test our knowledge on theory and critical thinking and problem solving. Still, this is going to be so easy. She was about to start writing when she noticed Naruto sitting right next to her, looking pale as he stared at the paper in front of him. She knew he was panicking right now. Naruto gripped his head with both hands as he looked at the difficult questions. Oh man. This is so tough. I really hate this part of the exam. What do I do if I can't answer? Naruto. As the blonde boy was screaming in his mind, he heard his name called in a small soft tone. He turned to the side and saw Sakura giving him a small smile. You need to calm down. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Sakura said in a small voice as to not attract any attention. Naruto looked at her smile and he quickly calmed down. He nodded and smiled as he looked at her. Thanks, Sakura. You've studied hard for this exam. You can do this. Good luck. Giving her friend a small nod, the pink-haired girl turned her attention back to the papers in front of her. Naruto smiled and did as he was told. He closed his eyes and took several slow deep breaths. She's right. I got this. Just remember everything I studied. I can do this. I will pass this exam and become a ninja. One day I'm gonna be the Hokage of the village. I can't fail here. Opening his eyes, Naruto gazed at his exam papers with a renewed determination. He carefully read the questions and began to write down what he knew. Iruka had been watching the interaction between the two from the corner of his eyes. He inwardly smiled as Naruto confidently began to write the answers. But it wasn't just Iruka that saw this interaction. Mizuki was also paying attention to Naruto, and when he saw Sakura encouraging the boy, he became furious. He clenched his fists underneath the table. For a second his face turned furious, but he quickly controlled himself. But what Mizuki didn't know is that his split-second reaction was caught by Hinata, who became even more cautious and wary of the white-haired Chunin teacher. She quickly turned her head down and wrote the answers on a paper to avoid any attention from Mizuki. And so the first part of the graduation exam had begun. 2 hours had passed and Iruka collected all the paper and handed them to Daikoku Funino. He was the teacher grading the paper of the graduating students while Iruka and Mizuki continued on with the other tests. The students were taken out to the field and the weapons accuracy test was next on the exam. Each student had 20 kunai and 20 shuriken. Some of the wooden targets were in the usual round shape, but there were also targets that looked like humans with red circles marked on the critical areas. Some targets had red circles at the center and some had green. 2 had black circles painted in the center. Iruka explained the rules. You have 40 weapons and 40 targets. You get 1 point if you hit the center of a green target. 0.5 points if you just hit the wooden board with green targets. 0 points if you miss. Then for the red target, if you hit the center you'll get 1.5 points. 1 point if you hit the board and 0 for a miss. The 2 targets painted black are positioned in your blind spots. Hitting them in the dead center will get you 2 points and hitting the board will get you 1.5 points. Is everyone clear? All the students nodded and Iruka continued. There will be a timer. Your points will increase based on the time in which you complete this test. A perfect score is 2 points per board. But that will require perfect aim and speed. You need at least 25 points to pass. Sasuke looked at the field and observed the position of all the targets. The targets with green color painted on are in plain view and they're the easiest to get. But the red ones are partially concealed and the 2 black ones are fully concealed, placed behind a boulder and a tree. The distance is also different and there is a time limit. I see. They also want us to use the correct weapon for the right target, huh? Time to cut loose. This test is going to be interesting. Shikamaru glanced at some of the members in the class and sighed. Sasuke, Naruto, Hibachi, Kiba. They all look really eager to get started. He looked at the target course and his eyes narrowed. He brought his hands together as he thought about the test. Time is limited and based on the way some of the targets are positioned they expect us to hit it while we're moving fast. Moreover, A few of them are placed at an angle, so if we don't throw with the right technique and use the right force we might miss. We also need to make a choice between using shuriken or kunai on the targets. To get the best score we'll have to hit them as we're running, so determining which of the two weapons we should use is also part of the test. If the weapon we throw hits the target but doesn't stick and bounces off, it will count as 0 points. This won't be easy. Iruka walked forward and called out the name of the first person to complete the weapon's accuracy test. Sasuke Uchiha. Step forward. The young Uchiha grabbed the pouch and made sure all the weapons were inside. He quickly got to the starting line, and the instant Iruka started the time he rushed from his spot. Sasuke expertly threw several shurikens and kunai at every target that was in his path, and they all hit bullseye. This is nothing compared to my fights with Daichi. I've gotten far better with my shuriken skills, and my speed has increased thanks to my spars with him. Sasuke was moving faster than even Iruka and Mizuki anticipated, and they were shocked at the skills that were displayed. He truly is a genius. Just like Daichi. Iruka had a smile as he saw the academy student accurately hitting the last target and reaching the finish line. The students were also shocked at the sight. After Daichi left, they had never seen Sasuke go all out, so this was a shock for them. Well, there goes my plan to take first spot, Kiba said with wide eyes and slumped shoulders. It is a logical outcome. He has been training every chance he gets, Shino said as he looked at the Uchiha. Choji, who was near them, agreed. Just like Daichi. Looks like he's going to be the rookie of the year for sure. Wow! That's incredible, Sasuke, Sakura said with a big smile as the Uchiha came near. He ignored her and leaned back against the wall as he looked at the instructors recording his hits and grading him. Naruto, standing nearby, frowned and clenched his fist. I'm gonna go even faster and beat you. He was about to walk over to the starting line but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. He turned around and saw that it was Shikamaru. Shikamaru? What are you doing? I'm gonna take the test next. Naruto. Don't let Sasuke distract you, the Nara said with a serious tone. Naruto was confused as he looked at the serious gaze of his friend. What are you dash? This is a weapons accuracy test, not a race. If you run fast trying to beat his time and miss all the shuriken targets, you'll get a 0. Time is a secondary factor. The most important thing is to hit the wooden targets with accuracy. Do you understand? Naruto's eyes widened as he remembered Iruka's instructions. He looked at Sasuke, who just gave him a condescending smirk. The blonde boy became angry, but he closed his eyes and controlled himself. Shikamaru is right. I can't make any stupid mistakes and fail. This exam is my last chance. Naruto stood back as Iruka and Mizuki were back calling the results. Sasuke Uchiha. 80 points. A perfect score. Next up, Ino Yamanaka. Wish me luck, guys. Ino was a little nervous, but she psyched herself up and confidently walked to the starting line. The accuracy test exam continued for about an hour. After all the students completed their run, the results were published. The results of the future rookies were such. Sasuke Uchiha. 80. Ino Yamanaka, 65.5. Naruto Uzumaki, 41. Shikamaru Nara, 62. Sakura Haruno, 63. Hinata Hyuga, 68.5. Kiba Inuzuka, 70.5. Shino Aburame, 66. Choji Akimichi, 61.5. Many others in the class had points ranging from 30 to 55. But Iruka was most surprised by Naruto's performance. I thought he would only barely pass, but it seems he's ahead of a few others. Looks like all his training has paid off. I'm glad, Naruto. The Chunin instructor glanced at the ones with the highest points. All of them scored high points, with Kiba coming in second. They've all trained hard, otherwise they couldn't have gotten such high points. Mizuki kept a smiling, kind face as he collected the weapons from all the students. I made the right choice changing my original plans. It looks like this brat will definitely pass the exam. The future rookies minus Sasuke were all standing in a group. They were glad to have completed this part of the exam. Oh man. I only got 41 points. I thought for sure it would be more. Naruto sulked as he looked at his score. Cheer up, Naruto. You did better than some of the others in class. Choji said as opened a snack. Here. Have some chips. The blonde boy reluctantly took a chip and chowed down. I was half expecting you to just pass by the skin of your teeth. But you got 41 points. So cheer up, you dolt. Ino said as she and Sakura giggled looking at Sasuke. I guess. It was really tough. But I remembered what Daichi taught me during training last month and just went with it. Naruto said offhandedly, but Ino's attention was instantly on Naruto. Wait, you've been training with Daichi last month? Error. Yeah. He came to me one weekend and asked if I wanted to train with him. We went into the back hills and trained for a while. He taught me a few moves and I trained them. How could you not tell me? I mean us. How could you not tell us? Ino started shaking the boy. Shikamaru and Kiba had an idea as to what Naruto's answer might be, and they silently motioned for Naruto to stop talking before he dug his own grave. I guess I kinda forgot. Oops. Naruto sheepishly chuckled and a vein throbbed on Ino's forehead as she saw Naruto's expression. Shikamaru just groaned in exasperation while Kiba facepalmed at the dumb answer the blonde boy just gave. Ino had a smile that sent shivers up Naruto's spine. Why you? But before she could do anything, Sakura and Hinata quickly pulled her away. You really don't know when to stop talking, do you, Naruto? Shikamaru asked, letting out a tired sigh. The boy grinned as he rubbed the back of his head. It's a gift. The Nara boy looked at his friend with a deadpan expression. It really isn't. As they were talking, Iruka stepped in front of everyone and spoke about the next part of their exam. Now, we'll begin with your taijutsu evaluation. Chapter 258, Rookie 9, Graduation Exam 2. Iruka stepped forward and gazed at the faces of all his students and explained the rules of the taijutsu portion of the exam. Listen up. I've ranked all 27 of you according to your performance in the physical tests conducted this last academic year. We've taken a comprehensive assessment of your combat skills, taijutsu techniques, agility, strength, and endurance. Now this rank isn't a permanent one. It's to give each and every one of you an idea as to where you stand amongst your peers. Iruka then nodded to his fellow teacher and Mizuki gave each student a paper with the list of the 27 students ranked from first to last. Sasuke was the first on the list and all of the rookie 9 were ranked below 15 with Naruto coming in the 14th spot. The blonde boy smiled as he looked at the number. All my training in the woods helped. I'm 14th, his eyes then drifted to the top of the page and his smile dimmed. I need to beat him. After everyone got their list, Mizuki made his way to the front and Iruka continued. Based on your ranks, we've selected 2 opponents near your rank for you to battle. Now listen carefully. What I'm about to say next is the evaluation criteria. I won't be repeating it. Iruka looked around and was satisfied seeing that everyone was paying full attention to him. First, we will grade you on your speed and strength. To be more accurate, the force and agility behind your attacks and movements. Second will be your techniques and precision. The skills you display and the accuracy with which you execute your attack and defend. Next will be strategy and adaptability. We will grade you on how well you adapt to your opponent's moves and the strategies you use in battle. The last is stamina and endurance. You need to be able to maintain your energy and focus throughout the match. This is the evaluation criteria. Is everyone clear? Yes, Iruka-sensei. Iruka nodded and motioned for Mizuki to explain the rules. The white-haired Chunin stepped forward and gave everyone a small smile before he began. Now, we've selected 2 classmates for you to face, but you might be battling a total of 3 opponents. Seeing the students' faces marred with confusion, Mizuki explained. You will be selecting your third opponent. But the rules for that match will be explained when all of you have completed your first 2 matches. The students nodded while Shikamaru's mind sharpened as he thought about the taijutsu exam. So this test is essentially a 2-part test. In the first part we have to fight against the 2 people the teachers have selected, and in the second part we have to pick an opponent and fight. I doubt Iruka-sensei would make the stronger students pick a match with the weaker ones. So there must be a rule against it. Will the third match have the same rules, or will there be something more? If I can score some decent points in the first 2 matches, then I might not have to fight the last match. He glanced around as he thought about the particulars of the test, and his eyes fell on Naruto, who was intently gazing at Sasuke's back. The Uchiha was standing in the front nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. Shikamaru saw the gaze Naruto had and quietly sighed. Well, I guess I know who he's going to pick. He turned his attention back to his teacher. The rules are as follows. Your match will consist of 3 rounds. Each round will last for 3 minutes. Each round will begin with both combatants at the opposite ends of the marked fighting area. Your goal is to land successful hits on your opponents or force them outside the marked area. Hits are counted only when it's clean and precise. Glancing blows or indirect hits are not counted. A knockdown counts as 2 successful hits. A student who is knocked down thrice in a round will lose the round. Each successful hit and knockdown grants points. Mizuki said. The students were already familiar with the taijutsu rules, but Iruka wanted to make sure everyone remembered the rules. Mizuki looked at his fellow examiner and Iruka took over. The student with the highest points at the end of all rounds wins the match. But the points you've earned during the match will also be counted when considering the final rank. Disqualifications occur if a student uses any form of ninjutsu or jinjutsu, or intentionally inflicts severe injuries. The use of weapons is also not allowed. If both students are still standing with the same points at the end of 3 rounds, a sudden death round will occur where the first to land a successful hit wins. Once the Chunin finished explaining the rules, the students were divided between Iruka and Mizuki, and the taijutsu portion of the exam began. Naruto and some of his friends were with Iruka's group, while Sasuke and a few others were in Mizuki's. Some of the future rookies faced each other. Kiba and Shino were Sasuke's 2 matches, while others like Shikamaru, Choji and Naruto were matched up against 2 outside their group. Hinata meanwhile had her matched up against Shino and another student from class. It was the same for Ino and Sakura. They were matched against each other and had another against someone outside their small group of friends. In the large academy ground, the 2 Chunins were conducting the taijutsu portion of the exam. Mizuki acted professional and didn't show a hint of maliciousness. He knew he couldn't screw up when he was so close. Time went by and each student completed their exam. Sasuke and some of the rookies had 2 wins while others had 1 win and 1 loss. This was the case for those matched against their friends. Naruto had 1 win and 1 loss against his 2 foes. After a couple hours, everyone's first 2 matches came to an end. Iruka marked everyone's score and addressed his students. Now for the last match. This is optional. This is for those of you looking to improve your points. You will carefully select an opponent amongst your classmates. The only condition is you can't select someone who's lower than your rank, and no person will be challenged twice. If you defeat your opponent, then points will be awarded based on their rank and your performance, and if you lose, then some points will be deducted. For those who are challenged, you will gain points if you win, but you won't lose points if you lose the match. You will only have 1 round. 4 minutes. Other than that, the rules are the same as the other test. Everyone clear? Yes, sensei. All right. Who's up first? Iruka asked, and immediately a hand went up. Oh, me! Mimi sensei. I want to go first. Iruka groaned in exasperation as he saw Naruto's hand go up and wave about. Why am I even surprised? Fine. Naruto. Step forward into the ring. As Naruto got into the ring, Iruka asked who his opponent was going to be. I'd pick Sasuke. Today is the day I beat you and become number one. The boy said, pointing at the Uchiha. Some of the students frowned as they heard Naruto's declaration. Seriously, Naruto? Stop wasting time and take this seriously. His friends were silent, but some of them shook their heads at Naruto's antics. I saw that coming a mile away, Ino said with a sigh. Hinata was silent, but she was concerned for Naruto and silently cheered him on. There is no way he's going to win against Sasuke, Sakura said, shaking her head. What are you doing, idiot Naruto? Sasuke is gonna kick your ass and you're going to lose points. Couldn't you have picked anyone else? Cha! Inner Sakura shouted in her mind. Iruka sighed as he looked at his student. He didn't even think it through. This kid. He's going to lose points. The Chunin looked at Sasuke, who was standing with crossed arms and a frown on his face. Sasuke Uchiha. Step into the ring and make the seal of confrontation. The Uchiha looked at his teacher and silently did as he was told. Naruto made a bad call, Shino said in a low voice as he stood near Kiba, Choji, and Shikamaru. Why do you say that? Choji asked. Shino began to explain. This part of the taijutsu test is optional. And if he was going to participate to improve his final ranking, he should have chosen someone near his current rank. But now that he's chosen Sasuke as his opponent, he won't be getting any points, but he'll be losing some. The young Nara among them agreed. They're testing us on our judgment, trying to see if we can accurately assess our own strengths and weaknesses along with our opponents. If we make the wrong choice and choose someone that we definitely can't beat, it'll lead to points deduction. Oh, I see. So for those with lower points, they need to be careful about who they challenge, huh? Kiba spoke, finally understanding the intricacies hidden in this seemingly straightforward exam. The sun sat high in the sky, casting stark shadows on the ground below. The crowd soon hushed, tense with anticipation, as two figures stood inside the ring. To one side is Naruto Uzumaki, grinning widely, his bright orange jumpsuit a stark contrast to the muted surroundings. On the opposite side is Sasuke Uchiha, his onyx eyes serious and focused, his dark hair as unruly as ever. Hey weakling, you ready to lose? Sasuke called out with a smirk. Huh, as if, you bastard. Naruto responded, raising his fists in preparation. Despite the bravado in his words, a nervous sweat dripped down his brow. Make the seal of confrontation. At Iruka's words, both Naruto and Sasuke made the half-tiger seal. Iruka raised his hand and dropped it. Begin! As soon as the match began, Naruto rushed forward with his characteristic headstrong approach. He threw a series of wild punches, but Sasuke effortlessly dodged them. The Uchiha, even though his Sharingan was still inactive, was already displaying far superior reflexes and battle instincts. Sasuke sidestepped, ducked or parried and redirected every strike that came his way with ease and minimal effort. Naruto was getting angrier and angrier that his attacks were missing, and it showed on his face. Sasuke smirked, seeing his opponent angry. Is that all you got, dead last? Naruto gritted his teeth. He hated it when people called him that. I won't lose to a stuck-up jerk like you. Naruto attempted to kick Sasuke, but the raven-haired boy effortlessly caught his leg, and with a swift motion, threw Naruto to the ground near the ring. Naruto immediately got up, but this time he was more cautious. He started slowly circling Sasuke, looking for an opening. I need to take him by surprise and attack him before he can defend. The Uchiha just stood there, analyzing Naruto's movements. Sasuke looked at Naruto's new strategy and smiled condescendingly. You think that will help you? You're too slow. Suddenly, Naruto darted forward, faster than before. But just before he was within arm's length of his enemy, Naruto quickly changed direction and moved to another side and came at Sasuke again. And just as the Uchiha was about to defend, Naruto changed directions again. Naruto kept moving wildly around his enemy while Sasuke was in the middle, keeping a close eye on his foe. The Uchiha was surprised at the skill the boy just showed. He's changing directions at such speed without losing his balance or footing. He definitely knows the tree walking technique. It's the only way he could accomplish this. Sasuke had eyes on Naruto the whole time. The Uchiha knew time was running out and knew Naruto would attack soon. The blonde boy also knew he didn't have much time and was growing nervous looking for an opening. Suddenly, Naruto rushed towards Sasuke's back, attempting to attack from his blind spot, but Sasuke quickly turned and countered with a lightning-fast punch to Naruto's stomach. The boy doubled over, and in that instant, Sasuke grabs him and performs a flawless judo throw, slamming Naruto to the ground. "Give up, Naruto!" Naruto groaned in pain but refused to stay down. "I'm not giving up that easily." He got back to his feet, his determination unwavering. Naruto launched a flurry of punches and kicks, but unfortunately for him Sasuke's battle experience was much greater than Naruto's. Every strike was blocked or redirected easily. Sasuke suddenly switched from defensive to an offensive battle style and landed several precise hits on Naruto's body. Naruto tried to block as much as he could but failed to keep up with Sasuke's speed and precision. The blonde was suddenly on the defensive, pushed back step by step under his opponent's relentless assault. Sasuke's every move was a dance of control and aggression, a testament to his Uchiha heritage. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure his enemy was exerting. He ducked under a swing aimed at his head, countering with a punch aimed at Sasuke's midsection. But the Uchiha was quick, shifting his weight to the side and launching a high kick that Naruto barely managed to dodge. "Is that all you got, Naruto?" Sasuke taunted, his eyes gleaming. Naruto's breath hitched, but he shot Sasuke a stubborn glare. "I'm just getting started," Naruto retorted, launching himself at Sasuke with renewed vigor. He easily deflected Naruto's wild punches, weaving around him with an almost lazy grace. He dodged a punch, slipping under Naruto's guard to deliver a punishing blow to the boy's ribs. Naruto staggered back, wincing as he clutched his side. Sasuke's expression never wavered, his gaze cold and focused as he advanced on the vulnerable Naruto. He feinted a punch to Naruto's face, drawing Naruto's guard up. As Naruto's hands instinctively moved to protect his face, Sasuke swiftly swept his leg and sent a strong blow to Naruto's torso, toppling the boy to the ground. Naruto hit the earth with a thud, his breath leaving him in a rush. He looked up at Sasuke, who was standing over him, with a cold look on his face. Sasuke Uchiha wins. Iruka immediately stepped in and announced. Most of the crowd exploded into cheers while others were silent. Naruto coughed and took several breaths and slowly stood up. Why are you so strong?" Naruto asked his opponent, panting. Hearing that question, the Uchiha's gaze slightly softened. "To fulfill my ambition, I can't afford to be weak." Before Iruka could make them form the seal of reconciliation, Sasuke turned around and began walking back to his spot. "Next time, Sasuke, next time, I won't lose." Naruto with gritted teeth. The Uchiha glanced back at him, his face was inscrutable. He didn't respond, but for a moment, his eyes softened before he turned and walked away. And with their battle, the last portion of the taijutsu test began. Some students challenged someone higher near their rank to improve their score while others decided to opt out. Sasuke stood near the back, not needing to fight anyone again. He didn't want to waste time with anyone in his class and only looked forward to the sparring matches he had with Daichi. The Uchiha looked up and thought about his former classmate. What's Daichi up to right now? Chapter 259, Daichi's Mission and Naruto's Graduation. March 20th. Tenzaku Town. It was a few minutes past 9 a.m. and in paradise in the meeting between the two corporations mediated by Ryoma, after several days, were in its final stages. Daichi was standing guard in the room while Kakashi was outside keeping an eye on everyone. Daichi stood in a corner of the room with his arms behind his back. He kept an eye on the other ninjas along with his client, but Daichi's mind drifted to his friends back in the Leaf Village. The exams must have started by now. Unless I'm mistaken, right now they're probably taking the written exam. Then comes the weapons test and then taijutsu and finally ninjutsu. Good luck, Naruto. Today is the day everything changes for you. I have to trust that whatever happens he'll pull through. Daichi let out a quiet sigh and focused his attention back on the mediator. After the drama and the reveal of the spy things have calmed down, and after several hours of debate and discussion, the two presidents decided to put aside their differences for the future of their family. In this meeting it wasn't only the presidents and their advisors but also several family members were present. The head of the Satoru Corporation, Tsuyoshi, was about to speak when his eldest son Kazuki whispered a last-minute suggestion in his ear. Tsuyoshi nodded before he addressed the gathering. Our main concern is about the distribution of responsibilities. We believe an alliance should distribute responsibilities based on the strengths of our businesses. What do you have in mind, Tsuyoshi? Ryoma asked the man. We've always excelled in resource extraction and initial processing. If we focus on that, and have the Rising Sun Corporation, with its refining and distribution capabilities, take over the latter stages, we could maximize efficiency and output. The room is silent as everyone contemplates this suggestion. There was some nodding and a few thoughtful hums. It's a logical strategy, one that takes advantage of the strengths of each corporation while minimizing their weaknesses. We also propose the formation of a joint council, with representatives from both corporations, for decision-making and resolving any disputes that may arise. This council would be the governing body of our alliance, ensuring decisions are made fairly and are in the best interest of both parties. The head patriarch and president of the Rising Sun Corporation, Yamamoto Hichard, gave his thoughts. The negotiations proceed smoothly, with both corporations putting forth their concerns, expectations, and plans. Ryoma managed the meeting, and with several key ideas from his view, the two companies agreed that an alliance at the very least would be greatly beneficial. They also discussed the possibility of a merger. Ryoma looked at the two sides and spoke. So it's agreed. An alliance for now, but your children Mika Satoru and Yamaha Hichir will live in the capital and get to know each other. If they feel that they are compatible and happy with their relationship, then they will marry and a merger between your two corporations will take place. But if not, the alliance between you two stands strong with the promise of no betrayal. Agreed? The two heads looked at each other and after a few seconds of tense silence, agreed. They slowly nodded their heads and turned their gaze towards their children. Yamamoto looked at his youngest son and nodded. If we hold on to old grudges, others could take advantage and destroy us. This is for the best. Tsuyoshi had his eyes on his youngest son, who was silent throughout the whole meeting. He sighed inwardly and turned his attention to his daughter. Everything I've done for all of you. Whatever you decide, I will stand by it, my daughter. They agreed, and they discussed other issues such as potential redundancies, maintaining the morale of their employees during the merger, and of course, the legal and financial implications of this alliance. By noon everyone was in a broad agreement on the structure of the alliance, though several minor issues still needed to be ironed out. Still, the atmosphere is one of optimism. The first steps have been taken towards an alliance that could change the face of the Land of Fire's economy. Paradise Inn. At noon the negotiations between the two parties had come to an end. They agreed to meet at the capital next week, and under the third minister the alliance would become official. After that the two children would temporarily move to the capital in the hope of creating a good relationship and thus a successful merger. The two families thanked the mediator and soon they and their guards left the inn. After everyone was gone, Ryoma looked at the owner of the inn and smiled. Thank you for the hospitality, my friend. I know shutting down business here for several days was not an easy choice to make. Please, Lord Ryoma. It was our pleasure to host you and your guests. I do apologize for the inconveniences you faced. I hope you'll visit us again. Kotohaku said with a wide smile and humble posture. Haha. I'm well aware that it wasn't your fault. You were a gracious host. And I'll definitely be back. But next time it won't be for business. Haha. Ryoma chuckled and gave the man a scroll. Kotohaku took the scroll with a wide smile and bowed. Ryoma turned to his guards and gave a nod, and soon Daichi, Kakashi, and their client were on the road back towards the capital. Soon they were out of Tanzaku town, making good time towards their destination. "Well, that went better than I thought it would," Daichi said as he looked at his client. "Yes. The negotiations were in part made easier due to that spy. Those two may hate each other, but ultimately they were forced to cease all hostility towards one another. It actually went smoother than I anticipated," Ryoma replied. "I assume appropriate actions are going to be taken against the Silverwood Logging Company?" Kakashi spoke. Ryoma nodded. "Yes. It's come to Lord Taji's attention that they've been dabbling in some illegal activities. He'll take action once we get the information needed from his spy. I'm sure they're working on that even as we speak. Almost a decade of waiting and his plans go bust because he picked one wrong target. That's gotta sting." Daichi had a chuckle as he thought about that man's situation. Ryoma had a smile when he heard that. He completely agreed with that sentiment. Yes. He had no idea that the famed Kakashi Hatake and the prodigious Daichi Hakama were the ones guarding me. It was his bad luck, I suppose. The trio didn't encounter any more dangers or attacks on their way back. By around 4 p.m. they reached the capital. While the two ninjas escorted their client to his home, Daichi was thinking about what was happening in the village. The taijutsu exam must have been completed by the time we left Tanzaku town. Sasuke took first place, I'm certain. Naruto has been training, so I'm pretty sure he's not going to be the dead last. I wonder how he did in the shuriken tests. I guess I'll find out once I get back. Daichi looked up at the sky and noted the position of the sun. It's a little past 4 p.m. Ninjutsu tests must have been done by now. The exams are completed. I just wish I knew how everything is going on over there. Leaf Village. Ninja Academy, a couple hours ago. Every student completed their taijutsu exam and was back in their classroom. Iruka and Mizuki were going over the results of the taijutsu exam and were in the process of ranking the examinees. The students had an hour before the final part of their exam began. The students in class chatted amongst their friends on how they did, and most of the future rookies were no different. "Shikamaru, Choji, why didn't you two take part in the third match?" Ino asked with narrowed eyes and her hands on her hips. Shikamaru, who was trying to take a nap, sighed. "Because it was pointless. I already got enough marks on the written exam and the shuriken test. And I did well in my first 2 matches. My grade would be much higher than usual, and that's gonna be more than enough for my mom. And that's good enough for me. I'm not gonna do any more work." He closed his eyes and ignored Ino's exasperated groan. "Arg! Such a lazy ass. And you, Choji? What's your excuse?" Ino turned to the Akimichi, who was munching on some chips. "What, munch?" Shikamaru said. Like his friend, Choji ignored Ino and turned his attention back to what took priority. Salted crunchy potato chips. Ino looked at the two and just shook head. "I pity the person who's going to be on a team with you two." Shikamaru, who was lying on his desk, eyes closed, slightly smirked. "I have a feeling you're not going to like it when they announce the teams." Well, even if they didn't fight someone to improve their grades, they didn't make a dumb decision and lose points like someone else. Sakura, who was near Ino, spoke, looking at Naruto with crossed arms. "Aw, come on, Sakura. I could have won that." Naruto whined as he applied the special healing cream Hinata gave him on some of the bruises on his arms. "That's an illogical statement, Naruto. You lost the moment you picked Sasuke Uchiha as your opponent." Shino spoke as he examined the small fly on his fingertip. "Yeah. Even a blind person could tell that you were going to lose that fight." Kiba said, laughing. I think you tried your best." "Naruto." Hinata was very shy and spoke in a small voice. She looked at Naruto from the corner of her eyes and gave him a small smile. "Thanks, Hinata." Naruto beamed as the girl gave him compliments. "You're coddling him too much, Hinata." He won't learn not to pick a fight with someone who can kick his ass that way. Sakura said with a smirk. She knew about Hinata's crush and thought it was cute. Hey. I'll beat that jerk next time. After I become a Genin, I'm gonna train hard and then I'm gonna kick his ass. Naruto said, standing up from his seat. He turned to Sasuke and spoke. Hear that? I'm gonna take you down in our rematch. Sasuke was looking out the window and didn't even bother paying attention to whatever Naruto said. And it only made the blonde angrier. Naruto, sit down. The final part of the exam is about to begin. Iruka said from the front of the class, and the blonde obediently sat in his spot. A few minutes later, Iruka addressed his students. We've reached the final portion of the graduation exam. When your name is called, proceed to the testing room. Mizuki and I will be waiting. Your test will be on the clone jutsu. Good luck, everyone. Iruka left, and soon the students were being called one by one. Kiba and Izuka. Sweet. It's my turn. When Kiba's name was called, he stood from his spot and grinned with excitement. Good luck, you guys. Come on. When are they gonna call me? Naruto tapped his fingers on the desk and waited. Be patient, Naruto. They'll call soon. There aren't many left. Sakura said, but then turned to Sasuke's direction. Look at him sitting by the window, so calm and cool. Cha! He looks so hot. Sakura's face turned red and she immediately shook her head to get rid of any distracting thoughts. Sasuke Uchiha. The Uchiha slowly stood from his spot and walked towards the door. Good luck, Sasuke. You're gonna do great. Sakura said with a big smile. The Uchiha simply glanced in her direction but didn't say or do anything else. There was no change in his expression as he looked at her. Cha! He looked. He's so cool. I hope I'm on Sasuke's team. Naruto grumbled, seeing Sakura's attention on his rival. Several minutes later, the next name was called. Sakura Haruno. Good luck, Sakura. Naruto said with a big smile and wave. The pink-haired Kunoichi smiled at him, but then her face turned serious. Naruto, you better not play any pranks and screw up. You hear? The blonde boy grinned and eagerly nodded his head. Yup. Don't you worry. I'm definitely gonna pass. Believe it. Sakura gave the boy a small smile after hearing that. Over the years, she came to see him as a good friend. She would get annoyed by some of his antics, but he was someone she cared about. Around 10 minutes later, the next name was called. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stood from his seat and took a deep breath and closed his eyes. All right, Naruto. Get it together. You can do this. You've been training your whole life for this. You can become a ninja. Believe it. He opened his eyes and made his way to the testing room. All right, Naruto. Make at least 3 identical clones. Iruka looked at the boy and spoke. He was concerned that Naruto might try a prank or something and get himself failed, but seeing the boy's serious expression, the Chunin relaxed. Come on, Naruto. You can do this. Naruto brought his hands together and made the seal. Ninja art, clone jutsu. 4 clones were created in a puff of smoke. Iruka and Mizuki inspected the clones and found them all identical. Iruka smiled and sighed in relief. He had a big smile as he looked at Naruto. They're perfect. Congratulations, Naruto. You've earned this. Iruka took a leaf headband and gave it to the boy. Yes. Finally. Yahoo! Naruto was giddy with joy and he immediately took the headband and tied it around his forehead. I'm a ninja now. Look out, world. Naruto Uzumaki is coming. Ha ha ha. Naruto felt like he was atop the world. Alright, calm down. You've trained hard this last year and it showed. Not only did you pass, but surprisingly you're not the last in class. Yeah. That was a complete surprise for everyone. Mizuki said with a light chuckle. I really wanted to pass this exam. It was hard. But I did it, Naruto said, giving them a thumbs up. Yes. Yes, you did. But you shouldn't slack off. Your real journey has only just begun. Iruka had a kind smile as he looked at the boy. Naruto nodded with a grin. Thanks for everything, Iruka-sensei. So Naruto, now that the exams are over, what are you gonna do? Mizuki asked the boy with a smile. I'm gonna go over and celebrate at Ichiraku Ramen. Well, have fun. I gotta get back to work, Mizuki said and left the two. Hey Iruka-sensei. You wanna come with me to celebrate? Naruto asked the man. The Chunin shook his head. No. I have plenty of work to complete here and need to send the reports to the Hokage. You go and have fun. The blonde nodded and soon left the room with a leaf ninja headband shining on his forehead. Chapter 260, Tobirama's Suspicion and Mizuki's Trick. Hokage Office. Hiruzen had his crystal ball in front of him and watched as Naruto correctly performed the clone jutsu and Iruka handing him the leaf headband. He smiled as he looked at the boy's jubilant face. You passed your first hurdle. Now let's hope you and your two teammates can impress your Jonin teacher. He let go of the telescope jutsu and sat back in his chair as his mind went through other matters regarding the village. The Kage recalled the conversation he had with his predecessor earlier that day on the Nine Tails incident. Flashback. So today is the graduation day, huh? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki will be taking part in this exam, correct? Yes, sensei. Hiruzen nodded. I'll be leading the village for a day or two. There is something I need to confirm. Leading the village? But why? What would have you take such a huge risk? The Kage was surprised because since the day his sensei was reanimated, the man was adamant on staying hidden and helping only from the shadows. Something about the whole Nine Tails attack bothers me, Hiruzen, Tobirama said as he looked at his student. What do you mean, sensei? When I first heard of the incident and heard the perpetrator was an Uchiha, I thought that somehow Madara had returned to the living and was behind it. He was the only one known to control the beast. But after thinking it through, I'm sure it's not him, Tobirama said. Why do you say that? How do I put this? It's not his style. He had strong pride and he wouldn't choose to attack from the shadows like that. If it was really Madara, he would have declared it, or at the very least would have made sure we knew it was him. He was a powerful individual and even his name sparks fear. He knew that and would have taken advantage of it. Tobirama knew the Uchiha very well. How he thought and how he would act and respond. It was why he was certain that the Nine Tails incident was not Madara Uchiha's doing. There is also the fact that he is dead and has been for several decades. Aside from the reanimation jutsu, I don't know any other techniques that can bring an individual to life, Hiruzen said. Tobirama nodded, but Hiruzen still saw a sense of unease on his sensei's face. Even the possibility of Madara being alive really terrifies you, doesn't it? It's as if he left a scar on your psyche. The second Hokage looked at his student and spoke. I wanted to study Madara's body after his death, but my brother forbade it. So I made sure to hide his body in a secure location in the mountains in complete secrecy. I've ignored this for so long because someone finding the hidden location in the mountains is close to impossible, and breaking through the seals and entering Madara's tomb is even more difficult. And since there hasn't been any incidents or sightings of any Uchiha other than Itachi since the massacre, I figured the Uchiha who orchestrated the attack had died. Hiruzen was silent as he listened to his teacher. I thought it would be a waste of time to go search and check, and since we had more pressing matters to deal with, I ignored it. But now with that child graduating, you want to make sure. Hiruzen nodded as he understood his sensei's feeling. There were many times over the decades when Hiruzen had sent his shinobi to make sure the powerful enemies that were known to be dead were truly dead and gone. I understand, sensei. Tobirama nodded. I'll be gone for a day or two. It'll depend on what I find. I'm hoping that this whole endeavor is just a waste of time and nothing more. The two made plans and soon the second Hokage left the village in utmost secrecy. Flashback end. I wonder what Sensei is up to. Since he modified the jutsu and cancelled the reanimation contract, I can't see through him unless he lets me. Guess I'll just have to wait till he returns. The Hokage let go of his thoughts and decided to go back to his work. Ninja Academy. Outside the academy building, the parents of almost all students were present and they were all happy and proud seeing their child successfully become a ninja. Sasuke had exited the building a short while ago and seeing his classmates embraced by their parents made his heart yearn for his own. He put his hands in his pockets and quickly walked away with a stoic face, avoiding everyone. Shikamaru glanced at Sasuke's figure from the corner of his eyes and felt bad for the guy. He turned his attention to his smiling parents nearby. Thank God I don't have a crazy brother like his. You did well, Shikamaru. Your grades are even higher than usual. I guess you really do want to become a strong ninja, huh? Yoshino said with a small laugh. Shikamaru chuckled awkwardly. More like I don't want to hear you nag, Mom. Hey Shikaku. It's been a while. Looks like everyone is here. A voice came near them. The Nara commander turned his head and smiled at his friends Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka. Their children were with them as well, wearing their new leaf ninja headband. Come on, Dad. I want to go over to Sakura. Ino said as she looked around. Hinata has passed and Sakura just came out with a headband. So she passed. Looks like almost all of us passed. Now only Naruto is left. Inoichi sighed at her daughter's energy and nodded. Kids these days don't even want to spend time with their little old dads. Oh, let her have some fun, Inoichi. It's her graduation day after all. In fact, Shikamaru, why don't you join her? Yoshino said with a mischievous laugh. The young Nara groaned seeing his mom's face. This is such a drag. Despite complaining, he didn't disobey as he knew what his mother was like. Choji. Go on. Choza nodded and his son tagged along with Shikamaru and Ino. They three kids started to make their way towards Sakura when they saw Naruto exit the building with a big grin and a leaf headband tied to his forehead. Before they could move further, the trio immediately noticed the subdued energy and the barely hidden hostility from most of the adults surrounding them. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes and observed everyone and saw that they all discreetly had eyes on Naruto and were displeased seeing him with a headband. It wasn't just Shikamaru and his two friends that noticed the change. Hinata was also keeping an eye out and waiting for Naruto. When she saw him exit the building, she was extremely happy inside. I knew you could do it, Naruto. She wanted to congratulate him but was too shy and afraid. But she noticed some of the adults' faces turning from joy to frown as they looked at Naruto. It's the same as that day. Hinata paid close attention to what some of the adults were whispering. But it wasn't just Hinata. Most of the rookies noted the change and they were paying close attention. I can't believe he passed. What is Lord Hokage even thinking? A woman whispered to her friend as they crossed their arms and looked at Naruto with barely hidden hate. Letting that boy into the academy was a mistake in the first place. I thought he would fail, but now it was best if he was far away from here. What if he turns into the Mondash? Stop! We're not supposed to talk about that. Remember. What are you guys talking about? One of their kids asked. It's nothing. Listen, if you're ever on a mission with that boy, be very careful. The woman said to her child, pointing at Naruto. Naruto's classmate didn't understand the reason, but he nodded his head nonetheless. The two women stopped talking and quickly left the academy grounds with their kids. Similar murmurs were happening among most civilians and some ninja parents. Shikaku slightly frowned as he heard the whispered remarks. If nothing is done, then it seems even with Lord Hokage's law, their hate might soon pass down to their children. I'm truly sorry, Minato. Naruto saw some of his friends as he looked around. I can't wait to show them my headband. He saw Sakura a short distance away and was about to walk over and show her his headband, but the murmurs from the adults stopped him. Even though it looked like Naruto was ignoring them, the boy was paying close attention to what was being said. He heard every word they spoke, and the immense joy he felt after graduation quickly disappeared. He didn't want to look up and see the hateful faces of the adults. He even became hesitant to go near his friends. He didn't want them to see him like this. So vulnerable. I'll see her next week when Iruka-sensei announces the teams. I'm gonna get some ramen. I'm sure the old man and big sis will be happy to see me. Naruto decided to go to Ichiraku Ramen unaware that several eyes were on him. Several friends and one dangerous foe. Oh my god. You're wearing the headband. That means you passed. As soon as Naruto walked into Ichiraku Ramen, Ayame noticed the new item tied around Naruto's forehead. She was excited for him. Yup. I'm a ninja now. The depressed mood he had earlier vanished as soon as Naruto entered the store. He was happy seeing their reaction. Congratulations on passing your graduation exam, Naruto. I'm so happy for you. Ayame hugged the blonde as soon as he came near. Well done, kid. Take a seat. I'll get you something good. Teuchi got to work and soon Naruto had a big bowl of his favorite ramen in front of him. A premium miso ramen with extra pork. Just how you like it. It's on the house, kid. Naruto's smile widened as he looked at the two people. Thank you for the food, old man. Teuchi and Ayame smiled as they saw the boy dig in. To Naruto, the ramen tasted much better than usual. At least there are some people that care about me. I will make this village acknowledge me one day. I'm gonna be a great ninja, and when I become Hokage, everyone's gonna respect me. The boy ate his food and talked about his exam with Ayame and Teuchi. So who do you want to be on a team with Naruto? Is it your dear Sakura? Ayame had a teasing smile as she looked at the slightly blushing boy. Come on, Ayame, stop teasing the poor kid. Teuchi said as he made more ramen. But it's so cute seeing his reaction. Now who do you not want on your team? Ayame asked, and Naruto instantly had an answer. That jerk Sasuke. I really hope Iruka-sensei doesn't put him on my team. I can't stand that arrogant bastard. Language Naruto. Sorry, old man. His time at Ichiraku Ramen went well and soon Naruto was on his way home. I wonder who will be my teammates. I want Sakura to be the second member, but who will be the third? Maybe Kiba. Or Choji. It'll be cool if it was one of those guys. Hinata is okay too, I guess. If it's Shikamaru. I don't know if I can deal with his lazy but... I guess it's fine. I don't want Ino. She sure can be bossy when she wants to be. Shino is, kinda creepy. And definitely not that bastard Sasuke. Anyone but him. The blonde boy prayed in his heart. He was on a less traveled street in the village, and when turned a corner he saw Mizuki waiting nearby. The Chunin instructor saw Naruto and gave the boy a small wave. Hey Mizuki-sensei. Didn't you say you had some work to finish? Naruto asked the Chunin with a big smile. Yeah. I still do. In fact, it's why I'm here. The Chunin replied, coming near the boy. The small street was empty save for the two. One of the reasons Mizuki chose this spot. Naruto was confused by that statement. What do you mean? Mizuki smiled at the kid and told him the reason he was there. Naruto. I'm here because there is one more test for the graduation exam. Chapter 261, A Fake Test and a Bad Omen. With Naruto and Mizuki. Naruto. I'm here because there is one more test for the graduation exam. One more test? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. I've never heard of any tests. What's going on? What do you mean, Mizuki-sensei? I've never heard of another test. The Academy Chunin smiled. There is a reason for that. The graduation test you just took was to see who can become a Chunin. The test you need to take will determine who really becomes a genin. It can even help with team placements and final ranks in class. This test is kept a secret so the new recruits don't cheat. Naruto's eyes widened and he grinned in excitement. If I can pass this test, then maybe I can get a higher grade than Sasuke. Awesome. Alright sensei, what's the test? Mizuki took a small scroll from his pocket and rolled it open. He showed it to the eager student and explained. This scroll contains a list of tasks assigned from the most difficult to the least difficult. Some tasks would be to retrieve small items, some tasks would be to follow others under stealth. Others will be for combat. There are some rules, but I'll explain that later. Naruto looked at the scroll and saw Sasuke's name right next to the second task. He also saw several of his friends' names as well next to the tasks on the list. Wait, is everyone in class already participating in this? Naruto asked the Chunin. Most of them. Some declined. But your friends? Yes. They've already chosen their assignments. The higher the difficulty, the more points you'll get. Sasuke chose the second task, which is to fight a Chunin. The only task more difficult than that is the retrieval of a scroll from the Hokage tower. Mizuki carefully kept an eye on Naruto and watched with hidden glee as the boy's eyes narrowed when hearing the words. Bruise your ego and you'll do exactly what I want. But that task is way too difficult. Too much for a fresh ordinary genin. Mizuki shrugged and said in a nonchalant manner. Now then, why don't you choose a task to complete from the middle? I'm sure you can pass that and get a good ranking. Naruto was silent for a few seconds before asking the question that was on his mind. Hey Mizuki-sensei, if I were to complete the first task, how many points would I get? So predictable. Naruto. Retrieving the scroll is way too difficult. You should pick something else. Mizuki said as if trying to change his mind. Please sensei. Just tell me. Well, that's the toughest challenge on the list. If you were to complete that, then you would automatically become Rookie of the Year. Those words brought a big grin to the boy's face. Awesome. I'll be the Rookie of the Year instead of that jerk. Okay sensei. I've decided. I'm going to take the scroll from the Hokage tower. Are you sure about this, Naruto? Yes. Now tell me the rules. Well, I'll give you information on what scroll you need to retrieve, where it's located and where to bring it. Now remember, your friends have already chosen their tasks. And some of them include surveillance on their classmates and battling. So make sure you don't interact with them or get caught, or you might lose points. Mizuki said, and Naruto paid close attention and eagerly nodded to everything. When you reach the final location, wait for me. Till I get to you, your test won't end. So keep that in mind. The information you need is here. Mizuki said and handed Naruto a small paper with the details inside. Naruto looked at the paper and soon put it in his pocket. He thought about how to get past the guards and he had a mischievous grin on his face. Sweet. This is gonna be easy. Good luck, Naruto. The Chunin instructor said with a smile. Thanks. Next time you see me, I'm gonna be Rookie of the Year. Believe it! The next second Naruto took off and a kind smile fell from Mizuki's face. You have no idea what's in store for you, brat. A moment later Mizuki vanished from his spot in a puff of smoke and left the area, unaware that his conversation was overhead and seen by two people. Fire Country border. Same time. In a casino near the Land of Waterfall, one of the legendary Sannin was having a great time. As Tsunade used the slot machine, Shizune and Taunton came near. Ah! The hot spring here is wonderful. I haven't felt this good in a while. The young medic said as she sat down watching her teacher lose again. Maybe you should try something else, Lady Tsunade. Just one more roll, Shizune. The blonde Sannin said and pulled the lever on the machine and the dial on the screen started to rotate. It was nice of them to invite us to an all-expenses-paid vacation at this new casino. Although I'm pretty sure they did it because they knew you'd lose every coin and bring them huge profits. Tsunade drank some sake and looked at her student with a smirk. Does it really matter? I'm having fun, you're having fun. Let's just enjoy ourselves, she said and leaned back in her chair. But the next second something the two women didn't expect happened. All three dials on the slot machine screen landed on jackpot and coins were coming out of the machine. Tsunade had won. The blonde woman looked at the pile of coins and then the screen in terror. I won. This can't be. This isn't good. Winning is a bad omen. The two medic ninjas were shocked as they saw the results. Shizun was surprised, but quickly it turned into excitement. Oh my god. My lady, you won. You won. This is a lot more than I expected. She turned to face her teacher, but instead of excitement she saw dread on the woman's face. What's wrong, my lady? Tsunade jerkily turned to her student. Shizun. Remember what happened the last time I won a bet? Shizun recalled the incident. Wasn't that with Daichi just before we? Her eyes widened in realization. No. Lady Tsunade, you don't think. Pack everything quickly. We need to get out of here right now. Tsunade stood from her spot and became vigilant. Shizun nodded and quickly took the winnings and stored them in a scroll. Within minutes the master and apprentice medics left the casino and was on the road. Tsunade's mind was running a mile a minute. Why now? What's going to happen? Is something going to happen to me or Shizun? Or is it Daichi or someone else? Leaf Village. Shikamaru, Choji and Ino were walking through the village streets talking about what happened at the academy. I still don't get it. What secret about Naruto are they all hiding? Ino said as she racked her brain for a possible explanation. Just forget about it, Ino. Let it go. It's not our business. Shikamaru said. Now you're just repeating what our dad said. Come on. Aren't you the least bit curious? Ino asked, and Choji was also paying attention to Shikamaru. They must have a good reason. Shikamaru said nothing more than that and just kept walking. Naruto seemed pretty bummed out. Where do you think he went? Choji asked. My money is on that ramen store. Ichiraku Ramen. After that maybe he went home. The Nara replied with a shrug. Should we, Munch, go find him? Well, I think we should dash. Just as Shikamaru was deciding on what to do, he saw Hinata coming towards them running. His eyes narrowed as he saw the panicked expression on the girl's face. Hinata. What are you doing here? Ino asked, looking at the girl. Hinata was unsure as to what to say, but the three others could see that something was amiss. What's wrong? Shikamaru asked the girl. It's Naruto. I think he might be in trouble. The Hyuga replied, and the others were alarmed. What are you talking about? Ino asked her friend. I was on my way to see Naruto, and I saw him talking with Mizuki. Mizuki-sensei? Ino and Choji were confused as to why that was a problem, but Shikamaru's eyes instantly narrowed and he was on alert. Hinata. Tell us everything you saw and every word Mizuki said to Naruto. Don't leave anything out. The other two were also paying attention as the Hyuga began recapping what happened. Flashback. Hinata was on her way back home, but halfway through she decided to find Naruto and congratulate him. I can do this. Just wish him well. Yes. She somehow found the courage and turned around and started searching for the blonde boy. Hinata used her Byakugan and soon found her crush. She was hesitant for a few moments. She took a deep breath and gathered up the strength to go over to him, but stopped, seeing as someone else was also there for Naruto. Mizuki-sensei? What is he doing with Naruto? She looked around with her Byakugan and saw that another person was also eavesdropping on Mizuki and Naruto's conversation. But what's he doing here? She knew how Mizuki really felt about Naruto, so she ignored the other person and concentrated on the conversation between the Chunin and the new Jinin. She was not able to hear what was being said, but she was able to read lips. Another test? I've hadn't gotten any tests. She saw the list and the tasks written down and saw her name and her friends' names on the list. He's lying. But why is he doing this? No, Naruto. Don't. Please don't do it. But her hope was in vain. She watched helplessly as Mizuki tricked Naruto into taking the task at the top of the scroll. Hinata quickly memorized the contents of the paper Mizuki gave her friend and saw the Chunin's face turn malicious after Naruto left. Mizuki left seconds after and Hinata saw the other hidden eavesdropper leave as well. No. They're gone. What should I do? Who do I go to for help? Daichi said to go to Iruka-sensei, but will he believe me? At that time she remembered that she wasn't the only one who knew what Mizuki was really like. Shikamaru. He'd know what to do. Hinata quickly rushed through the streets of the village looking all around. It wasn't long before she spotted Shikamaru with Ino and Choji. Flashback end. Wait. Another test? What's Mizuki-sensei talking about? Ino was surprised to hear that. Yeah. I thought we had already graduated. Choji spoke looking to his friend for an explanation. We did. There is no other test. Mizuki lied. He tricked Naruto. Shikamaru replied in a grave tone. But why? At Ino's question Shikamaru turned to Hinata. Mizuki wanted Naruto to steal some scroll for him. I think that's what this is all about. Hinata. You said you read the paper Mizuki gave Naruto, right? What was the name of the scroll he wanted Naruto to take? The Forbidden Scroll. Shikamaru's eyes widened. He heard the name of that scroll before. I've overheard Dad once talking about that scroll. The Forbidden Scroll contains some of the village's most powerful and dangerous jutsus. Only the Hokage has access to it, and some high-level jonin can take a look inside the scroll with the Hokage's permission. At least that's what I know. Hinata, Ino, and Choji immediately understood the danger of the situation. Wait. If a scroll like that gets stolen then, it'll be chaos in the village. And if it falls into the hands of another village, there's no telling what might happen. Shikamaru's words clearly told them the seriousness of the situation. We need to tell someone. Yeah. I agree with Hinata. I think we should tell the Hokage about this right now. Ino said, but Shikamaru was silent. What are we going to do? Choji asked his friend. Hold on. Let me just think. The young Nara kneeled and brought his hands together. He closed his eyes and thought about the best way to proceed. What do we do? How do we get Naruto out of this mess and trap Mizuki? A minute passed in silence and the other 3 academy graduates were getting anxious. Suddenly Shikamaru opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at the other 3 and knew they would be with him to help Naruto. I have a plan. I need you guys to do exactly as I say. Chapter 262, Sasuke's Choice and Shikamaru's Plan. Sasuke Uchiha left the Ninja Academy and was walking down a riverside road. Anyone who looked at him could see that he was distracted by something. He wanted to clear his mind and was simply roaming the village through some random roads. I've become a Genin, but I haven't even awakened my Sharingan yet. Damn it. Itachi was in Umbu by the time he was 12 with fully matured Sharingan. I've been training so hard, but it feels like I haven't made any progress. So what am I doing wrong? The Uchiha sighed and slightly shook his head. His mind soon came to the subject of his team. I wonder who my teammates are going to be. No matter who they are, they'll only slow me down. I need to get much stronger. I need to become strong enough to fight and defeat Daichi. Only then will I be able to defeat Itachi. At that moment Sasuke sighed and somehow the conversation he had with Daichi during their last spar popped into his mind. Flashback. Hey, I know I've asked this before, but do you think that if I show the teachers what I can really do, I might be able to get an apprenticeship with an experienced jonin like you? Sasuke asked as he blocked Daichi's punch. The Uchiha could see Daichi's hesitance to reply and immediately knew the answer to that question. Of course not. Despite my talents, I'm still not on the same level of skill and strength as Daichi. Sasuke, you're a talented dash. Stop! Just stop. Sasuke stopped the fight and looked at his rival. A few seconds later he sighed and looked at the sky. I spend time here with you for 2 reasons. 1, because you're stronger than me and fighting you is the only way I can get stronger. At least right now. And I hate admitting that. 2, you don't try to coddle me like most people I meet nowadays. The Uchiha turned his head and looked Daichi dead in the eye. Just give me a straight answer. Daichi looked at his friend and nodded. Fine. The answer to your question. No. While you're strong and far ahead of your peers, I don't think you'll be under an apprenticeship when you graduate. You'll be part of a standard 4-member Genin squad. Sasuke nodded and the two continued to spar. They weren't having an intense fight but were trying to improve their basic taijutsu skills and techniques. Who do you think my teammates are going to be? At Sasuke's question, a smirk formed on Daichi's face which brought confusion to the Uchiha. Daichi, you know something I don't? A lot of things actually. The Genin said with a small laugh. HN. Seeing Sasuke's irritated face, Daichi chuckled but gave an answer. I'm not sure. But anyone could be a part of your team. Even Naruto. The Uchiha groaned tiredly. Of all people. I doubt I'd remain sane for long with that knucklehead on my team. Someone like him, he'd only drag me down. You know, he and you are a lot alike. Daichi said, jumping over Sasuke's leg sweep and sent a fast jab towards Sasuke's shoulder. The academy student moved out of the way and quickly got up facing his opponent. Please. He and I are nothing alike. Oh, you'd be surprised. Both of you suffered tragedies and lost parents. Granted he doesn't know his family, but still, I imagine the pain he feels of not knowing is quite significant. You both have high ambition. And he works hard once he sets his mind to something. Just like you. Sasuke had stopped mid-battle and jumped back. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Daichi with a frown. The Genin could see anger bubbling beneath the somewhat calm face. You're really comparing that idiot to me? You think he even spends half his time training like I do? You think he knows the kind of loss and pain I feel? Not the same kind of pain you've experienced, but he has felt immense pain and heartache. There was a time when he had no one he could count on for help. Sasuke, what happened to you was bad, but you do not want to switch places with him. Trust me on that. Daichi was serious as he said the words and Sasuke realized that. The Genin continued. And as for training, I've seen him push himself till he can barely stand. You shouldn't underestimate him. I don't. Sasuke was surprised at that admission. You're not just saying that, are you? You really do mean it. Yes. HN. Well, unlike you, I don't have overwhelming blind faith that he's suddenly going to be strong. You'll eat those words one day. Daichi said laughing. The two continued to spar and soon when night came they went their separate ways. Flashback end. Sasuke then recalled the match he had with Naruto a few hours ago at the academy. He definitely trained his chakra control and his shuriken skills were a lot better than I thought. Still, it would be hectic if he was on a team with me. Sasuke was about to turn a corner but a conversation stopped him in his tracks. Naruto. I'm here because there is one more test for the graduation exam. One more test? That's Mizuki and Naruto. What are they talking about? A second graduation test? The Uchiha was surprised to hear that. He concealed his presence and carefully listened to the two. As the conversation progressed, he was even more shocked by what he heard, and by the end of it the Uchiha had a rough idea of what was happening. Good luck, Naruto. The Chunin instructor said with a smile. Thanks. Next time you see me, I'm gonna be Rookie of the Year. Believe it! A few moments later he sensed that both parties had left the area. This must be Mizuki's trick. He's looking to use Naruto for his own gains. Whatever. It's not my problem if that idiot gets himself into trouble. Sasuke turned around and decided to head straight home. He decided to ignore the predicament Naruto was in and made the decision to focus on himself. He made his way to the front gates of his clan compound and stopped. He looked at the Uchiha symbol carved on the gates and his hands clenched into a fist. Damn it. Why am I even hesitating? Whatever trouble Naruto is in, it's not my business. So then, why can't I ignore it? The Uchiha let out a deep breath of air and closed his eyes. That damn Mizuki. He even dragged in my name. Still to make Naruto steal a scroll from the Hokage tower. He should know he'll be caught when they catch Naruto. So what's his plan here? Sasuke opened his eyes and turned around. Since he had the nerve to use me in his trap, it's only fair that I see what he's up to. He must have some larger plan, he'd be a complete idiot otherwise. Suddenly another thought emerged in his head. If I take a traitorous Chunin down, will the Hokage make an exception for me? If I capture Mizuki and retrieve whatever scroll he wanted Naruto to take, will the Hokage make me part of a two-man team like Daichi? A small smile slowly formed on the boy's face. Whatever the case, I'm far too curious now to just let this go. He began making his way to the Hokage tower. I need to make sure I'm out of Naruto and Mizuki's sight. I need to find out what's really happening before I make my move. With Shikamaru, I have a plan. I need you guys to do exactly as I say. Shikamaru said, and the others nodded. Come on, I'll explain everything, but right now, let's move from this spot. Shikamaru led his friends to a more secluded place, and after having Hinata confirm that they were alone, he laid out his plan. Okay. For the moment we can't tell anyone or alert anyone to the situation. Ino and Hinata were surprised at that strategy, but Choji kept silent. He had great trust in his friend. What? Why? The smartest thing right now would be to inform the Jonins or the Hokage. The young Nara shook his head at Ino. No. For one thing, we don't know if he's working alone or if has some team with him. If we tell some random Jonin what we know and he turns out to be Mizuki's friend or partner, we'd be in trouble. And even if we do tell the Hokage, Mizuki might get captured, but if he has any accomplices, then they might get away. What makes you so sure he has anyone helping him? Ino asked. Because it's what I'd do. If I was going to betray the village, I'd need backup or at the very least a distraction. It'd be a dumb plan otherwise. He's just a Chunin Academy instructor. For him to choose to become a missing ninja, he'd need a strong team, or he knows for sure he'll get protection once he leaves the village. What about your dads? Hinata asked nervously. Ino sighed at that question. I'm pretty sure they're out drinking. It's been a while since they all met, and since it's our graduation, this was an excuse for them to get drunk together. I don't even know where to start to look for them. So right now we can't tell anyone? Then what do we do? Choji asked. We need to make sure Mizuki is caught red-handed. Or the theft of the scroll will be blamed on Naruto. What if? What if we tell Naruto the truth? He'd believe us, right? Even though Hinata asked that question, it was as if deep down she knew the answer herself. Shikamaru was silent for a few moments and then shook his head. I don't like saying this, but right now, I don't think Naruto would believe us. Why not? We're his friends, right? Shikamaru turned to Choji and sighed. Yes. But you have to see it from his perspective. Mizuki is a respected Chunin teacher, and Naruto doesn't know about Mizuki's hatred. And remember what he said to Naruto. According to him, we're all participating in this exam. Mizuki specifically told Naruto not to trust us or listen to us. If we confront Naruto now, I'm not sure how he'd react. Arg. That idiot. Even if it's a fake test, why did he have to choose the test to steal the scroll from the Hokage tower? Come on, Ino, I thought you figured him out by now. For Naruto, after that defeat today against Sasuke, this was the perfect way to get even and show him up. It's why he chose that task. Shikamaru replied, and Ino slumped her shoulders. I have to give Mizuki credit. He knew just what to say to push Naruto's buttons. Sounds like Mizuki really thought this through. Ino realized that Mizuki had thought his plan out well and that it wouldn't be easy to beat him. So what do we do right now? We have to do something. I agree. Mizuki is being meticulous. He'll be extremely careful for the next several hours. We need to trap him and anyone helping him when he meets with Naruto for the exchange. But we only just graduated. If there is someone helping Mizuki, they'd at least be Chunin or maybe even Jonin. Right? Choji was nervous as he realized that a battle might be inevitable. I know. The four of us won't stand a chance. That's why we'll need everyone for this. Shikamaru turned to Ino. Ino. I need you to get Sakura and Shino. I'm sure you can find Sakura quickly and Shino might be at the insectarium near his clan compound. Find them quickly and then make sure to stock up on your ninja gear. We'll be going up against shinobi with experience, so we need to set a trap and fight smarter. In addition to the usual gear, get smoke bombs, flash grenades, and flares. Right. Ino nodded in confidence. Shikamaru then turned to his oldest friend. Choji. I need you to find Kiba. He should be at the veterinary hospital or at his clan. Find him and stock up on gear. Tell him what's going on. We'll need his tracking skills. But make sure that no one else finds out. Got it. What will you be doing? Ino asked. I'm going to keep an eye on the surroundings of the Hokage Tower along with Hinata. But spying on the Hokage Tower? That's really dangerous. The Nara sighed. I know. What a drag. If we just blatantly spy on the Hokage, we'll get caught and we'll definitely be in trouble. We just need to keep an eye out for Naruto. He turned to the Hyuga of the group. Hinata. We're going to keep an eye on Naruto, but from a distance. We know he'll be at the Hokage Tower, so that's our location. Your Byakugan will be of great help. The white-eyed girl instantly went red-faced. My eyes. On Naruto. ARR. Hinata. Can you do it? Shikamaru asked in a deadpan tone. The Hyuga girl clenched her hands and eagerly nodded her head. Why yes. You can count on me, Shikamaru. Her strong determination showed in her voice and face. The future Ino Shikacho team sweat dropped seeing the strong reaction from the usually timid girl. Shikamaru continued with his plan. Right. Anyway, lucky for us, I'm sure Naruto won't make a move till the sun goes down, so that gives us some time to prepare. Shikamaru tore a small portion of his clothes and handed them to Ino and Choji. Once you two find the others and are ready, use that to find me and Hinata. But make sure to be as discreet as possible, and above all else, we can't be seen by Naruto or Mizuki. So don't draw attention. That's gonna be hard since I'm a charming figure, but it's not impossible. Despite the serious situation, Ino couldn't help but give a cheeky reply. Shikamaru sighed. Oh brother. Whatever. Remember. This is most important. We're following Naruto into danger and there's a good chance we'd be risking our lives. There could be Chunin or Jonin enemies. This is really dangerous. If anyone wants to back out, now is the time. It won't change anything. Shikamaru looked at the three and saw that none of them were willing to back down. He smiled and nodded. Good luck everyone. Let's go. The next second, the four newly graduated ninjas vanished from their spot. Chapter 263, Shikamaru's Plan 2. Fire Capital. Kakashi and Daichi were escorting their client through the streets of the capital. It wasn't long before they reached a large mansion. Daichi immediately recognized the building. This is Lord Taji's home. Lord Taji. So this is the home of the minister in charge of overseeing businesses, huh? I assume he wants a report. Kakashi had never met the man, but he had heard of him. Ryoma nodded. Indeed. After everything that has happened, he wanted me to give him an update as soon as I returned. I'm sure he would also want to speak with you too. And I have a feeling he'd be delighted to see you again, Daichi. The Jonin and Jinin nodded. I'm also somewhat curious about the prisoner that was taken, Kakashi said as he put his book back in his pouch. The guards standing in front of the gates immediately recognized Daichi and Ryoma, the dealmaker. Soon the two were escorted inside for a meeting with the minister. Within a few minutes, the third minister of the Fire Capital came to greet them. The two ninjas and their client bowed and straightened. Lord Taji smiled as he looked at the three. Welcome. I take it, the journey back was pleasant? Yes, my lord. After dealing with the small interruption at the inn, everything proceeded smoothly. Ryoma replied. Wonderful. So what was their response? Taji asked his man. They agreed to cease all hostilities and agreed for an alliance. They'll be here next week. A merger between the two is in the works, but it will only move forward if their children agree. I'll have a report within the day, sir. Good. Lord Taji smiled and turned his attention to the two ninjas. Kakashi Hatake. I've heard quite a lot about you. You have an impressive reputation. Thank you, Lord Taji. The Jonin smiled and gave a small nod. The minister turned his attention to the Genin and his smile widened as he looked at the boy. Hello, Daichi. How have you been? Very well, sir. Thank you. How is your nephew, Leorio? He's doing well. It was a difficult few months for him emotionally after that whole ordeal, but he's now back to his old self. The minister replied joyfully. I'm glad to hear that. You also protected my friend here and found the spy hidden amongst them. Thank you. Your skills are very impressive. But there is something I wanted to ask. Why did you let the attackers get away? Was it really to get information on Yuta Jinjara? Taji asked the question that Kakashi and Daichi were expecting. I didn't know if there were any other threats aside from Yuta present at that meeting. Capturing and interrogating them would have taken time, and those ninjas had suicide jutsus as contingencies. They were just hired hands, and it would have been more trouble than it was worth, and we wouldn't have found the evidence needed in time. So we made a deal with them. Information in exchange for freedom. Our priority was to protect the client, and this felt like the easiest way. The minister listened and nodded. I see. HM. You're right. I don't care about the methods, but the results. And they speak for themselves. We now have two of the biggest resource corporations working together and have evidence against another conducting illegal operations. Well done. Thank you. The Genin replied with a short respectful bow. Lord Taji, has Yuta given you anything? Ryoma asked. We're still interrogating him, but it seems he was only tasked with sending information about the Satoru Corporation to Fujin. He doesn't know any credible information about his father's company. To think Fujin would sacrifice and make his own son a spy from such a young age. To Fujin, his son was just another piece on the board. All to further his goals. Ryoma spoke in a low tone. Lord Taji sighed as he thought about the young man currently being interrogated by his men. His mind then briefly went to Junichiro. It's such a sad fate. Good men being obligated and forced to follow the path of evil men. But such is life. The minister didn't dwell on the negative thoughts for long. He put on a cheerful face and looked at the two-man ninja team. I'll have accommodations prepared for you too. Now that your mission is completed, you're more than welcome to rest and relax here for as long as you need. While Daichi considered it a grateful gesture, he wanted to get back to the village as soon as possible. Kakashi glanced at his student out of the corner of his eyes and knew Daichi wanted to get home quickly to see his friends. The graduation exam is today. I'm sure he's eager to see them. With that in mind, Kakashi spoke. We appreciate the offer, Lord Taji, but I'm afraid Daichi and I have to head back to the village now that our mission is completed. The minister looked to the Genin and saw the boy give a small nod. Very well then. Next time. Have a safe journey back home. The third minister and Ryoma said their goodbyes to the two ninjas, and soon Kakashi and his student left the mansion. In half an hour they left the capital and were slowly making their way back home. The genin was hopping through the trees thinking about what Naruto and Mizuki were up to in the village. What's going on right now? Did Mizuki use the same trick or did something else happen? Kakashi looked at Daichi and his eyes slightly narrowed. He seems off. Are you alright, Daichi? The jonin's question brought the boy out of his thoughts. He looked at his teacher from the corner of his eyes. Why do you ask, sensei? You seem... How do I put this? Distracted. The boy chuckled hearing that. I'm fine, sensei. Just a lot on my mind. Daichi gave a smooth reply and kept a cool face as he looked forward. Kakashi looked at his student for a few more seconds before he shook his head and decided to ignore it. I'm sure it's nothing. Must be thinking about some new jutsu. Probably. The silver-haired ninja took out his orange book and flipped to the marked page and slowly began continuing from where he left off. With Shikamaru and Hinata. Shikamaru and Hinata were atop a small building a short distance away from the Hokage Tower. They were hidden in a corner that wasn't easily visible to everyone. Shikamaru sat in his spot and let out a deep breath. This area has a good vantage point. We'll be able to see if there is any movement or if anyone is scouting out the tower. Do you think Naruto is going to escape through this section? Hinata asked, and the Nara Genin nodded his head. Yeah. If I'm right, Naruto's gonna enter the tower through the lower entrance, and then once he has the scroll he'll most likely exit through this area. But do you think he'll get the scroll? If the Hokage or his guards are present he won't be able to escape. Hinata said. Yeah. If he stumbles into the Hokage or anyone else, he'll be in trouble. Well, let's see what happens. Shikamaru replied, and he soon got comfortable. But despite his relaxed posture he was alert and on the lookout for any suspicious movements. The two sat there in silence while Hinata occasionally used her Byakugan to keep an eye on her surroundings. Shikamaru had warned her to keep an eye on anyone moving suspiciously. As she used her Byakugan she asked her friend a question that's been on her mind. Sure, Shikamaru. If we can't tell any Jonin or Chunin, then why don't we tell the Hokage about this? He'd believe us, right? He knows Naruto wouldn't steal a scroll out of the blue. Right? Shikamaru was silent and sighed. You don't think he'd believe us? The Nara shook his head. No. I'm pretty sure he will. If we tell him what we know, what you heard, I'm sure he'd believe us and take our words at face value. Then why aren't we? Hearing that response, Hinata was confused as to why Shikamaru wasn't taking that option. Two reasons mainly. Number 1. Mizuki knowing about the existence of the Forbidden Scroll isn't that surprising. But knowing where to find it in the tower and how to get it, that's a whole different story. That's information he couldn't have gotten without high-level access. Someone in the Hokage Tower or someone who once worked there must have tipped him off. Mizuki isn't dumb enough to believe he can fool the entire village and get away with it on his own. At least I don't think he is. So someone must be helping him. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. And we don't know if the spy is still there or not. If we alert the Hokage he would come to the same conclusion I have, and I'm betting he's going to take the wait-and-see approach. He'd probably let Naruto take the scroll in order to draw out the spy and catch Mizuki in the act, clearing Naruto's name. I'm also sure he'd also have an Umbu or two shadow Naruto to make sure he wouldn't get into any trouble. Hinata's eyes widened. Then why aren't we going inside the tower and warning him? That's reason number 2. Shikamaru said, raising his second finger. We just graduated from the academy. We should be celebrating with our family and friends. We have no business seeing the Hokage at this time. So if we go into the tower to meet with Lord Hokage and the spy or anyone who knows what's going on see us or finds out about our meeting, they get suspicious and alert Mizuki and things could get chaotic fast. Shikamaru remembered the words his father once said to him during a shogi match. Vigilance and paranoia are not your enemy, Shikamaru. We should take into account every possible possibility, no matter how minuscule. Our greatest strength lies in anticipating our enemy's next several moves before they even know to make them. Checkmate. Shikaku moved a crucial piece and defeated his son in another match. Aw man. The boy slumped and laid back down. The genin came out of his memories and looked at Hinata. We can't take any risks and tip our hand. You eavesdropping on Mizuki's conversation was lucky, but we don't want to push it. We need to be careful on how we proceed. Hinata nodded and was silent for a few moments before she made another query. But then what about our parents? We can trust them. Yeah, we can. But we can't tell them. Not yet. Seeing the girl's questioning gaze, Shikamaru sighed and began explaining. Our parents would believe us. Yes. But they would be obligated to inform the Hokage of what's going on. Even if we told them that we have a well-made plan to catch Mizuki and make sure the scroll would be returned, they wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. They wouldn't listen to kids that just got headbands a few hours ago. We just graduated, Hinata. We're not even assigned to genin teams yet. Our parents have an obligation to the Hokage. They wouldn't keep sensitive information like this to themselves. They'd wait for Lord Hokage's orders. And we're back to my first reasoning. But we have to tell him. We can't keep this a secret for long. I agree. Shikamaru took out a small sheet of paper and a pen from his pocket and began writing something. After Naruto takes the scroll and leaves the tower, I'll have a message delivered to the Hokage in secret explaining everything. He'd make the needed arrangements. Okay. The two entered a comfortable silence while they kept an eye out for anyone suspicious. A short while later, Shikamaru spoke. Are you worried about him? Hinata looked at her friend's face and instantly knew who he was talking about, and she blushed. Yes. She didn't say anything else, and the Nara smirked, seeing her expression. Don't worry. It'll all be fine. Everything's gonna work out fine. Hinata nodded and looked ahead as the sun disappeared and night fell. I hope so. Fire capital, Ryoma's home. The dealmaker was in his office and had completed the report a few minutes ago. As he sat in his chair and relaxed, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. As if his vision was going dark. He shook his head for a few moments and everything seemed to return to normal. He immediately stood up and looked around. Seeing nothing amiss and sensing no one's presence but his own, he sat down in his chair and let out a breath. I must be more tired than I thought. I better send this to Lord Taji and get some sleep. Ryoma took the report of his negotiations with the two corporations and sealed it in a scroll. He went outside and had one of his men deliver it to the minister and soon went to bed. Neither Ryoma nor his guards sensed the presence of an intruder leaving the compound in the shadows. Chapter 264, A Sacrificial Lamb. Fire Capital. A ninja stood inside Ryoma's room, hidden in the darkness and silently observing him. The subordinate of the third minister was unaware of this individual's presence and was steadily completing his mission report. It wasn't long before he finished it, and at that moment the intruder made his move. Jinjutsu art, timeless haze. In mere moments Ryoma was under the intruder's illusion technique and was sitting in his chair motionless. The shinobis slowly appeared from the shadows and walked towards Ryoma. This will put you under while I get what I need. He immediately began going through the mission report that was just done and quickly memorized every detail and even made a copy. The spy Fujin sent was caught, and now the two major corporations are forming an alliance. The young master won't be happy about this. He read the details of the alliance and merger between the two parties and gave a light sigh. The unknown ninja completed his work in a couple of minutes, and the next moment he was out of the room. He dispelled the illusion jutsu holding Ryoma and quietly made his exit. The ninja was exceptional in stealth and quickly made his way to his destination with the new information. It wasn't long before he reached a small palace and entered through a secret tunnel. He soon stood in front of his master's room and knocked on the door. "Come in." The shinobi entered and gave a small bow before taking a scroll from his pocket. "I have the information you wanted, young master." "Ah yes. Perfect. I can always count on you, Otoja." The shinobi who entered Ryoma's residence in secret was the loyal guard of the youngest Prince Katsuya Hinu. The third prince immediately went through the report and noted the most important details as Hotoja stood silently. The smile on Katsuya's face widened by the time he finished the document. "Wonderful. Everything's going according to plan." The prince couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to Hotoja with a teasing grin. Hotoja was surprised to see his master's reaction. "I thought you'd be angry or at the very least annoyed, seeing that Fujin Jinjira's company would soon be shut down. You spent quite a bit of money over the last 4 years on strengthening his company." "I did. And it was for this exact reason." "You helped him to fail?" Seeing his subordinate's confusion, the third prince began explaining. "Over 5 years ago, I had been gathering information on most businesses running in and around Fire Country. One in particular caught my eye. The Silverwood Logging Company. Fujin Jinjira's company." The prince nodded. "Yes. While similar businesses were struggling due to the two giants Satoru and Rising Sun, Fujin's company was steadily growing. I found it odd and ordered a secret in-depth investigation. It took some time, but I soon came to know of his spies in the two major companies feeding him intel. Fujin used that intelligence to create tension and skirmishes between the two corporations." Hotoja began to understand the situation. Slowing down their growth while strengthening his own. "Precisely. And it was at that moment I came up with an idea. Can you guess what that is, Hotoja?" The prince's subordinate was silent for several moments as he thought about all the information he had. A minute later his eyes widened. "The only thing I can think of that's profitable from this whole endeavor is if you wanted the alliance of the Satoru Corporation and Rising Sun Corporation." "Exactly. But if the goal was the merger of the two companies, then why did you secretly help Fujin build his company and help him with the funds? Why not use those resources to assist the other two?" The prince shook his head negatively. "Even if I did, they would have kept going at it and they wouldn't have agreed to an alliance. It would have been a waste of time and energy. Their ego and hate was too big. So I decided to strengthen the enemy they already had and make him a common foe they could rally against when the time came. I gave Fujin's company a boost in capital with several conditions in place. With my help, his growth increased significantly to the point he was beginning to threaten the other two. The only way they could keep growing was to stop fighting each other. They were beginning to realize that even if they didn't like it." Hotoja's eyes widened. "Wait. The mission you sent Kaien on a couple months ago. It was to meet with Tsuyoshi Satoru and Yamamoto Hicher in secret. I'm the one who ordered them to meet for a possible negotiation and alliance. And the moment I learned that it was Kakashi and Daichi sent to guard Ryoma, I knew the mission would be a success and the spy would be captured." Hotoja was silent as he went over the whole scenario. Tsuyoshi and Yamamoto hated each other's guts, but they feared their company's ruin more. Young Master created a common enemy for them to unite against. A sacrificial lamb. All of this plan, created and set in motion years before today. How frightening. Now do you understand my reasoning for giving aid to that man Fujin and his company for the last 4 years? Hotoja looked up at his master and nodded. "Yes. But young master, even if this was the plan from the start, won't you suffer some losses with the destruction of the Fujin company? Since you wanted your involvement with him a secret, you won't be able to recuperate the losses when the third minister shuts him down." The grin on Katsuya's face slightly widened and a dark, dangerous glint was in his eyes. "Not exactly, Hotoja. Fire Country. Fujin Jinjira's home." Fujin Jinjira, the head of the Silverwood Logging Company, was currently tied to a chair and was bleeding all over. He was tortured for information for over an hour. In a weak voice he spoke to the man who stood near him. Please. I told you everything. Nobody knows about my deal with Lord Katsuya." There is no evidence. Please believe me. Fujin pleaded with every bit of his strength. A man shrouded in black and dark red garments silently stared at the man for several seconds. He then spoke in a heavy tone. I believe you. The next second a kunai was plunged into Fujin's brain, ending the man's life. The ninja took the kunai and made his way to the basement of the home. He passed by several guards that were on the floor dead and bleeding. Soon he reached the basement and opened a secret chamber. Inside was a large space filled with money and gold. Master will be pleased. I better get to him with this quickly. The shinobi hurriedly began sealing the massive wealth in a large storage scroll. Soon the secret chamber was empty and the shinobi left Fujin's house. A few seconds later the house caught on fire behind him, burning everyone and everything inside. With Prince Katsuya. When I first began helping him I made certain conditions with him. I told him not to use my money for anything nefarious. Fujin had the gall to ignore that warning and imported drugs and even slaves using my funds. I wasn't going to let him live long after that. The third prince said as he stood on the balcony of his room enjoying the cold wind on his face. I take it you sent Kyan to deal with him. Yes. He's going to erase all evidence if there is any, and he'll take all the liquid assets stored in his home. That was another condition I made with Fujin. I knew this day would come, and I'm not someone who accepts losses easily. You know that. Hotojo was silent for a few moments before he spoke again. Young master, not that I'm questioning your methods, but why go through all this trouble just to create an alliance between Tsuyoshi and Yamamoto's companies? Katsuya smiled hearing that. People look at their companies and see two large business operations, but I see it as something much more. A potential information network with a distribution channel that spans an entire country and a few neighboring regions. It just needs the right touch to make it happen. But all that will only be possible if a merger happens. An alliance won't cut it. I need those two corporations to join together. The older man's eyes widened in surprise when he heard his master's plan. An information network like that will certainly increase the young master's influence and reach. Even though he's young, he's certainly a cunning man. I made the right choice joining his side. The two spoke for a short while before another topic came up. I still can't believe the Leaf Ninjas would let go of their prisoners in exchange for information. I wonder who they were. Hotoja slightly shook his head and wondered to himself. I believe I have an idea. Katsuya chuckled as he already deduced an answer. Hotoja silently looked at his master and waited for him to speak. This meeting between the two was kept a secret and was on a need-to-know basis. Only very few people could have gotten access to that information aside from Fujin's spy leaking the intel. I knew that possibility and was keeping an eye on Yuta. Imagine my surprise when I learned that it was some unknown shinobi who contacted him regarding the negotiations and not the other way around. So Yuta wasn't the one who hired the ninjas? No. He just tried to take advantage of the opportunity that came. The prince replied. But who could have known about this? And what reason would they have to interfere? The only ones with the means to get secret intel like this in this country are very few people. The one I'm suspecting is Danzo Shimura. Katsuya crossed his arms and spoke. Based on our intelligence, he's the former advisor to the Hokage and the commander of Root. From what I know, the Hokage ordered and disbanded the Root, but there is scattered evidence of its activities across the 5 nations. But young master, why do you suspect him? Hotoja recalled the information on the organization. I suspect him because of the actions of the Leaf Ninjas. Danzo isn't someone who likes others to have great power. An alliance between those two corporations would have significant economic changes. The power and influence of the two companies would greatly increase, and I'm guessing he didn't want that to happen. And perhaps he even foresaw the potential of what their merger might bring. He's a paranoid old man who still lives in the warring era. But then again, considering my plans, I suppose he was right to be wary. Hotoja soon understood why his master suspected Danzo. But that's not a valid reason to attack Ryoma and disrupt the negotiations between those two. If the third minister found out that ninjas from Leaf Village were interfering like that, he would report it to Lord Ryuga and he would take action. The prince agreed. Yes. Father would not be pleased, and the actions of the ninjas would cause friction between the village and the royal court. The Hokage wouldn't sanction a mission like this, so I'm guessing the ninjas were operating on Danzo's orders behind the Hokage's back. I see. The Leaf Ninjas must have come to this conclusion as well. They didn't want the identity of the attackers to be revealed because they didn't want them to be connected back to their village. They must have captured them in secret and found the information some other way. Yes. The fact that the Leaf Ninja wanted to hide the identity of their prisoners is the very reason I suspect Danzo. The prince spoke. Hotoja looked at his master. Are you going to take any action, my lord? Katsuya laughed. Why? The Leaf Ninjas lied. True. But those two did their job perfectly, and I have a feeling the Hokage will take the needed action once this news reaches him, if he hasn't already. I won't waste energy on a problem others will take care of for me. Hotoja nodded and stood silently while his master looked at the starry night sky with a small grin. Chapter 265, Escaped Prisoners. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting an ethereal glow upon the dense forest in the Land of Fire. The tall trees swayed slightly in the night breeze, rustling leaves echoing like whispers in the night. Two shinobi moved like phantoms through the dense vegetation and made their way to the Leaf Village. Daichi and Kakashi had a steady pace as they made their way back home. As they moved through the branches, the genin asked his teacher something that's been on his mind. Hey sensei. Kakashi glanced at his student from the corner of his eyes. Sasuke is graduating today. Since he's an Uchiha, are you going to be the Jonin sensei of his team? That topic was discussed with the Hokage. Since he hasn't awakened his Sharingan, it wouldn't be much beneficial if I took over his training right now. So you have me for a few more months. Till the coming Chunin exams, you mean? The silver-haired Jonin smirked and looked forward. A few seconds of silence later he spoke. I know you'll easily pass that exam. You'll be assigned to other teams and will be on higher priority missions. Well, that's then. You don't need to worry about it now. Daichi nodded. Who do you think will be on Sasuke's team? Daichi asked this question as casually as possible, making sure not to reveal his interests. Kakashi looked at his student and instead of answering the question he asked one of his own. Why do you ask? Sasuke is the Rookie of the Year. I know he'll only push himself harder once he's in a squad. Whoever is on his team, either they'll need to keep up or they'll be left behind. If the right two teammates aren't chosen, then it would cause problems down the line for everyone. You don't need to worry about your friend. The teachers and the Hokage will make the right decision. Daichi nodded and the two made their way forward. As they traveled further and neared the village, the genin suddenly sensed several presents a short distance in front and closing. Daichi's senses were far beyond even the most experienced jonin, and he was the one who sensed them first. He was alert as he felt the people approaching. Daichi frowned and immediately used his chakra sense skill and counted the signatures coming close. 6 chakra signatures. Are they the patrol squad? No. That can't be. Too many clustered together. No. Now that I'm taking a closer look, there are 4 in front and 2 moving slower and following from a distance. Maybe 2 teams going on different missions. Based on their speed, they're moving fast and will make contact with us soon. Since today was graduation day, Daichi was extra cautious of anything and everything. Sensei. Yeah. I know. Don't worry. They're probably a large team leaving for a mission. Kakashi shrugged and replied. Within a few seconds 4 shinobi in leaf gear appeared in their vision. They were coming close and looked as if they intended to pass them without any incident. The ninjas came close and Kakashi looked at each one as if he was merely glancing at them. The moment they were near, Daichi used observe skill on one of them and quickly read the information. His eyes minutely widened as he saw what was written. Tenjin Tsuchi. Male, 33. Former Chunin from the Leaf. Has fire chakra nature and several fire jutsu under his command. He leaked important intel to enemies for money. Imprisoned in the Leaf Correctional Facility for over 9 years. This guy. He's an escaped prisoner. Suddenly, just as they passed, Kakashi took several shuriken and hurled them at the ninjas. Battle formation. Kakashi ordered his student as he made sure to stop the 4 ninjas in their tracks with his weapons. Daichi was ready the moment he realized that the shinobis were enemies. At that moment a new quest appeared in front of Daichi. Quest created: capture the escaped prisoners. Time limit: 20 minutes. Something has happened at the Leaf Correctional Facility and the prisoners have escaped. Capture the prisoners you have encountered here. Conditions: do not let the prisoners escape. Do not die. Capture all 6 enemies without killing them. Bonus. Rewards: 8,800 EXP. 12,000 EXP. Bonus. Reputation increases with Kakashi Hatake and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Reputation increases with Leaf citizens. Failure. No C rank missions for a while. Reputation decrease with citizens of the Leaf Village. This quest is automatically accepted. The genin quickly went through the details and the quest box closed as he turned his attention back to his foes. An automatically accepted quest? Been a while since I had that. Whatever. It's not like I was going to let them go or anything. 6 enemies? So that means the 2 following are adversaries as well. The 4 ninjas swiftly dodged Kakashi's weapons and landed on the nearby trees. Shit! He recognized us. One of them spoke. Kakashi looked at one man who had a scar running down the left side of his face. Tenjin. I thought that was you. I can't believe we're running into each other like this. If I recall correctly, you're supposed to be serving time in prison right now. The man identified as Tenjin sneered at Kakashi. I got an early release. Is that so? Kakashi narrowed his eyes and saw the battle-ready stance of the other 3. So they're his accomplices. Are they other prisoners in disguise or traitors? Doesn't matter. I need to capture them all and find out what's going on. Daichi. Yeah. I have an idea as to what's going on. Don't worry, I'll be on guard. Daichi replied as he knew what his sensei was about to say. The jonin smirked underneath his mask. He focused and kept his attention on Tenjin and the other 3 as well. As they were in a stalemate, Daichi immediately used Observe skill on the others in front of him. The first was a woman with brunette hair and a slender figure. Aosora. 26, female. Mostly used lightning jutsu and projectile weapons. Chunin. Killed a teammate because of jealousy. Wow. The second was a man with a brutish figure and long black hair. He had black eyes and a sharp jawline. Kitoha Mizuho. Chunin ninja from one of the neighboring villages in the Fire Country. Wind-style jutsu is his specialty. Imprisoned in the Leaf Correctional Facility for infiltrating the secured archives and records room and trying to steal village secrets. Daichi glanced at the last man who had his hand on a short sword and was just waiting to attack. He was the oldest one in the group. He had a bald head and several scars running down his hands and face. Ryukin. Age 51. Former special jonin of the Stone Village. Caught infiltrating the village shortly after the Nine Tails attack and was imprisoned. So these guys are all escaped prisoners. The fact that they all picked today to escape. That's no coincidence. I'm pretty sure Mizuki must have had a hand in this. Daichi read the information on the 3 and came to this conclusion in less than 3 seconds. Suddenly Tenjin took a step forward. You remember this, Kakashi? You gave this to me the last time we met. He said, pointing to the vertical scar running down from his forehead to the bottom of the chin. You did this to me. The rage and hate was palpable in his voice. I didn't do it to you. You did it to yourself when you refused to surrender. Kakashi kept a nonchalant face as he looked at the angry shinobi. He had no mercy for people like Tenjin. "What do we do?" Asura asked. She had her eyes on Daichi and was gripping her kunai. They were Chunin ninjas and had wanted to escape from the clutches of the Leaf ninjas. Their eyes gleamed with a mix of fear and anticipation, but they were determined to keep their freedom. Kakashi looked at Tenjin's accomplices and narrowed his eyes. "They're desperate. I need to take them down quickly. Attack!" Tenjin yelled as he and Asura let loose a barrage of shuriken and kunai towards their enemies. While the two threw deadly weapons, Kitoha was going through a few hand seals and Ryuken jumped down to the ground. Just as Daichi and Kakashi avoided the sharp weapons, several wind bullets were coming their way and destroyed the trees they were on. The two ninjas leaped from the falling tree to the ground, but the next second the earth under them morphed into the shape of a large deadly jaw with sharp spikes. The second Ryuken jumped down. He made hand seals and placed his palms on the ground. Earth-style crushing maw. Daichi's mind and senses began working faster. He activated his parallel processing skill and immediately began taking in more data about his enemies and the environment. His eyes went down towards the earth jutsu that was slowly making its way towards them in slow motion. Daichi also took note of what everyone was doing at that time. Before the two leaf ninjas landed on the trap, Kakashi and Daichi made a few seals and lightning immediately covered their arms. They extended their arms towards the ground and at the large deadly earth jutsu looking to crush and tear them. Lightning-style impulse rain. Several strong lightning bolts discharged from their limbs and attacked the jutsu in quick succession. Their lightning jutsu was several times more powerful than Ryuken's earth technique and it was immediately destroyed. Kakashi and Daichi safely landed on the ground, but a fraction of a second later they took a kunai and deflected two others that came near them. The deflected kunais had paper bombs tied to them and they exploded a short distance away, filling their surroundings with smoke and dust. Daichi sensed Ryuken, Kitoha, and Asura making a run for it while they had the chance, but he sensed Tenjin staying where he was. So that's what they're trying to do, huh? Daichi saw the simulation playing in his mind and was ready to counter it. When the genin opened his eyes the next moment and looked down, he was still in mid-air, slowly falling towards the earth jutsu of his enemy. Kakashi-sensei's lightning jutsu is strong enough to defeat this earth jutsu. I need to focus on the others. Daichi turned his attention to the ninjas standing atop the tree as his sensei began making seals for the impulse rain. He swiftly took several shuriken and with precision, aim, and force, he sent them flying. The escaped Chunins were startled. They tried to dodge but were unsuccessful as two shuriken knocked the kunai out of their hands and a few others hit several areas, wounding them. Arg! Fuck! That hurts. Asura clenched her abdomen where a metal star was buried in. Kitoha grunted as he took the ninja stars from his arms and legs. He was bleeding and in pain as he looked at the genin with anger. Kakashi looked at the situation and spoke to the escaped ninjas. You're outmatched. Surrender and this won't end ugly for you. You think it'll be that easy? Tenjin looked at the copycat ninja and suddenly smiled. Think again. Right then Kakashi and Daichi sensed the arrival of two new people. They were massive figures and the two leaf ninjas immediately recognized them. Hey big brother. Looks like we caught up. Do you think these guys have any food? We can find out. I'm so hungry. Daichi's eyes slightly widened as he stared at the two large individuals. That's Fujin and Raijin. The stupid brothers. So they're the ones I sense following these guys. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the two. Of all people, it's these two morons I have to deal with. Suddenly Tenjin shouted at the two brothers. Hey Fujin! Raijin! We had tons of delicious food for you guys, but these two destroyed it. Now you'll go hungry because of them. He said, pointing at Kakashi and Daichi, painting them as the culprits. What? What? Hearing that there was no food for them, Fujin and Raijin turned angry as they looked at the leaf duo with clenched fists. You'll die for destroying our food. Kakashi let out an audible sigh and lifted up his headband, revealing his Sharingan. Let's get this over with. Chapter 266, Capture. Daichi was calmly analyzing the situation, and even with the addition of the two new ninjas, he knew he and his sensei would come out victorious. Meanwhile, the two nicknamed the Stupid Brothers were furious and were getting ready to attack. Daichi, I'll take care of these two. Think you can handle the others? Kakashi asked his student. Daichi glanced at his sensei and nodded. I want to complete this mission and get the bonus points too. I need to increase my EXP and level up fast. I need to make sure Kakashi doesn't kill any of these guys. But I can't just outright state my intentions. Sensei, are you intending on taking lethal measures? Daichi asked in a low tone. If the need arises. Kakashi replied. We might have to interrogate these guys. I'm going to subdue these four. Kakashi nodded and the two were ready for battle. Tenjin, Aosora, Kitoha, and Ryukin noticed the older ninja focusing his attention on Fujin and Raijin and realized that he was sending his student to fight them. The ninja of the Hidden Stone Village was scowling. I don't know if I should be happy or pissed off that he's sending a genin to fight all of us. Does he think we're that weak? Or is this kid that strong? Kitoha and Aosora had several wounds on their bodies. They understood that the child in front of them was not an average genin. I need to get out of here. I won't last in a prolonged fight with my wounds. I need to escape this hellhole. These idiots can fight all they want. The two were having similar thoughts of escaping, but they knew it was going to be difficult. You have sense-killing intent. Looking at the notification, Daichi's eyes moved to the man with the long facial scar. Tenjin was furious at Kakashi and he wanted revenge. He looked at Daichi and a thought formed. I might not be strong enough to kill you, Kakashi, but I'll kill your student and I'll escape from here. If we want to escape, we need to kill that brat first. Tenjin gave the order and the four got ready to attack. Daichi jumped from his teacher's side and moved to engage in battle with the four. With Kakashi. You'll die for destroying our food. We're so mad at. Fujin moved towards the Sharingan ninja with surprising speed for someone of his stature. He sent his large fist directly towards Kakashi's head, but the Jonin easily evaded and got behind him in the blink of an eye. Fujin lowered his fist and looked confused at not seeing the enemy in front of him. Huh. Where'd he go? Suddenly he felt a palm touch his back and lightning flooded his body. R. He fell to one knee as electric current coursed through his body. Fujin! Seeing his older brother in trouble, the younger Raijin quickly moved to attack Kakashi with the same type of forward punch just as his brother had done earlier. They're surprisingly agile. They have plenty of strength. But they're not very smart. The Jonin did the same thing with Raijin and brought him to his knees as well. But then something happened. Both Fujin and Raijin slowly got up and turned to Kakashi. Give us back our food. Raijin let out a sudden punch at Kakashi and sent him flying, but the next moment a wooden log replaced the Sharingan ninja. He appeared a few meters away and sighed. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Time to fight idiot with idiot. Kakashi focused on Raijin first and his Sharingan began to spin wildly. Sharingan Jinjutsu. Body double perception. Instantly chakra from his Sharingan connected with Raijin and put him in a Jinjutsu. To Raijin it was as if Kakashi disappeared from his spot and reappeared where his brother was standing. You won't leave me hungry. Raijin roared and ran towards Fujin in anger. The older brother was confused at his younger brother's behavior. At this time Kakashi stood in Fujin's line of sight and used the same Jinjutsu again. Within seconds the two brothers were fighting each other thinking they were fighting Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin looked at the two and nodded to himself. Once they get a bit more tired I'll use sleeping Jinjutsu on them and put them under. He turned to Daichi and saw his student finishing up the battle on his end as well. Looks like he's done too. With Daichi a few minutes ago. Daichi rushed towards Ryukin while making a couple of seals. Ninja Art Chakra Scalpel. Green chakra blades, invisible to the naked eye, formed around Daichi's palms. His parallel processing and hypercognition skills already showed him what his opponent's moves would most likely be. Seeing the Genin's fast approach, Ryukin took his short sword from his sheath. "Sorry, kid. But you're going to die here." He tried to stab the boy through his chest, but failed. Daichi easily predicted and evaded the sword swing and moved around Ryukin. As he did, he used his chakra scalpel and sliced a few muscles and tendons in Ryukin's extended arm. The Genin's attack was completed in a second as he stood behind the man. Ryukin only had time to turn around to face the boy before he felt the effects of the damage done to him. Arg! The sword fell from palm and his right arm hung down limply. Daichi immediately let go of the chakra scalpel jutsu and used chakra strings to catch the falling sword and grab hold of it. Damn it! I can't even use ninjutsu now. Ryukin held his right arm and looked at the boy in fear. What did you do? I can't move my arm. Daichi smirked and immediately swung the sword a few times and struck the shurikens that targeted him coming from his side. Sparks flew in the air as the long blade knocked the deadly ninja stars from their path. The Genin not only deflected the weapons off course but redirected them back towards the two that threw them from up in the trees at a much faster speed, all the while keeping eye contact with the escaped stone ninja. Aosora and Kotoha were shocked that their weapons were redirected and coming at them, and they quickly jumped to the sides and barely evaded. Daichi redirected their attack without even glancing in their direction. It was an intimidation tactic. And it worked. The eyes of Aosora and Kotoha widened in fear, and Tenjin, who was rushing towards Daichi, suddenly froze in his spot. They suddenly understood why Kakashi let the boy fight them on his own even though outnumbered. What the hell? How did he even do that? There is no way this kid is a Genin. Fuck this. I'm out. Aosora wanted to escape. She turned around and jumped to another tree. At that moment Daichi channeled chakra to his sword and swung it twice in quick succession. The wind blades moved faster than they could react to it. The first was in her direction. A thin, imperceptible wind blade was created and shot at blinding speed. The wind blade partially cut the tree she landed on, and the rogue ninja fell to the ground along with part of the large tree trunk. Her wounds aggravated, and she was no longer in any shape to move. The second wind blade clipped Kotoha in the side and sent him flying into another tree. Gah! His back slammed into a large tree and the man coughed up blood. The loss of blood and the powerful body blow nearly made him unconscious as he slid to the ground. Just as Daichi sent the attacks at Aosora and Kotoha, Tenjin and Ryukin attacked. They knew it was the best chance for them to attack and kill the boy. Daichi tossed the sword high up in the air and rushed towards the two. He reached the stone ninja first and easily dodged the clumsy taijutsu attack. All these years of being trapped in a cell. It shows. Prison has made you weak. Your skills have dulled. Even Sasuke could take you down. Daichi sent precise strikes to the man's nerve points. A combination of pressure points attacks throughout his upper body had the man paralyzed and falling towards the ground in seconds. At that moment Daichi tilted his head back and evaded a kunai. He raised his arm and deflected a strong punch to his throat. Daichi immediately stepped on the man's foot. Holding him in place, he countered with a powerful liver shot. Tenjin doubled over in sudden pain and Daichi finished it with a swift blow to the temple, knocking him down and out of the fight. The Genin turned in time to see Fujin and Raijin punching each other into unconsciousness. He looked at his sensei with a raised eyebrow. Jinjutsu? Jinjutsu. Kakashi shrugged and replied. He pulled his headband down to cover his Sharingan and looked at the four Daichi took down. A little messy and bloody. Don't you think so? Are you really complaining about my methods, sensei? Just making an observation. Daichi sighed and slightly shook his head. Let's just secure these guys and find out what's going on. The Jonin teacher agreed, and soon the two ninjas tied all the rogue prisoners together. Daichi healed the more severe wounds they had but made sure they were too weak to try anything. Quest capture the escaped prisoners completed. Rewards: 8,800 EXP. 1320 EXP. 12,000 EXP. 1800 EXP. Reputation increases with Kakashi Hatake and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Reputation increases with least citizens. Daichi closed the quest completion box and crossed his arms. He looked in the direction of the village and was worried. What's happened? Was this Mizuki or is this something else? Something must have gone wrong at the prison. Kakashi had a serious tone as he looked at the 6 escaped prisoners. Daichi silently nodded. It looks like the butterfly effect is starting to really take hold. The ripples of my existence and actions are beginning to tangibly affect significant canon events. I need to get to the village and find Naruto. Sensei, I dashed before Daichi could finish. He sensed several approaching chakras. They were moving fast towards their location. Daichi glanced at his teacher and saw that Kakashi was also on high alert. A few seconds later, 4 shinobi wearing leaf ninja gear appeared. Among the 4 was one ninja that Daichi immediately recognized. Anko Mitarashi. The genin made sure to use observe just to make sure, but it confirmed that they weren't enemies. Based on the stats alone, I'm stronger than her. But that's no surprise. The 4 newcomers immediately recognized Kakashi and Daichi. Anko and the others turned their attention to the 6 ninjas unconscious and tied up. Anko whistled as she saw the damage some of them had. Did you really need to go overboard with these small fries, Kakashi? The jonin chuckled. Well, it wasn't exactly me. Daichi looked at his sensei from the corner of his eyes. Is this guy really throwing me under the bus? The ninjas were surprised that a genin was able to subdue 4 higher-ranked ninjas within such a short time. Anko looked at Daichi and took note of his appearance. There isn't a single wound on him. And even his clothes are pristine. If Kakashi is right and this kid is the one who took them down and without injury no less, he's got some serious skills. Looks like the rumors might be true. She didn't waste any time and turned to her teammates. Yobu, Rijin, Hibara. Make preparations to transport these 6 back to holding. And make sure to keep the brothers asleep. What's going on, Anko? Kakashi asked. She turned to the man and her playful demeanor changed. A lot. There's been a massive prison break and the forbidden scroll is stolen. The silver-haired jonin's eyes widened. What? Someone took the forbidden scroll? Who? Before Anko could reply, someone else answered that question. It was that damn Naruto. He sneaked into the Hokage tower and stole the forbidden scroll. The anger present in Yobu's voice was evident. That brat. If he uses the forbidden scroll and something happens, he could bring disaster to the village. Hibara clenched his fist and spoke. There was anger, but behind it, fear was also present in his voice. He was someone who lived through the Nine Tails attack. This forbidden scroll. I assume it contains dangerous and sensitive information and jutsu knowledge? Daichi asked the ninjas present. Yes. It's a very dangerous scroll that the Hokage keeps at the tower. Kakashi replied. Then that's all the more reason for me to believe that Naruto isn't the real culprit. Daichi's words brought a frown to Anko's face and shocked Yobu, Rijin, and Hibara. Kakashi was silent and wanted to hear Daichi's theory. What are you talking about? Naruto was the one who stole the scroll. We have witnesses. Rijin spoke. Daichi shook his head and spoke. I'm not saying Naruto didn't steal the scroll. I have a feeling he might very well have. Then why did you say that Naruto isn't the real culprit? Hibara asked. If this forbidden scroll is as dangerous as you say, then not just anyone would have knowledge of its existence. So how did Naruto, a kid who I'm assuming just graduated, find out about it? How did he know where to find it? Daichi's question silenced the 3 and Anko's lips slightly curled upwards. So it seems this kid has the same suspicions as me. Daichi looked at the 4 ninjas and spoke. Look, I know he's a troublemaker, a headache, and could sometimes be a major pain in the ass. But he's my friend. I know him. He would never deliberately do anything to harm the village or its people. I can guarantee you that. Then what do you think happened? Anko questioned, and Daichi became silent for a few moments, contemplating his answers, and in a few seconds, after going through several scenarios in mind, he decided what to say. Chapter 267, Save Your Friends. I need to be very careful with what I say. Daichi looked at Anko for a few moments and then spoke. The only way that Naruto would have known the existence of such a scroll is if someone told him. I think someone is using Naruto as a patsy. The look on Daichi's face and the certainty in his voice brought doubt to the three ninjas with Anko. Yobu had heard of Daichi's talents and intelligence. He knew the child was skilled and was called a prodigy by many, including Kakashi. So hearing him ask these questions made him doubt the whole situation. How can you be sure about this? Yobu asked Daichi. My theory holds value when you take into account the timing of this prison break. Right when the forbidden jutsu scroll goes missing. It's far too convenient timing. The only way those prisoners could have gotten free is if they had outside help. Naruto has no business with that place. He doesn't even know its location. So he wouldn't have been responsible. My theory is that the same person who made Naruto steal the scroll is the one responsible for the prisoner's escape. Or maybe one of their accomplices. I'm not sure, but this is my theory. But Yobu wanted to argue, but Daichi made good points. Even he could see that emotion is a powerful thing. Especially hate and anger. You get a bunch of people together with anger and hate buried in their hearts, and if someone can bring those emotions out and weaponize them, that's a recipe for chaos. Daichi had a look on his face as he stared at Anko and the ninjas with her, and their eyes slightly widened. You know, don't you? Yeah. Daichi nodded his head. Even though Anko didn't say anything specific, everyone knew what she was asking him. How did he know? Did some tell him, or did he figure it out on his own? Lord Hokage won't be happy if someone broke that rule. She then looked at the boy and narrowed her eyes. Something was strange to her. This kid. He's far too confident in his words. Is this just a theory, or does he know something we don't? You sound far too confident. Do you have a culprit in mind or something? Anko asked with a casual tone, but she was keeping a close eye on the boy's facial expressions. Daichi was silent for a second. He was extremely cautious. He wanted to help Naruto and capture Mizuki, but he didn't want to get into any trouble in the process. His many skills helped him with keeping a perfect mask. For Anko and everyone else, it was only a second or two that passed since she asked that question, but for Daichi it was over a minute. He went through several scenarios and finally chose an answer. I might have. I'm not sure. I'd start with a chunin in the academy. An instructor by the name of Mizuki. He hates Naruto. I've seen that. But I'm not sure if he's like all the others who blindly hate him or if there is something more. But if I were you, I'd start with him. Anko nodded and a grin formed on her face. Well, looks like we have a suspect. She turned towards the three others and spoke. Take these 6 back to the nearest retrieval teams. Then spread the word. We're looking for Chunin Mizuki, Academy instructor. If you find him, detain him. Anko, are you sure about this? Rijin looked at his friend and asked. Yeah. If there is any problem, I'll take the blame. She replied and waved her hand in a nonchalant manner. Rijin looked at the other two with him and they all nodded. The three quickly secured the defeated enemies and left the area. You're awfully trusting. I'm just a genin. What I just said is all theories. What if I'm wrong? Daichi asked with a serious gaze. Anko Mitarashi smirked. You're the kid they call a genius. You helped figure out the identity of a legendary thief. I have a feeling you wouldn't have recklessly tossed out Mizuki's name without any serious forethought. Daichi nodded with a calm face. She's a lot more shrewd and cunning than what's portrayed in the story. But then again, you have to become the student of Orochimaru. Kakashi sighed as he looked at his student. He then went over the whole situation in his head and spoke after a few moments. So that kid could be a decoy, huh? Kakashi crossed his arms and thought about everything Daichi said. What is it, sensei? Daichi asked, seeing Kakashi's serious gaze. Well, the thing is... Ding! Just as Kakashi began speaking, a quest box popped up in front of Daichi. The gamer Jinin immediately looked at the details, and even though he kept a calm face, he was shocked inside. Quest created, save your friends. Your friends are in grave danger. Find them and protect them from their enemies before it's too late. Time limit, 30 minutes. Conditions. Locate all your friends. Heal any injuries they might have. Do not let them die. Do not die. Capture or kill the enemies aiding Mizuki. Do not let any escape. Secure the Forbidden Scroll. Rewards. 19,000 EXP. Plus 10 points to special stats Charisma, Dignity. Plus 5 points to special stat Indomitable. Plus 2 points to special stat Luck. Plus 3 points to special stat Sense. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kinsei Isagi, and Kakashi Hatake. Reputation slightly increases with Danzo Shimura. Reputation massively increases with Rookie 9. Reputation massively increases with people of the Leaf Village. Failure. High probability of destruction of the Leaf Village. Possible death of Naruto, Sasuke, and others. Reputation massively decreases with everyone. Warning, failure to complete any of the conditions in this quest will create a ripple effect that will have dangerous consequences in the future. This quest is automatically accepted. I went on a few missions similar to our current situation. This is a frame job. And in almost all frame jobs the decoy usually doesn't make it. Daichi read the quest details just as Kakashi finished speaking. The gamer ninja was shocked at the conditions and the consequences of the failure. It's not just Naruto. The others are in trouble too. Even Sasuke. Mizuki even has help. Shit. Daichi couldn't help but exclaim as he realized the dangerous situation. Crude but accurate considering our situation. Kakashi said. Even though he looked calm, he was slightly tense. Daichi immediately made a cross seal and created 10 shadow clones. I'm going to find Naruto. I have a feeling he might be in serious danger. Without waiting for Kakashi's response, Daichi and his clones vanished. All of them heading straight for the Leaf Village. Kakashi was about to follow his student, but Anko stopped him. I know you're worried about your student, but we have a lot of rogue ninjas hiding or trying to escape. We could use some help, Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin nodded. Are all the prisoners in disguise wearing our gear? He asked Anko. No. Only a few. Most others are in their prison uniforms. Kakashi nodded and made the seals for the summoning jutsu. Poof! Kakashi's ninja dogs appeared with Pakken sitting atop Bull. Yo! Kakashi. Hey Pakken. I have 2 urgent tasks for you and your team. What do you need? Where's the kid? The small pug asked, looking around and not seeing Kakashi's student. Daichi is currently making his way to the village. His friend is in danger. Pakken. I need you to track Daichi. Once he finds his friend, I need you to get back to me and relay their location. He has 10 shadow clones moving about as well, so this might be tricky. Right. I'm on it. Pakken nodded and disappeared from his spot. The Jonin turned to the rest of the ninja dogs. We have escaped prisoners roaming these woods. Track and contain them. If not possible, report their location back to me. Right. The 7 disappeared, and just then a small snake crawled near Anko. She picked it up and listened as it hissed. Thanks, girl. Anko turned to the masked Jonin. Hey Kakashi. I got a few rogues hiding a few hundred meters east of here. Let's go hunting. Lead the way. With Daichi. The genin was moving faster than most jonins. Daichi sensed the presence of several individuals and small battles, but he ignored all of them. So it's not just Naruto in danger. The others are also involved. Damn it. For the system to give me a quest like this. Things have gone off the rails from canon. Daichi and his clones were using parallel processing and went to the most likely locations Naruto would be at. They looked at their map and didn't see Naruto or his friends anywhere on it. I found the old shed in the story where Mizuki told Naruto to come after taking the scroll. But I can't rely on that knowledge. Here Mizuki has help and he could very well have changed the location. He knows everyone would be searching for Naruto, so he wouldn't have asked him to come to just any secluded locations. So there is a good probability that Naruto's usual hangout places would be empty. But I can't ignore them as well. Daichi clones would go to the back hills and Naruto's usual secret training spots just in case, but they didn't have much hope of finding him there. Daichi reached the village gates after a couple minutes and saw many shinobi in a frenzy. He also saw smoke rising from a few places in the village. There has been an attack. Daichi immediately formed a map of the village in mind and compared the locations from where the smoke was rising from. All of them are non-priority targets. It's just a distraction. Come on. If I was Mizuki, I'd want to leave immediately. Where could he be? It needs to be a place where he could meet Naruto and get the scroll. Mizuki has been observing the kid for a while, so he would know that if any of Naruto's friends finds out he's in trouble, then they'd look for him in their usual spots. So somewhere nearby the village, secluded with few chances of coming into contact with the patrol ninjas or anyone else, but a location with a direct route to get out of the country quickly. Daichi's mind immediately processed the layout of the entire terrain and surroundings of the village and bordering areas, and in several seconds he had a location in mind. The East Canyons. It's the perfect place. But is Mizuki smart enough to choose that location? I guess I'll find out. Daichi changed directions and headed for that location. He was moving so swiftly that a few jonin took note of his urgent speed and decided to follow. But they were forced to stop and engage in fights as they encountered prisoners on their way, but they kept the direction Daichi was heading in their minds. The genin kept moving to his destination as fast as he could. The East Canyons were about a dozen kilometers away from the village gates. He used chakra to boost his speed and even used the stamina-consuming skill sprint. Come on. Come on. As he neared the location, his senses alerted him to Naruto's chakra. Seconds later he began to sense Mizuki, Iruka, and the rest of the rookies. There were 3 unknown chakra signatures there as well, but Daichi knew he could handle them based on what he sensed. Yes! Found them. Just hold on for a few more seconds. I'm coming. It's going to be fine. I'm almost there. But Daichi's relief was short-lived as he sensed Sasuke's chakra suddenly fluctuate and weaken rapidly. He reached near the battlefield and his sharp eyes caught Mizuki in his tiger transformation form with a raised sword, about to cut down Sasuke, who was standing still in front of Naruto and Sakura. The rogue Chunin instructor brought his sword down, aiming to kill Sasuke. No! The scream came from Daichi's throat before he even realized it. Mizuki's sword neared Sasuke, but his eyes moved to the direction of the scream. He only saw a blur coming at him due to his extremely sharp senses, but he didn't even have time to evade or even react. Daichi entered the scene like lightning and came with the force of a giant several-ton wrecking ball. He wanted to aim a punch straight at Mizuki's head and reduce it to pulp with his super strength, but rational thought and parallel processing skill won over. I need to take him in alive. The villagers would be angry for the chaos caused tonight, and they'll need someone to blame. If I kill him, they might take their anger out on Naruto. I need this guy alive. But that doesn't mean he has to be in one piece. Daichi sent his punch at the hand holding the sword. Mizuki's right arm was reduced to a pulp and exploded into a bloody mist. The sword he was holding fell straight to the ground. The force and strength of Daichi's fist traveled through Mizuki's entire body and blasted him away from the battlefield. Mizuki crashed through several trees and only stopped when his back slammed into a giant boulder. Bang! Daichi skidded several meters due to his momentum and had to use lightning to slow himself down. After coming to a stop, he looked at everyone present. They were all looking at him with shocked wide eyes. The rookies, after realizing that their friend had just arrived, had huge smiles. Daiki. But a scream coming from Sakura erased their joyful expressions. Daichi turned to her just in time to see Sasuke Uchiha fall to his knees, going unconscious with Naruto holding onto him. Sasuke was bleeding profusely from his chest. Oh no! Daichi's eyes widened as he sensed Sasuke's chakra on the brink of being extinguished. An emotion he hadn't felt in a long time appeared in his heart. It was only minuscule and Daichi crushed that emotion as quickly as it came, but its brief presence still slightly shook him. That emotion, fear. Chapter 268, A Prisoner's Choice. Even as Sasuke was falling to the ground, Daichi's parallel processing skill showed him several simulations of events that might happen should the Uchiha die. The fear that Daichi felt wasn't because he sensed a danger or threat to his life, but because of what his mind showed him. Of the events that might take place. Not good. If Sasuke dies, that news will reach Itachi and he will definitely take action and retaliate against the village. He sacrificed his own clan to keep his brother safe. When he finds out the village failed to keep their end of the deal. And that's just one problem. Orochimaru won't be pleased when he finds out about the death of his next vessel. He might attack early or he might directly attack the Hokage. And when the other villages find out what happened tonight, they won't just sit back and watch as well. Daichi's senses were keeping a close watch on the movements of the three prisoners nearby. To them, we lost control of our prison and couldn't even keep the last Uchiha safe within our own walls. The Mist Village won't be a problem. They have their own civil war to deal with. But the Hidden Sand Village will definitely be looking for any weaknesses we might show. They will take a wait-and-see approach after making a cost-benefit analysis. But with the financial situation they are in now, if a war starts they will definitely switch sides. The Cloud Village and the Stone Village will definitely probe our defenses. Small border skirmishes will soon turn into big ones and before long war will break out. And with Itachi wanting to take revenge in the mix, things will turn chaotic fast. Daichi's eyes moved to the panicking Naruto who was near the falling Uchiha. That's not mentioning what that bastard Obito might do. If a war breaks out he will definitely use it to his advantage. He could initiate his plans early and capture the tailed beasts. Itachi would be grieving and there is a chance Obito could take advantage of Itachi in such a situation. This is why the system said destruction of the Leaf Village in its quest if I failed. All because of one death. With the final simulation Daichi instantly knew the source of his fear. The worst scenario that could happen. If all the tailed beasts are joined in the Geto statue before I'm ready, then Kaguya will be born and it will be the end. Thud. Sasuke's body hit the ground and was without any movements. Daichi gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene. Damn it all. What the hell happened here today? Leaf Village, several hours ago. In the Leaf Prison a man was sitting in a small cell with his arms folded and his eyes closed. To most he would seem asleep, but the man was carefully keeping track of time. He had broad shoulders, a powerful physique and shoulder-length black hair. He was over 6 feet tall and had a somewhat light skin. He had a narrow chin and forehead but had wide cheekbones giving his face a diamond shape. He had on a standard prison uniform and was calmly sitting in his cell. Slowly he opened his eyes and let out a deep breath of air. It's almost time. The Genin exams must have ended by now. It won't be long before I have to make my move. The man's name is Zefrek. A former special jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Zefrek stood from his bench and walked up to the bars of his cell. He looked into 2 other specific cells and saw 2 people standing nonchalantly, but he knew they were waiting for him to take action. He gave them an almost imperceptible nod and they understood. A few minutes later 2 Chunin guards came and opened his cell. It was a daily routine to check the cells for any contraband. Up against the wall, prisoner. Kirai and one of his new fellow guards were the ones who opened Zefrek's cell. Kirai kept a close eye on the former special jonin while the new Chunin guard searched the room. The veteran guard knew what today signified. And he knew that Zefrek knew it too. It won't be long before Mizuki comes here in disguise. I need to make sure to play a convincing hostage. The others will be forced to release Zefrek and I'll capture him just after he kills that demon brat. Mizuki gave me his word that nothing will go wrong. I'll just have to trust him on that. Not finding anything suspicious in the room, the Chunin gave Kirai a nod. Step forward. Arms up. Kirai ordered and Zefrek took a step towards the guard. He had the same blank look on his face and didn't do anything else. Kirai stepped near him and began searching the prisoner. When his hands reached Zefrek's palms he felt something unusual. What the? Before Kirai could question it, a malicious grin formed on the prisoner's face. It's your unlucky day. Very thin, almost invisible but sharp ninja wire fell from Zefrek's palm and he swiftly moved his arms and tied it around Kirai's neck. Before Kirai could save himself or the other guard could even react, Zefrek ran wind chakra through the ninja wire choking Kirai and immediately a deep wound was slashed open on his neck. Gah! Red liquid spewed forth from his throat and Kirai began choking on his own blood. Before the other ninja could react, he felt several small pricks in his arm from behind. He pulled the small objects and noticed that they were needles. They had a purple sheen on them, indicating that they were coated with some chemical. Seconds later the second Chunin's mouth went numb and he fell to the ground, dizzy. The remaining two guards who were on the other side of the hall noticed the commotion and were quickly making their way towards Zefrek's cell, but it was too late. Kirai's vision blurred and he felt as if he was drowning. His strength waned with every second and he felt the cold touch of death nearing him. How? How could I? The man didn't even get to complete his thought before he was forced to surrender to the cold blade of the Reaper. The other guards arrived and saw Kirai on the ground flailing and then succumbing to death. The Chunins looked to the other guard who was also on the ground with foam coming from his mouth. They're dead. You'll pay for that. The two guards immediately took weapons and were on guard. Come and try your luck. Killing intent arose from Zefrek and he rushed at the two. The two new Chunin guards were confident. We can take him down. His chakra should be restricted right now. But the two miscalculated. Zefrek moved faster than they anticipated. A short battle ensued between the three before the prisoner killed the remaining two guards in the middle of the prison. Such unlucky fellows. Ha ha ha. Zefrek's cruel laugh rang throughout the prison. The other inmates were getting restless and enjoyed the bloody show. They banged on the walls and on their cell bars. He looked around and raised his hands as if he was the king. This is my prison now. I'm in control. Those of you who want your freedom, you'll obey me. Many roared in approval while some issued vocal challenges to his reign. But Zefrek ignored them all. I've kept the deal on my end. Just make sure you keep yours, Mizuki. The special jonin remembered the day when Mizuki came to see him and he told him of the plan. Flashback. Mizuki looked at Kirai and spoke. We're doing the right thing. For the Leaf Village and its people. For the Leaf Village and its people. I've sent the other guards home. You have a couple of hours before the next shift comes. Have you picked out who you wanted to do this? Kirai asked as he led Mizuki to a secluded section inside the prison. Yes. The academy instructor nodded. And now I just need to convince him to help us. Stay here. There is no need to implicate yourself any further. Kirai nodded and stood at the entrance to a steel door while Mizuki went inside. He searched for his target and soon found the man sitting in a corner tossing a small rubber ball up and down. The academy instructor's lips curled up as he looked at the man. Zefrek. Former special jonin of the Leaf Village. Imprisoned for killing civilians from neighboring small villages and stealing their money. A dangerous man with near jonin level skills. Sentenced to prison for life. He's perfect for my plans. Mizuki walked up to his cell and stood outside. Zefrek took note of his presence and looked at the silver-haired Chunin, but then turned his attention back to his rubber ball. There were no other prisoners nearby, so it was just the two. You look like you're making productive use of your time. Mizuki opened the cell door and leaned against the wall inside with arms crossed. Get lost, Leaf Ninja. I don't like to be bothered. Mizuki chuckled as he expected that reaction. Now. Is that any way to talk to your new friend? Zefrek caught the ball and looked at Mizuki with a frown. You're not my friend. I don't have time for some weakling guard looking to boost their ego. The prisoner went back to tossing the ball and ignored the silver-haired man. Seeing this, the smile on Mizuki's face vanished. Such disrespect. If he wasn't part of my plan, I'd have killed him. You will make time for me if you want your freedom. Zefrek noticed the change in Mizuki's tone and looked at him. My freedom? What are you talking about? Mizuki inwardly smirked, seeing that he finally had the man's attention. The Leaf Village has sentenced you here for life because of your crimes. But what if I told you that you can have your freedom in a few months? Hearing that, the prisoner's eyes narrowed. You better not be messing around. Or I'll kill you. Ha ha ha. Please, Zefrek. You and I both know you're not in any position to threaten me. Your chakra is blocked. You're no danger to me. Zefrek clenched his fists and stood. He looked at Mizuki as if he wanted to kill the man, but a few seconds later he let out a deep breath of air and relaxed his muscles. He's right. If I fight him right now, I'll die. Well then, let's hear what you have to say. I have nothing better to do anyway. He crossed his arms and sat back down on his bench. I know you hate the village for imprisoning you. Well, I'm here to tell you that you're not the only one the village and its leaders keep in check. Zefrek narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. You hate them too, don't you? Yes. Very much. They've been holding me back for far too long. They'll pay for that. Mizuki replied with a sneer. Zefrek wasn't interested in Mizuki's grudge, but was more keen on learning how he could escape. You said something about my freedom. What are you on about? The next academy graduation is on March 20th. On that day I plan to leave the village. But escaping the patrol guards is not going to be easy. So I could use someone with your skills. Escape where? We'll be wanted everywhere and they'll be sending Umbu after us. We'd be dead soon after we leave. Not if we have a strong ally to protect us. Someone the Leaf fears. Zefrek shook his head. Do you really think the other great villages would trust us? We betrayed our own village. If we go to any one of them, they'll capture and interrogate us and then execute us when we're of no value. Mizuki shook his head. I wasn't talking about going to another great nation. I was thinking about an individual. Who? A wide grin formed on Mizuki's face. Lord Orochimaru. The prisoner's eyes widened when he heard that name. You can't be serious. I am. He's the best chance for us to not only survive but become more powerful. And what if he decides to just kill us or use us as one of his experiments? The academy instructor shook his head. He won't. Because we're going to prove our value to him and we won't be going empty-handed. Mizuki's confidence stopped Zefrek. He looked at the man for several seconds in silence and then spoke. What exactly do you have in mind? On the day of the academy graduation, we'll be leaving the village with the Forbidden Scroll. We'll cause havoc on the village in the process and then make our way to Lord Orochimaru. We'll be the ones to bring him one of the most treasured jutsu scrolls of the village. He'll definitely see our value and take us under him. At that point, not only will you have your freedom, but you'll also have the opportunity to become more powerful. Now tell me, are you still interested? Zefrek thought about what Mizuki said. He was weighing the pros and cons of the plan Mizuki proposed. Orochimaru is a psychopath and he won't hesitate to kill us. But he's also strong and many fear him. I've heard rumors that he even has some clans from smaller villages working for him. The Forbidden Scroll and chaos in this village would certainly put us in a good light with him. If he accepts me, I can become much more powerful, and once I become strong enough, I'll just escape if I want to leave. Yes. The alternative is to spend my remaining time here in this wretched prison. So take the risk, go to Orochimaru and become powerful, or stay here and live out the rest of my days in these walls till I die. A few seconds later a wide grin appeared. Alright, Mizuki. What the hell? I'm in. Excellent. I had a feeling you might come around. So what's the plan? Mizuki smiled and began laying out his strategy to escape. Chapter 269, Mizuki's Agenda. You're right, Zefrek. Orochimaru might not help us if we go empty-handed. That's why we'll bring him the Forbidden Scroll. But I'm going to use someone else to steal the scroll. The prisoner sarcastically smiled. A patsy willing to steal the Forbidden Scroll from the Hokage Tower and give it to you? Who would be dumb enough to do that? Oh, I have someone in mind. Don't you worry about that. Seeing the malicious grin on Mizuki's face, Zefrek assumed it was someone the man hated. Moving on, if you want my help then I need my strength back. The food in this prison keeps our chakra unstable and blocked. You got a solution for that? Mizuki nodded and took a small blue vial and a scroll from his pocket and gave it to Zefrek. That drug will counteract the effects of the chakra destabilizing poison you're forced to take here. It will last till you eat the next meal. The scroll contains a few more vials, several weapons, and a poison concoction. Zefrek looked at Mizuki for a few moments before deciding to chance it. He drank the contents of the vial and within a few minutes began to feel the change in his body. My chakra is becoming stable and easier to circulate again. He stood from his spot and looked at the academy instructor. Killing intent began to fill the air. I can feel it. My strength is returning. So then what's stopping me from knocking you down, killing that guard outside and escaping, huh? Despite being faced with the evil intent of a Jonin, Mizuki held his ground. Nothing. You might be able to escape the prison, but you won't make it out of the village alive. You've been a Jonin for a while. You should know that. And even if you somehow did, how long do you think you'll stay safe? Zefrek looked at the Chunin in front of him and his grin widened. Ha ha ha. Fine. We'll do it your way. I can wait a few more months. You should hide that scroll. This place has daily inspections, doesn't it? Zefrek made a few seals and slammed his hands down on the ground. A summoning seal spread and in a puff of smoke a small earthworm appeared. Mizuki looked at the creature with narrowed eyes. So this is how he smuggled illegal items and stolen goods. His summoning creature isn't used for battle but for stealing. Interesting. You said we'd be leaving on March 20th, right? Zefrek asked Mizuki just to make sure. After seeing the Chunin nod, he turned to his small summoning creature. Jvaya. Keep this scroll safe and return it to me on March 20th early morning. The small earthworm moved its body up and down and opened its mouth large enough to swallow the scroll. Once the scroll disappeared into his body, it burrowed into the ground and disappeared. By the way, how did you arrange our meeting? Zefrek asked. Kirai has a vendetta against the person I'm going to frame. So he agreed to help me. I told him that on graduation day, I'd come here in disguise and hold him hostage and make the other guards release just you. Then have you kill the patsy and Kirai would arrive just in the nick of time to capture you before you escape. But that's not the plan, is it? No. My plan to cause chaos in the village and escape won't work if it's just you. On that day, I want you to kill Kirai and the other guards and take control of this prison. You'll need to recruit a couple more people who will come with us. There is strength in numbers after all. Zefrek grinned and nodded. I'll quietly poke around and see who's willing to join us. Mizuki nodded. I'll come by after the exams are done and I'll get you some gear so that we can blend in. Who exactly do you have in mind to take the fall for stealing the Forbidden Scroll? Zefrek was curious and asked. Naruto Uzumaki. The Nine-Tails brat? You really think he'll go for it? Mizuki nodded with a dark gleam in his eyes. Oh, he will. I'll make sure of it. Haha. This is going to be fun. March 20th. I'll be coming by in the evening. Make sure you're ready. At that moment Zefrek stepped forward and stood face to face with Mizuki. You're awfully trusting. What if I betray you? The man asked without concealing his vicious grin. I've come too far to stop now. Mizuki didn't back down. He glared at Jonin and spoke in a chilling tone. I won't let anyone get in my way. If you betray me or do anything to ruin my plan, it won't matter how strong you are, you'll pay. I'll make sure of it. Both of them stared at each other with narrowed eyes and malicious intent. Suddenly Zefrek backed up and smirked. Looks like I'm making the right choice. I'll see you on the 20th. Mizuki nodded and soon left Zefrek to his thoughts. He had spent the next few months speaking with several people before finally deciding on 2 inmates that wouldn't betray him and exchange the secret information for reduced sentences. Flashback end. Zefrek smirked as he looked around the prison cells. He walked towards a dead guard and took the keys to the cells. He opened 2 cells containing his partners in crime, Hiroshi and Seiho. Both of them, former Chunins of the Leaf Village. Both of them hated the village and wanted to escape. Zefrek learned that they were even willing to join Orochimaru. Early morning that day Zefrek got the scroll from his summon and retrieved the contents. He gave the blue vials to Hiroshi and Seiho with the instructions to drink them after having their breakfast. Seiho was an expert in using most weapons and Zefrek handed him the poison vial and a few needles. They waited the whole day and soon everything went according to their plan. So now what? We wait till he gets here? Seiho asked Zefrek as he was the leader of the group. The special Jonin nodded. Yes. He said he'd bring us gear. We need his help. For now anyway. Zefrek and the other 2 opened all the cells and the prisoners came out one by one. We'll be escaping soon. Who wants their freedom? Yeah. Around an hour later, Mizuki came to the prison. He entered and glanced at the dead bodies on the side. Sorry, Karai. But I couldn't let you live. But I'll make sure the demon brat dies today. It's the least I could do for you. So is it done? Zefrek came near the academy teacher and asked. Yes. That brat took the bait. Mizuki said and tossed a storage scroll to his partner in crime. As promised. Weapons and ninja gear to blend in. Zefrek opened and saw several sets of weapons and a few Jonin flak jackets. Several prisoners came nearby but only a few got to wear the Jonin jackets. The rest were forced to keep their prison uniform. Once it was just the 4 main culprits, Hiroshi spoke. We got our chakra working and got some gear. So do we leave now? Mizuki shook his head. Not yet. You all need to stay here for a few more hours. Without the forbidden scroll in my hands this plan won't work. Hiroshi and Seiho frowned, but since Zefrek was keeping quiet, they didn't argue anymore. Mizuki told them the plan and instructed them not to leave the prison until the designated time. He gave them the meeting location and soon left the prison. After Mizuki left, Seiho turned to Zefrek. Are we really listening to him? We can get out of here right now. We can use the rest of these guys as a distraction. He spoke in a low tone so as to not be overheard by anyone else. Zefrek shook his head. No. Even if we escape now, it won't matter if we don't have a strong backing. He glanced at the rest of the prisoners standing several meters away. We need the forbidden scroll. Its power will greatly help us. Somewhere near the Leaf Village. Mizuki stood near the entrance of a small cave and looked around. He made sure this was the right location. This is it. It's inside here. He lit a small candle for light and began to slowly make his way inside. As he took each step he remembered the first and only time he met Orochimaru. Flashback. Hi ha ha ha. How fascinating. Mizuki looked around but he didn't know where the sound was coming from. I saw you. You killed your injured teammate. That's not something one sees that often. especially amongst the Leaf Shinobi. Mizuki's eyes widened as he saw a man emerge from the shadows. He instantly recognized him. "You're Orochimaru." "Correct." What do you want?" Fear was evident on Mizuki's face. His voice cracked as he failed to even speak clearly in the presence of the snake Sannin. I didn't do anything wrong." "Yes. It's true. You were merely completing your mission." "That's right. It was my only choice. But I doubt the Leaf Village will see it that way. They will become suspicious and soon after, they'll start to distrust you. They won't acknowledge you." The next instant a snake flew from Orochimaru's sleeve and bit Mizuki's hand. "Ahawk! What, did you?" The Chunin was on the ground screaming in pain as a tattoo formed where the snake bit. "When you're ready, seek me out." "Good luck, hi. The snake Sannin vanished from Mizuki's senses. Flashback end. It was just like he said. The village didn't trust me. I did what I had to do and yet I was treated like a criminal. They'll never help me. So this is why, huh? Orochimaru must have wanted to become more powerful and the Hokage stood in his way. It must have been why Orochimaru left the village. But even without the village's help he is one of the most powerful and feared ninjas in the world. I'm making the right decision. Leaving the village is the best choice. Mizuki soon reached a dead-end wall inside the cavern. He carefully looked around and soon saw a small diamond-shaped hole in the rock at the bottom of his feet. There it is. Mizuki took a kunai and inserted it into the small stone opening. When the weapon was buried all the way to the hilt, a sudden click was heard and the ground slightly shook. In seconds the wall in front of Mizuki slowly started to disappear beneath the floor. Mizuki stepped into the new circular room and looked at the stone bricks on the walls. The 8-1 from the right. Mizuki pulled a slab of rock from the right wall and found a lever. Pulling the lever activated the mechanism that opened the floor and brought a special slab up to the surface. The gray-haired man smiled wickedly and took a storage scroll from his pocket. He opened it and laid out the ingredients and utensils on the table. The two places that had these special drugs were the Nara clan lab and the black market. It cost me my fortune, but now that I have these I'll be invincible. Mizuki looked outside and saw the sign of the disappearing sun. I better get to work. There isn't much time left. He brought his hands together and made 3 seals. Tatsu Tori Inu. The tattoo on Mizuki's arm glowed and writings appeared. They were names of various ingredients and herbs with measurements marked on it. The Chunin began to mix the drugs according to what was written on his tattoo, and before long he poured 4 different colored liquids onto each designated slot on the special slab in the middle of the room. All the preparations are done. This is the moment my future is decided. Mizuki spoke to himself and pressed a small button on the slab. The 4 liquids flowed into different chambers and began mixing with each other, and soon Mizuki had a small beaker filled with the final concoction. With this I'll be unstoppable. Ha! A chemical that could replicate the power of Orochimaru's curse seal was now in Mizuki's hands. Near the Hokage Tower. It was night time and Naruto was hidden behind the leaves of a large tree. His gaze was on one of the most important buildings in the Leaf Village. The Hokage Tower. Alright. I just gotta sneak in, get the scroll and get out. Easy, right? Naruto slightly shook his head. Come on. You can do this. Don't quit now. Seeing the patrol guards get further away, Naruto made his move. He kept to the shadows and made no sound as he infiltrated the tower. Time to find the scroll. Then I'll pass the special test and I'll be Rookie of the Year. Believe it. Naruto entered the Hokage Tower without any problem, but he didn't realize that there were several eyes already on him. Both from within the tower and from outside. Chapter 270, The Forbidden Scroll Incident 1. Outside the Hokage Tower. Hinata and Shikamaru were keeping themselves to the shadows and had a close eye on the Hokage Tower and its surroundings. Naruto's here. Hinata whispered to Shikamaru as she saw Naruto hiding in the large tree near the tower. What do we do? Let's wait and see how this plays out. If he gets in any trouble with the Hokage, we'll go in and explain everything. But if Naruto leaves that tower with the scroll, then I have a feeling it'll only be because Lord Hokage let him. Hinata reluctantly nodded. The two new genin watched as Naruto patiently waited and then stealthily entered the tower when he got the chance. Hinata, is there anyone else keeping an eye on Naruto in the area? At Shikamaru's question, Hinata looked around and her eyes widened as she saw her academy teacher. Mizuki. He just arrived. He saw Naruto go inside. Does he have anyone with him? The Hyuga girl shook her head side to side, indicating no. He's alone, huh? Does that mean he's doing this all on his own? Does he really have no one helping him? Shikamaru hadn't taken that possibility off the board yet. What is he doing? Nothing. It looks like he's just waiting. The Nara narrowed his eyes. He's waiting to see if Naruto can pull it off. If Naruto gets captured, then I'm betting Mizuki's gonna make a run for it. He wants to know what's going to happen. I hope the others get here fast. We don't have much time. Inside the tower, Naruto was quietly making his way to the scroll room written down in the paper Mizuki gave him. Since it was night time, there weren't many people in the tower, and Naruto reached the room without encountering anyone. He grabbed the handle and found the door unlocked. Entering the room, he looked around and saw several large shelves filled with all kinds of scrolls of different sizes. Oh man! How am I supposed to find the forbidden scroll in time? Naruto sighed and clenched his hands. Gotta start somewhere. He began his search and looked through the scrolls nearest to him. In Mizuki-sensei's notes it says the forbidden scroll is a large scroll with the word forbidden written on it. Kinda on the nose if you ask me. Naruto looked around and searched the title of all the large scrolls present in the room. After looking over a few, his eyes widened as he saw a large red scroll. He read the title and a grin formed on his face. I found it! And what did you find, Naruto? Gah! Naruto was startled by the sudden question and turned around with a girly scream. He saw the Hokage looking at him with amusement. Naruto's shoulders slumped and he let out a deep breath of air. What's the big idea, old man? Sneaking up on me? What are you even doing here? The young blonde boy asked in a tone as if he was accusing the Hokage of doing something he shouldn't. Hiruzen looked at the boy with deadpan eyes. This kid. The gall to ask me that. What are you up to, Naruto? I should be the one asking you that. Why are you here at this time of the night? Error. Naruto stammered and couldn't quickly come up with an answer to that question. Hiruzen's eyes went to the shelf behind Naruto and he saw the forbidden scroll halfway out of its storage rack. His eyes narrowed and he turned his attention back to the boy. Why are you taking the forbidden scroll? Hearing that question, Naruto clenched his fist and got into a fighting stance. So that is the forbidden scroll, huh? I need that scroll, old man. Hiruzen was calm despite the battle intent shown by Naruto. Why? I need to pass the secret special test and I'm not gonna let you stop me. Hiruzen was inwardly confused. Secret special test? What the heck is he on about? I need to find out more information from him. So you know about the test, huh? Who told you? Hiruzen asked calmly, not giving anything away. Mizuki-sensei did. I know the others in my class are taking the test right now. Naruto replied. Mizuki, huh? He must have some hidden agenda. Hiruzen began to have an idea about what was going on. And did he tell you to take the scroll? No. But he told me it was the most difficult test and if I did I'll become Rookie of the Year. Naruto was answering the Hokage's questions because he was trying to buy some time and think of an escape plan. Oh man. How do I get out of here? I guess there is only one thing I can do. So that's how it is, huh? Hiruzen nodded. You don't really think it'll be that easy to take the scroll and get past me, do you? Naruto looked tense, but the next second he grinned. He had a mischievous smile on his face. He brought his hands together and made the seal for the transformation jutsu. Ninja Art Transform, Sexy Jutsu. Poof! A puff of smoke surrounded Naruto, and the next second a naked teenage blonde with pigtails and large assets bouncing and jiggling all around could be seen. The lingering smoke left very little for the imagination. "Won't you please let me have the scroll?" Lord Hokage, the sexy teenage blonde girl, asked in a seductive tone. Hiruzen was shocked with his eyes wide open, nose bleeding and his jaws dropped to the floor. The transformed Naruto wiggled her ass and blew a kiss to the old leader. Chew! 1. The next second the old Kage was blown backwards as if hit by a large unseen force and hit the wall. He was promptly knocked out and had a stupefied expression. Poof! Naruto transformed back into his usual self and looked at the unconscious leader. Man, old people are such perverts. But now I know one thing for sure. The older and more powerful you are, the more power my jutsu has. That must be why this move doesn't work on Daichi. Naruto nodded to himself at the new theory and turned around. The Forbidden Scroll, huh? This must have all kinds of super secret jutsus. He looked at the large scroll and carefully took it from its spot. Time to get out of here. He slung it around his back and soon left the room. Naruto didn't encounter anyone else and soon exited the tower and began making his way to the location Mizuki had written down. Hiruzen sensed Naruto leaving the tower and slowly stood from his spot. He took a handkerchief and wiped his nose before making his way to his office. That is a ridiculous juvenile jutsu he created. But I suppose I can't deny its effects. He entered the room and immediately a guard dropped down onto the floor. Should we go retrieve the boy, Lord Hokage? No. Not yet. Mizuki is the one behind this. He's a Chunin instructor at the academy. I want to see what Mizuki is up to and see if he has anyone else helping him. But be ready to dispatch ninjas towards Naruto's location at a moment's notice. Yes, sir. The guard nodded and hid in the shadows. The Hokage then walked to a nearby shelf and began searching for his crystal orb. He soon found it and began tracking Naruto. At that moment something else happened. A small swarm of insects flew in through the open window and hovered in the center of the room. The three guards immediately surrounded the insect swarm, but the Hokage motioned for them to not do anything. He was curious to see what it was about. And Aburame wants to send a message. As the ninjas looked, a paper appeared among the insect swarm and it gently flew to the ground. The small flying insects left the room and returned to their human hive while the guards took a closer look at the paper. Genma carefully took the paper and read its contents. His eyes widened and he immediately turned to the Hokage. Lord Hokage. You need to see this. Hiruzen took the paper and read the contents. By the end of the page, he let out a small tired groan. Kids today. So eager to jump into trouble. I just hope this doesn't end up a disaster. A few minutes before Naruto left the tower. He's searching for the scroll. It won't be long now. The others are coming. Hinata updated the young Nara on the situation. Okay. You should stop using the Byakugan. We need to conserve our chakra for what's next. Shikamaru said and waited for his friends. It wasn't long before the rest of the rookies joined the two. They're here. I told you I'd find them quickly. Shikamaru heard Kiba say. Ino, Kiba, Choji, Sakura, Shino came near the two and tried their best not to make any commotion that would draw attention. My insects have detected Mizuki nearby. Shino suddenly spoke. Shikamaru, Hinata. Ino and Choji told us everything. But is it true? Is Mizuki-sensei really trying to get Naruto in trouble? Kiba asked the two. He wore a serious expression as he spoke. Yeah. I can't believe a teacher at the academy would do that. Sakura placed a hand on her mouth as if she was horrified. Look! As far as we're concerned, Mizuki is trying to steal village secrets and is using Naruto to do it. We need to capture him before he does any damage. Shikamaru spoke and the rest of the rookies nodded. Where is Naruto? Did he go inside already? Choji asked. Yeah. Naruto entered the tower a few minutes ago. Mizuki's been watching the whole thing. So now what? You want us to wait? The Nara nodded. The only way Naruto gets out of that tower is if the Hokage lets him. We'll make our move depending on what happens next. That reminds me. Shikamaru turned to the insect user among the group. I need you to do something for me. Shikamaru took a small sheet of paper and gave it to the Aburame Genin. If Naruto leaves the tower with the scroll, then we'll need to keep our distance and follow him. But we're going to need backup and inform someone we can trust of what's going on. So after Naruto escapes, make sure this gets to the Hokage and only him. I've written down the important details. Shino nodded and took the paper. Numerous insects covered the paper and it disappeared the next second. The 7 future rookies waited anxiously and in a few minutes saw Naruto leaving the tower with a giant red scroll on his back. Meanwhile, nearby the tower in another hidden area, Mizuki looked at the fleeing Naruto with a large grin. Looks like that brat did it. I can't believe he pulled it off. Now I just need to wait a while for him to get to the East Canyons. Then I'll inform the other villagers and spread the news of the theft. The prisoners will leave and cause havoc at that time. In all the chaos, I'll be the only one who will know his location. The timing needs to be right. Zefrek needs to stick to the plan. Mizuki left his hiding spot and went to the ninja district and patiently waited at a small restaurant. Sakura and the other genin saw Naruto disappear into the trees with the scroll on his back. Hinata. Right. The girl made the seal and her Byakugan was activated again. Naruto is making his way towards the east direction. Mizuki just left as well. But he's not following Naruto. He's going north. Shikamaru. What do we do? Ino asked and the boy already had an answer. We follow Naruto. Mizuki needs to meet with Naruto to get the scroll. So he'll find him eventually. Right now we need to stick together and follow that knucklehead. The 7 new genins quietly and discreetly began following Naruto. Since they had Kiba, Shino, and Hinata as trackers, it was easy for the group to follow their friend. While they were moving through the village, the 7 split into 2 teams and kept their distance to make sure no one noticed them. And no one did, except for one ninja. One ninja who was familiar with them found their behavior strange. Where are they going at this time? Not my problem anyway. He shrugged it off and went about his business. The genins followed Naruto into a forest, but they were moving much slower than him to not draw any attention. The 7 new genins soon made their way to the East Canyons. It took about half an hour more, but they soon reached the location. They were keeping a short distance to make sure no one spotted them, but were near enough to help Naruto if something went wrong. Hinata. Is there anyone else here? Shikamaru asked, and the Hyuga girl did a quick check. Her eyes widened as she saw a figure she didn't expect. Sasuke. He's here. It looks like he followed Naruto. Wait, Sasuke is here? Sakura was excited, but Ino quickly put a hand on her mouth to calm her down and make sure she didn't make any noise. Forget about Sasuke. What's Naruto doing right now? Kiba asked. Hinata was silent for a few seconds before she replied. I think he's training. East Canyons half hour ago. Naruto ran as fast as his legs took him towards the location mentioned in the paper Mizuki gave him. Due to his chakra control training, he was able to move much faster and soon reached the meeting point. He panted and dropped on butt. Oh man! I made it! That was easy. Naruto took in and let out several deep breaths of air and soon composed himself. He looked around and didn't find anyone. Looks like Mizuki-sensei isn't here yet. Guess I got some free time. Just then an idea struck his mind. He took the scroll from his back and slowly opened it. This scroll must have some awesome jutsu. Since I have some time, I guess I'll learn a few. Naruto unruffled the scroll a bit and saw the name of the first jutsu, and instantly his face soured. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Oh man. The clone jutsu. That was the hardest one I had to learn. Naruto groaned and just glanced at the jutsu description. He was about to look at the next jutsu when one sentence caught his eye. This jutsu splits the user's chakra to create solid clones. That's. Naruto did a double take and took a closer look at the jutsu description. So if I learn this jutsu, then I can create solid copies? Oh man. That's gonna be awesome. There's so many pranks I could do with this. Alright. I'm gonna master the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Believe it! With that invigorating shout, Naruto read the hand seals and began training the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Leaf Village. North District. A while later. Mizuki waited and slowly finished his soup. He looked at the time and had a small smile. Time for the fireworks to begin. Chapter 271, The Forbidden Scroll Incident 2. It was night time. In a small restaurant/club, several Leaf Ninjas were enjoying the food and catching up with their friends. They were sharing stories of their missions, and some were even playing cards nearby. There were a couple of prominent jonins among them as well. Ha! I win, Asuma. Pay up. A woman in a trench coat stood with her arms high in the air and holding a victory pose. Yeah, said the bearded jonin and the son of the third Hokage. He took out a small wad of cash and gave it to the woman. Ah, poor baby. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll win another game. Someday. Ha ha ha. Asuma had a twitch in his eye as he looked at the female jonin. Has anyone ever told you that you're a poor winner, Anko? He said as he opened a small bottle of beer and sipped it. All the time. Anko remarked, and she quickly counted the bills. Well, I'm off to get me some dango. Have fun making googly eyes at Kurenai when she gets here. Asuma choked and spat out some beer, hearing that. I don't make dash. Yeah. Whatever you say, pal. Anko waved her hand and exited the small restaurant. Asuma shook his head and began hanging out with the others. Several minutes went by and suddenly a gray-haired ninja rushed into the restaurant, gaining everyone's attention. You guys. There's a catastrophe. The hysterical yell and the panicked face of the ninja put everyone on alert. What's wrong? What happened? It's that boy Naruto. He stole the Forbidden Scroll. Mizuki said with the appropriate panic tone. What? Every ninja was shocked when they heard that. Asuma stepped forward and placed a hand on the gray-haired ninja's shoulder. Are you absolutely sure about this? Asuma. Mizuki instantly recognized the man. Yes. I'm telling the truth. A few people saw him leaving the tower with a large scroll. You should head to the Hokage Tower immediately. Asuma. If that brat uses the scroll and the seal comes undone. One of the ninjas looked at the bearded jonin with terror on his face. We need to find that brat quickly. Before he causes any damage. Another ninja spoke up. Yes, but first, we need to see the Hokage. Find out what is going on. I'm sure he's already aware of the matter. We need more information. Asuma said, and the rest of the ninjas nodded in agreement. They immediately made their way to the tower, and once everyone left, a devious smile formed on Mizuki's face. Yes, that's right. I've spread the news to a few groups. Now in a short time everyone will know what Naruto did. There's no stopping this now. Time to see one more person. Iruka was in his home cooking dinner. He hummed a happy tune and smiled as he cooked his food. He finally passed the graduation. I just hope he passes the Jonin's test too. Good luck, Naruto. I'm rooting for you. Iruka leaned forward and took a deep breath of air. Ah, that smells delicious. Those cooking lessons really paid off. The Chunin turned off the flames and was about to plate his food when suddenly loud banging came from his front door. What the hell? I'm coming. I'm coming. Iruka quickly opened the door and saw Mizuki in a panic. Mizuki? What's wrong? It's terrible, Iruka-sensei. You need to get to Lord Hokage. What happened? Why are you so anxious? Iruka could see the fear on his fellow teacher's face and he didn't know what to think. It's Naruto. He stole the sacred scroll. Iruka's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, for him, the sounds of the world started disappearing and all he could hear and feel were the sounds of his rapidly beating chest. He stood frozen with the sound of his heart in his ear. Naruto. Why? Seeing Iruka stand still in shock, Mizuki slightly shook him. Iruka. Get it together. We need to find him before something terrible happens. Iruka snapped out of his daze. Naruto stole the scroll of sealing? Are you sure about this, Mizuki? Yes. You need to get to Lord Hokage. Iruka nodded and the two immediately left the area. Both of them, going in different directions. Mizuki looked at his watch and smiled. It's almost time for Zefrek to make his move. Hokage Tower. In front of the tower a large group of shinobi had already gathered. Lord Hokage. Is it true? Did he really take the scroll? One of the ninjas asked and Hiruzen nodded his head. I'm afraid so. Anger could be seen on most of the ninjas, but some were silent and keenly gazing at the old leader. At that moment Iruka arrived and stood at the back of the crowd. Lord Hokage, this isn't a small matter. That scroll in the wrong hands could bring disaster to our village. That's right. This is not a prank anymore. Stealing the scroll is a serious crime. We need to find him quickly. Hiruzen looked at the group and knew that if he didn't allow them to take appropriate action, they would suspect something. The chances of them finding Naruto's location are slim. If they find Naruto in the mindset they are, he and the rest of the kids could be in danger. But I can't just stand back and do nothing. Find Naruto and the scroll. But bring him to me unharmed. I have some questions for him. Sir! The order was given and the ninjas vanished in all directions. As Hiruzen walked back into the tower, his mind was piecing together the events that happened till now. No one at the tower leaked the intel, so the only way they could find out was if Mizuki told them. He's trying to create chaos and confusion and manipulate their hate for the boy. Once Mizuki and his cohorts show up, I'll send Genma after Naruto and his friends. He knows what to do. Leave prison. Zefrek looked at the time and his eyes slightly narrowed. This is it. Mizuki should have spread the news by now. He turned to the prisoners raging and howling behind him. These fools will make an excellent distraction. Zefrek turned to the 4 of the 6 ninjas he gave the Jonin jacket to. Tenjin, Ryukin. I have something I need you to do. What? Zefrek replied with a grin and gave them several paper bombs. Use that to cause a distraction. I know you two hate the village. Why don't you use this as an opportunity to vent some of that repressed anger? Tenjin grinned as he took the stacks of explosives. This wouldn't happen to be a plan so you could escape while we're taking the heat, would it? The dangerous intent coming from Tenjin was apparent to everyone nearby. Despite the hostile attitude, Zefrek just shrugged. If you don't want it, then I'll give it to someone else. But you're going to have to return that flak jacket along with those paper bombs. That's not gonna happen. Why don't I just use these on you here instead? The nonchalant attitude disappeared from Zefrek's face. Then you can forget about escaping at all. We'll do it. Ryukin suddenly spoke. The 2 prisoners turned to him. I've wanted to pay back this village for my incarceration for a long time. I'll do it. Ryukin replied as he took a few paper bombs from Tenjin's hand. If we're doing this, then we need to be quick. We won't be able to attack secure buildings. Aosora came near them and spoke. Ryukin shook his head. It doesn't matter. Even if it's some superficial damage, it'll please my heart. We'll use these prisoners as cover to plant the bombs. Then we'll escape between the chaos and get out while the Leaf Ninjas are dealing with the fallout of this prison break. Kitoha gave his input as well. Since he also wasn't from the Hidden Leaf Village, he didn't care what happened to them. Zeefrek looked at the four and nodded. Go! I'll buy you for a few minutes of time. The four disguised prisoners escaped and Zeefrek turned to his two partners, Hiroshi and Seiho. They, along with Zeefrek, were the only ones remaining wearing the standard Leaf Shinobi outfit. Did you really have to give them the explosives? We could have used them. Zeefrek shook his head. If we used explosives, it would have drawn attention towards our location. So since we can't use it, might as well give it to the few who will. They might get caught or they might escape. I couldn't care less what happens to them. It's a shame Mizuki was only able to bring 7 flak jackets. We could have used more. Hiroshi spoke. He looked at the 3 dead guards and sighed. If those jackets didn't have blood, we could have used them. I suppose it doesn't matter now. The trio waited a few minutes and then turned to the rest of the prisoners. It's time to take back your freedom. Yeah. On this day, the Leaf Village experienced the biggest and only prison break since the founding of the village. Iruka was making his way to Naruto's secret training ground in the back forest. Damn it. Why did he do that? Why did he take the scroll? Was this supposed to be some kind graduation prank? What is he thinking? Iruka moved as fast as he could and soon reached the area. He used his sensory techniques but couldn't find anyone. Damn it. He's not here. The Chunin instructor looked around and there weren't any signs of anyone being present. Where could he have gone? Suddenly Iruka remembered something. He remembered seeing Shikamaru, Sakura and Kiba and Ino together nearby the tower a few hours ago. He didn't think much about it then, but now he couldn't help but wonder. Iruka closed his eyes and recalled the memory as best as he could. He suddenly picked up on 2 details. Sakura. She tried to hide it, but she was nervous. And Kiba. He and Akamaru. It looked like they were tracking someone. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now. The instant this thought entered Iruka's mind, his eyes snapped open. Don't tell me. Do they know what Naruto did? Did they help him take the scroll somehow? What's going on? Iruka recalled the direction they were going and quickly moved. They were going east from the tower. What's east of the village? After racking his brain for a few minutes, the Chunin had an idea as to their destination. Is it possible? Are they going to the East Canyons? Damn it. I don't have much else to go on. The East Canyons were somewhat nearer, so Iruka decided to check it out just to make sure. As he made his way to that place, Mizuki was also making his way there. He was extremely cautious as he didn't want anyone to get suspicious and follow him. Taking the longer route will cost me more time, but this way I can be certain that no one's following me. East Canyons. Choji, Kiba and Shino were keeping watch on Naruto as he trained his new shadow clone jutsu. Oh man. Not only did that idiot take the scroll, he actually learned a jutsu from it. Maybe I should take a peek inside that thing. I would not recommend that course of action, Kiba. Shino calmly said as he looked at the solid clones Naruto was creating. That jutsu came from the scroll that is dubbed forbidden. It must have some extreme cost. We would be wise not to act foolishly. Right. Just then Shikamaru, Hinata, Ino, and Sakura joined them. Did you guys set up the traps? Kiba turned to them and asked. Yeah. But we need to be careful. I just wish we could talk to Naruto. He doesn't even know he's in danger. Shikamaru slightly sighed and spoke. I know what you mean, Hinata. But that guy can be hard-headed sometimes. If we go over to him now, he'll most likely fight us. And what's more, we need to catch Mizuki red-handed. The second he reveals his true intentions, we'll try our best to trap him. And if he has anyone helping him? Kiba and Akamaru looked at the tactician in their group. Then we go to Plan B. What about Sasuke? Did you guys go talk to him? Choji asked while hiding under the bush. No. He was on the other side and too far away. We would have given ourselves away if we tried to go over to him. The young Nara shook his head. I could have had my insects send him a message, but Shikamaru is worried someone might find out and how Sasuke might react. We'll worry about Sasuke later. I'm sure he'll know to make the correct decision if anything happens. Right now Naruto is the priority. As most of the rookies nodded and paid close attention to the blonde boy training his new jutsu, Shino slowly made his way near Shikamaru. I'm sure Naruto would believe us if we told him that this whole thing is a trap. So what's the real reason you don't want to confront him? The new Aburame Genin asked Shikamaru in a very low voice. The Nara was silent as he heard the question. I have my reasons. He didn't say anything more as he stared at the blonde training a short distance away. But his mind was in turmoil. If I tell Naruto that Mizuki hates him enough to trap him like this, then he'll demand to know the reason. How am I supposed to tell him why Mizuki hates him? How can I tell him that he has some sort of connection to the very creature that brought misery and pain to the village? I don't even know the full picture about it myself. Shikamaru quietly sighed and kept his gaze forward. Seeing that his question won't be answered any further, Shino decided to drop it. On the other side of the field, Sasuke was keeping an eye on Naruto, and as he watched his classmate train hard, he remembered the words Daichi said to him during their spars. The Uchiha shook his head to get rid of the annoying thoughts and focused. That clone jutsu could be pretty useful to me. As he stood there hidden from view, he suddenly heard the sound of leaves and branches moving. Someone's coming. Sasuke made sure to stay hidden and soon saw who it was heading for Naruto. That's... Naruto released all the clones and fell back to the ground. Oh man. Pant. That was tough. He was taking large gulps of air and tried to regain some energy. Naruto then sat up and looked at his hands. But it was worth it. With this jutsu I'll be unstoppable. Just then someone made his appearance. I didn't think you'd look that tired getting that scroll here. But well done. Naruto looked up at the familiar voice and saw Mizuki-sensei on a tree staring at him. Yeah. I got the scroll. I completed the toughest exam, no problem. Believe it. Naruto had a big grin as he looked at his teacher. Mizuki chuckled as he looked at the boy. Yes, you did. There's only one more thing you need to do. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and smiled back. What's that, sensei? The smile on Mizuki's face fell, and the next instant he threw several kunai at the boy with speed and precision. Die! Chapter 272, The Forbidden Scroll Incident 3. The smile on Naruto's face vanished as he saw his teacher's vicious and hateful expression. He certainly didn't expect Mizuki to attack him right out of the blue. The blonde boy stood frozen in fear as the kunais were coming straight at him. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and the rest of the new graduates also didn't anticipate Mizuki to try and outright kill Naruto right then and there. Their eyes widened and they stood still in shock as well. But Sasuke was the only one who quickly snapped out of it and took action. He held several shuriken between his fingers and was about to throw them from his location, but someone beat him to it. The Uchiha heard the distinct whistle of shurikens flying at a fast rate and his eyes moved in that direction. In moments he saw them and realized they were accurately going to intercept Mizuki's kunai. A few feet in front of Naruto, Mizuki's kunai were hit by several shuriken that came from the darkness of the forest, and they successfully deflected the weapons aimed to kill the boy. What the? Where did those come from? Mizuki wondered, seeing his attack fail. A second later Iruka appeared and stood several feet in front of Naruto, looking at his colleague with narrowed eyes. Shikamaru and the rest of the rookies let out relieved breaths as they saw their friend unharmed. Iruka-sensei. He's here. Oh, thank God. That was too close. If Iruka-sensei hadn't shown up or was even a second late, Naruto would have been a goner now. Kiba said in a low tone. No kidding. Ino said, and Sakura and Hinata nodded. Hinata's hands tightened and clenched into fists. She looked at Mizuki, and for the first time the emotion of hatred appeared in her kind heart. The rest of the rookies paid close attention to the interaction going on between the three and were getting ready to intervene. Iruka glared at Mizuki silently for a few seconds before speaking. "What's the meaning of this, Mizuki? Lord Hokage asked us to bring Naruto in unharmed for questioning. So why did you attack him with such lethal force?" Mizuki gritted his teeth looking at the man. "I wanted to make you suffer one last time by telling you what that brat did, but I didn't expect you to actually find this place. I guess that's an oversight on my part. I see you found my location. I have to admit, I didn't expect that." Mizuki looked down at Iruka and crossed his arms. "Well, what's going on? Why did you attack me? Is this part of the test?" Naruto asked, slightly stuttering from the shock of the sudden attack. Naruto looked at the two in confusion as he didn't know what was going on. Iruka glanced at the boy behind him and was perplexed. "Test? What test? What are you talking about, Naruto?" Couple dozen meters away from them, Shikamaru and his group stood, ready to help out their friend and Iruka-sensei. "Shikamaru, now that Iruka-sensei is here, we can go help out. There is no point in hiding here anymore," Ino said in a low voice, looking at the friend. The Nara shook his head side to side. "If we go out there, I'm sure we'll be able to capture Mizuki with Iruka-sensei's help. But if Mizuki has anyone helping him, then we lose the element of surprise. In a straight fight, we might be in trouble." "Why are you so sure Mizuki has someone to help him?" Sakura asked. "Because it's what I'd do if I was in his shoes. Mizuki has been planning this for a long time. I'm sure of it. He'd be dumb to betray the village and expect to safely leave on his own. The odds of him seeking out someone to help him is high, and if anyone has agreed, then they'd no doubt be a strong chunin or possibly even jonin. So we need to be careful. Is that why you asked me, Kiba and Hinata, to keep a lookout even now? Are you anticipating the possibility of someone finding us here?" Shino Aburame slightly turned his head in the young Nara's direction. "Yes. If Mizuki has someone helping him, I can't avoid the possibility that they might have some sensing abilities. If they get the drop on us, we become a liability. I don't want that to happen. So the second someone enters our vicinity, I want to know." Hearing Shikamaru's reasoning, everyone nodded and turned their attention back to Naruto and the two teachers. "Test? What test? What are you talking about, Naruto?" Iruka was puzzled and looked at the boy from the corner of his eyes. "You know, the super-secret special exam to become real Genin." Naruto trailed off, seeing Iruka-sensei's confused expression. "Mizuki-sensei told me about it. He told me where to get the scroll and everything." "Naruto, give me the scroll now." Mizuki spoke in a menacing tone, looking at the boy. Iruka turned back to Mizuki, and his brain quickly figured out what was going on. "You! Now it makes sense. You're behind this whole thing. What's going on, sensei? Why is Mizuki-sensei acting like that?" The gray-haired chunin couldn't help chuckle hearing that question. "You really are an utter idiot, aren't you, Naruto?" The blonde boy clenched his hands hearing that insult. "Naruto, listen carefully. That scroll you have contains secret and forbidden jutsus created by the first and second Hokages. If it got out, it could bring great danger to our village. There is no test. Mizuki used you to steal the scroll for himself. For his own selfish goals." Hearing Iruka's words, Naruto was immediately on guard against the gray-haired enemy ninja up on the tree. Iruka took a kunai from his leg pouch and held it in reverse grip, his eyes squarely fixed on his former friend. "Naruto, no matter what happens, don't let Mizuki have that scroll. Get out of here. Take it straight to Lord Hokage." "Right." Naruto nodded his head with determination and strapped the scroll to his back. He was about to jump and escape the place, but several shuriken from Mizuki landed near him, stopping him in his tracks. "You two aren't going anywhere. That scroll is mine. Looks like they're about to fight." You're planning on having Iruka-sensei battle Mizuki and all of us launch a surprise attack if any other enemies show up. It's not a bad plan, but still. Are you sure about this? Ino had her doubts as she looked at her friend. At that moment Shino spoke up. Your plan has a few flaws, Shikamaru. What if there is no one helping Mizuki? What if he's alone? And look. It doesn't seem like Mizuki intends to let them leave here. Iruka-sensei will not be able to fight effectively if he has to protect Naruto at the same time. Shikamaru intently gazed at the two chunins. I know. I thought about that. Look. If it looks like Iruka-sensei and Naruto are in trouble, then we'll intervene. But let's wait a couple more minutes. I just want to make sure that Mizuki is the only threat. Shikamaru was on one knee and brought his hands together with his fingertips touching. He thought of the possibilities in front of him as he looked at the fight that's about to start between the two leaf ninjas. We could all attack Mizuki right now and take him down with minimal injuries to ourselves. But if he has anyone helping him, they might not reveal themselves and then we might not be able to find that traitor. Or we could be ambushed. But with Hinata, Shino, and Kiba that possibility is low. Still, it doesn't solve our problem. I don't know the enemy's strength to make a solid strategy or if there is more than one enemy we have to deal with. I just hope Lord Hokage sends some back up. Seeing Mizuki coming towards him, Iruka urged Naruto to leave. But the rogue ninja had other plans. He wanted to make sure Naruto stayed. Mizuki had been training the last several months in preparation for this day, and thus he was a lot stronger and faster than Iruka anticipated. Naruto tried to get away from there, but the rogue Chunin threw a windmill shuriken in his path, stopping the boy even as he engaged in a fight with Iruka. Mizuki easily parried a fist and sidestepped Iruka's kunai swipe. Seeing an opening, he countered with a cross to the man's left cheek, making the scarred Chunin take a few steps back. Do you really want to run away, Naruto? Especially before you know the truth about yourself? Mizuki had a malicious grin as he looked at Iruka. Truth? What truth? Don't listen to him, Naruto. He's lying. Get out of here. The Chunin yelled as he tried to keep his former friend at bay. That's rich Iruka. The whole village knows the truth except for him. It's the law after all. That we shouldn't tell Naruto. Even as Mizuki was fighting, he glanced from the corner of his eyes and saw that he had Naruto's attention. Excellent. That fool is far more concerned with himself to make any sensible decision. What truth? What are you hiding from me? Naruto saw Iruka's tense face and he immediately knew that his teacher was hiding something. What don't you want me to know, Iruka-sensei? Naruto's vulnerable expression made Iruka lose focus mid-fight, and Mizuki immediately capitalized on it. He punched Iruka in the face and kicked him hard, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Several kunais instantly flew and pierced Iruka's arms and legs. Erhar! The scarred Chunin gritted his teeth and tried to hold in his pain. Iruka was bleeding from his nose and had multiple other flesh wounds. None of them were lethal, and the loyal leaf ninja was slowly removing the weapons that struck his body and was trying to stand back up. Iruka-sensei! Naruto rushed to the wounded Chunin. How touching. You still care. But I doubt that'd be the case when you realize that deep down he hates you. That you're the reason his parents are dead. Mizuki's words halted Naruto's steps. What? What are you talking about? The boy turned to the traitorous ninja. Me, Mizuki. Stop. Don't. Iruka took in a few deep breaths of air through his mouth and pleaded with the man. It wasn't just Naruto who was paying close attention to Mizuki, but the other graduates as well. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he knew what Mizuki was going on about. Don't tell me he's going to say what I think he's going to say. Wait. Are they talking about the reason why people seem to hate him? Kiba nodded. I think so, Ino. And did you hear what Mizuki said? There's some kind of law to stop Naruto from knowing the reason. As his friends were having a quieted discussion, Shikamaru had several thoughts running through his mind. I know Naruto has some connection to the nine-tailed beast. But that's it. I couldn't get much more info on the subject after I asked my father about it. Do I want to know the truth? If there is a law preventing Naruto from learning the truth, then should I allow it to break? How would he even react if he finds out? The Nara cautiously and discreetly glanced at everyone present near him. How would they react? Damn it. What should I do? Do I stop Mizuki or do I just stay here? What's the best decision I could make? I think we should stop Mizuki. Shikamaru made his choice. Ino was puzzled. Weren't you the one who just told us to stay here till anyone else shows up? Shino and Kiba narrowed their eyes and looked at their friend. They could see the worry on their friend's face. You suddenly changed your decision and want us to attack. Why? Is it because of Iruka-sensei's injuries or because of what Mizuki is saying? Shikamaru, what's going on? The secret. You know it, don't you? What is it? Kiba asked. At that time, as if to answer his question, Mizuki spoke, revealing the long-kept open secret. In all the commotion and the revelation of Mizuki's betrayal, Iruka completely forgot about Naruto's classmates. He had sensed Naruto's chakra when he came near the canyons and became solely focused on it. At that moment he didn't realize that it wouldn't just be Naruto learning the terrible secret the village hid for so long. Mizuki looked at the boy's scared face and chuckled. The whole village has been lying to you since you were born. Because of the decree made 12 years ago. Everyone knows about it. Everyone except you and those born around your time and since. Stop Mizuki. That's forbidden. Iruka's desperate shout only made Naruto want to know more. Mizuki looked at Naruto with a gleeful expression before he spoke. The decree is, no one can tell you the nine-tailed fox is inside you. Naruto stood still with widened eyes. His hands shook as he heard that. What? The fox spirit that destroyed the village and killed Iruka's parents 12 years ago. It's you. You are the Nine Tails. Iruka looked at the shocked Naruto and he gritted his teeth. That's enough, Mizuki. Stop it. He yelled at Mizuki, but it was for naught. They've been hiding this secret from you your whole life. Come on. Haven't you ever wondered why they hated you so much? Treated you like dirt your whole life. Like they hate you for just existing. Well, now you know. The rogue ninja couldn't help but laugh, seeing the distraught look on Naruto. All the hidden genins stood still as they too were shocked by this revelation. All except Shikamaru. Damn it. Now Naruto knows. How's he going to react? No. You're lying. No! The more Naruto heard Mizuki speak, the angrier he got. Blue chakra wisps began to appear in a whirl all around him. Iruka sensed the chakra rising in his former student. Naruto. Don't lose control. Do you understand now, demon? You will never be accepted in this village. Even your precious Iruka hates you. Mizuki looked at the traumatized boy and reached for the large windmill shuriken tied to his back. He unstrapped it and spun it in his hands. Naruto, seeing the large weapon, stumbled in fear and fell on his back. Die, you beast! Mizuki threw the large shuriken at Naruto, and the boy desperately scrambled to all fours and tried to escape. Get down, Naruto! Iruka-sensei's shout made Naruto duck down with his head between his arms. He closed his eyes in fear and waited for the pain, but it never came. Instead, he heard the sounds of metal clashing against metal. When Naruto opened his eyes a couple seconds later, he saw Iruka-sensei shielding him with his own body. He looked up at his teacher and saw that the man was looking around in shock. Several seconds before Mizuki threw the shuriken, Kiba and Choji were the ones in front of the group, and the two clenched their fists in anger as they looked at the gray-haired ninja. The hateful words the man spoke made them furious. Fuck this shit. I'm not gonna just stay here and listen to this crap anymore. I'm going to help Naruto and Iruka-sensei. Arf. You coming, Choji? Hell yeah! The Akimichi nodded with fire in his eyes. What about you guys? Kiba turned to the others. The rest of the team were angry as well, and now with Kiba and Choji deciding to forego stealth, they made that choice as well. For once I'm looking forward to starting a fight. Let's go kick that traitor's ass. Ino spoke for them all, and the 7 rookies rushed from their spot just as Mizuki threw the weapon. The Genin saw Iruka rushing over to Naruto and trying to shield him with his own body. The 7 new Genins immediately took their weapons and threw them at the large 4-legged spinning blade with as much force as they could muster. Their plan was to deflect the weapon off its path. Just then they also saw several small shuriken coming from the other side aim for the weapon. They immediately saw Sasuke's figure appear and all the small weapons collided with Mizuki's blade. Shikamaru and his group's weapons slowed the blade down. Sasuke's shuriken had ninja wire tied to them, and the Uchiha manipulated his small weapons to grab the large windmill shuriken and force it off course. Mizuki's weapon hit a nearby tree trunk and was embedded all the way through. Present time. Iruka willed his body to move and made it just in time to shield Naruto's body with his own. He braced for the lethal impact, but instead of pain he sensed several familiar presence coming towards them and then heard the sound of the large shuriken hitting a nearby tree. Iruka looked up and saw his students appear nearby and walking towards them. It was then that he recalled the strange behaviors of some of them earlier and the conclusions he later came to. I can't believe you were dumb enough to think there was a test to steal an important scroll like that from the Hokage Tower. You really are a dope. Naruto couldn't see who, but he instantly recognized that voice. Sasuke. Oi oi. That's a bit too harsh, Sasuke. The lazy voice of Shikamaru Nara was heard next. But Sasuke is kinda right, Shikamaru. But then again, I can't exactly blame Naruto on this one. We're supposed to trust our teachers after all. Sakura said as she looked at Mizuki with a frown on her face. Kiba snorted. He glared at the Chunin. Some teacher. Never did like him anyways. Iruka-sensei was far better. Arf arf. See. Akamaru agrees. Yeah. We're gonna kick your ass for the stunt you just pulled. Ino tied a rubber band around her hair and glared at the enemy ninja. Choji came near Iruka and stood with his arms crossed while Hinata stood ready with her taijutsu gentle fist stance. They didn't say anything as they looked at Mizuki, but their stern expression was more than enough to convey their feelings. Surrender, Mizuki-sensei. No. You do not deserve that title anymore. Surrender, Mizuki. Why? Because you are outnumbered. The insects' buzzing could be heard throughout the area as Shino looked at the Chunin with a calm face. The rookies have entered the scene and all of them are ready for battle. Chapter 273, The Forbidden Scroll Incident 4. Hokage's Room. Hiruzen watched in anger as Mizuki broke the rule and revealed the secret about the 9 tails to Naruto and unknowingly his classmates as well. Now that Naruto knows the truth, what will he do? The old Kage turned his attention to Shikamaru and the rest. Shikaku said his son already knew. Yet he hasn't shown any hostility to Naruto. So I don't have to worry about him. But what about the rest? Will their hearts and minds be strong and clever enough to separate Naruto and the beast and see them as 2 entities? Hiruzen kept observing the group, and even after the revelation he saw that the rookies jumped in to save Iruka and Naruto. It brought relief and a small smile to his face. They all make a great team. Still, they'll have questions when this is all over. I'll need to explain everything carefully. Still, if Mizuki becomes desperate and tries something, there is the possibility of someone getting injured or worse. It's best if I send someone over there now. Having made a decision, Hiruzen was about to call forth his personal guards, but at that moment something else happened. Boom! A sudden explosion from the village caught Hiruzen's attention. The windows of the Hokage Tower slightly rattled from the winds, and every ninja was on alert. The Kage stood from his chair and went to look outside. He saw many people rushing towards the explosion. The smoke and fire were coming from the market district. Bull! As Hiruzen said the name, an Umbu appeared behind him on one knee. Find out what's happening and the ones responsible. Sir. The Umbu vanished and Hiruzen's eyes roamed the village looking for anything else happening. Several seconds later, just when things didn't seem like it could get worse, 3 more explosions went off in 3 different locations. The 3 guards in the room and 2 remaining Umbu appeared beside the Hokage. Hiruzen turned to his 2 Umbu members. One of them had a mask resembling a wolf while the other a lizard. "Wolf! I'm putting the village on a level 1 emergency alert. Coordinate with the Jonins and get the situation under control. Evacuate the civilians if needed. Make sure of their safety." "Yes, sir." "Lizard. Go to the locations that were just hit. Assess the damage and casualties and report back to me as soon as possible." "Sir." The 2 ninjas vanished and the old Kage turned his attention to the village. Who would do something like this? Rado saw the fire and smoke and could help but ask. Someone who thinks it's worth it to make an enemy out of an entire village. Genma said with narrowed eyes. It can't be a coincidence that these attacks happened just on the night Mizuki planned to take the scroll. He must be behind this. Iwai's theory made sense to everyone. At that moment the guards and the Hokage sensed the presence of 2 ninjas rushing towards the tower. They quickly recognized the 2 ninjas as part of the patrol unit. "Lord Hokage, I have terrible news. The prisoners have escaped." "What?" The Kage was surprised as he knew the possibility of a prison break was very, very slim. "It's true. The Leaf Correctional Facility has been compromised. The prisoners are on the loose. Our team came across a few of them. We captured them and found out about it just a short while ago." Hiruzen groaned hearing that. They must be the ones behind the explosion. But for them to escape, gain access to paper bombs and go unnoticed through the village, they must have had outside help. He went to his crystal ball and altered the chakra flow of his telescope jutsu. The images immediately changed from Naruto and his group to the outskirts of the village. He saw several escapees in their prison uniform making their way out of the forest. If they get outside the border, this could become more problematic. Hiruzen turned to one of his personal guards. "Iwais, take these 2 and spread the word to everyone. I have new orders. Capture every escaped prisoner. Use lethal force if need be. I'll send someone else to get Naruto and the children. Right now containing the prisoners are priority." "Yes, sir." The guard and the 2 Chunin patrol ninjas nodded and quickly exited the building. Once the 3 left, Genma stepped near the Kage. "Sir, right now I'm sure the academy students and Iruka can hold back Mizuki. But if no one is looking for Naruto and if the prisoners happen upon their location, then they all could be in serious trouble." Hiruzen nodded. "Yes, I'm aware of that. And things would become more dangerous with that scroll in play. Lord Hokage, this prison break, the explosions, the theft of the scroll, for all of it to take place like this on the same night. I believe Mizuki must be behind this. He must have a guard at the prison helping him. And if Mizuki told any of those prisoners to get to East Canyons, then Iruka, Naruto, and the others would be in danger." "You are right, Rado. I was thinking the very same." "All right. I want you to go to the facility and investigate. If the guards have been turned, then subdue them and bring them to Ibiki for interrogation." "On it." Rado vanished and Hiruzen turned to the last guard in the room. "Genma, get to Naruto's location. If the prisoners show up, Iruka won't be able to protect the children on his own. With everything that's happening, there is a great risk of something going wrong or beyond Iruka's control. Defend the people and take down that traitor Mizuki and anyone else with him." "Yes, sir." Hiruzen kept an eye on everything happening in the village through his telescope jutsu. A few minutes later, one of the Umbu he sent returned. "Lizard, report. I went to the 4 locations. They weren't part of our critical infrastructure. The locations that were hit were low priority and easy to access. 2 explosions happened in the market, but at this time the shops were all closed. So no casualties. Only property damage. The 3rd attack took place near the veterinary clinic run by the Inuzuka clan. Again, no casualties. The fourth was in the outskirts of the civilian residential area. 2 houses were damaged and there have been a few injuries but no fatalities. The injured have already been taken to the hospital and we're already fortifying the key areas. The Hyuga and Aburame are coordinating and leading search teams to see if there are more explosives hidden. Hiruzen nodded and let out a small breath of relief. No one killed in 4 explosions. I suppose I can call that a miracle. But still, why cause damage to these locations? These damages wouldn't hurt us even in the short term. The Kage stroked his chin and pondered on the reason for this attack. Hiruzen's eyes widened as an idea suddenly sprung up in his head. Distraction. What if this is all a distraction to take off our focus? But they won't be able to escape the way they are now. Unless... He quickly looked at his umbu. The patrol squad has informed me that there has been a massive prison break. I believe this destruction might be the work of a prisoner. These explosions might be a diversion. But Lord Hokage, how can you be sure it was them? And even then the prisoners would be in their uniform, they'd quickly be identified and captured. I'm not 100% sure it's them, but it's what my gut is telling me. And it would be possible for them to escape in this chaos. If they have our ninja gear. The umbu's eyes behind the mask slightly widened. If that's the case, inform the umbu teams and the trusted jonins to be on the lookout for anyone suspicious. They wouldn't have access to umbu attire, but if those prisoners have outside help then they could be wearing our flak jackets. Yes. I understand. The umbu nodded and immediately left the room. Hiruzen turned his attention back to the crystal ball, changed the chakra flow, and the images soon changed to Naruto battling his traitorous teacher. Mizuki. I have a feeling you're behind all this mess. If that is the case then I'll make sure you never see daylight again. East Canyons. Shortly after future rookies saved Iruka. Mizuki looked at the newcomers and was completely shocked. Where did they come from? How long have they been here? Did they get here following Iruka or Naruto? The rogue Chunin was angry that his plan to kill Naruto was thwarted. You brats made a big mistake coming here. We'll see about that soon. Sasuke said as he looked at Mizuki with narrowed eyes. Sounds of several footsteps came and Naruto turned his head. He realized that he, Iruka and Mizuki weren't the only ones that were there. But at the moment he didn't care about them. He turned his attention back to his teacher. Why? Naruto's weak voice brought Iruka's attention back to him. The Chunin saw the sad, confused expression on the boy's face and it pained his heart. You could have died. Why did you save my life? Iruka looked at the boy and tried to smile. Slowly tears started falling down his face as he recalled the memories of his childhood. You know, you and I are a lot alike. We're the same in so many ways. After my parents died I was all alone. No one cared about me. My grades dropped. I was soon at the bottom. A class clown. I did so many stupid things. I just wanted them to remember my name. Even if it was just for a few seconds. But soon I had to pay for my mistakes. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at his sensei. Even through the tears Iruka tried to smile. I know how you feel. Feeling lonely and hurting inside. I should have been there for you more. I'm sorry, Sensei. But you know, there is one difference between us. You found friends you can depend on early on. Friends who will have your back no matter what. I'm really happy. Iruka smiled as he looked at his favorite student. Shikamaru and the rest smiled as they looked at their teacher. The young Nara glanced at Iruka from the corner of his eyes and recalled the first day the man came to his class. When he first saw Naruto he couldn't even look at him, but now, I guess Naruto has grown on him. Mizuki gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene. This isn't how things were supposed to go. Wait! Maybe I can still use this to my advantage. If I can turn them all against him then I have a chance. The gray-haired Chunin suddenly chuckled, drawing everyone's attention. Hehehe. Oh please Iruka. You don't have to lie. I know you hate him from your very core. The nine-tailed fox killed your parents and it's inside you now, Naruto. Iruka would say anything to get that scroll from you. Mizuki turned his attention to the new Genins. Naruto is the living embodiment of the catastrophe that struck the village. You all should fear him. He'll soon release the seal and the Nine Tails will emerge and destroy the village. He's just a beast hell-bent on destruction. Yeah, like we believe that. Someone needs to shut you up, Kiba said, and the rest of the rookies were getting ready to attack. Naruto looked at Mizuki and he suddenly felt ashamed to meet everyone's gaze. He just wanted to escape. He tried to take off running, but Iruka suddenly grabbed his arm, stopping him. Before Naruto could struggle and escape, Iruka suddenly brought him in for a hug. Naruto stilled as he was embraced in the warm gesture. I did hate you, Naruto. The boy's eyes widened as he heard his sensei. And Mizuki is right. A beast would only know just to rampage and cause destruction when it's hurt. But you're not a beast. I've seen you struggle, endure everyone's hate, and still have a smile on your face. I've seen your willingness to work hard and your determination. You try your best despite the odds against you. I came to admire that. Iruka looked Naruto in the eyes and he had a genuine smile. You are not the Nine Tails. You are Naruto Uzumaki of the Leaf. And you're my precious student. Sensei. Naruto realized that the man was telling the truth, and the instant that realization hit him, he buried his face in his sensei's chest and cried. Iruka gently stroked the back of the boy's head and stayed silent. Naruto's friends smiled and stayed quiet to give them their moment. Mizuki clenched his fists as his plans to turn them against Naruto failed. But unwilling to give up, he tried one more time. He looked at the children and spoke. You all don't understand. He's Dash. You should stop wasting your breath. That scroll is going back to the Hokage and we aren't going to turn on Naruto. You're done, Mizuki. It's over, Shikamaru said with a serious tone. You have nothing up your sleeve left. Surrender. Shino spoke with crossed arms. Just give up, Mizuki. You're finished. Sasuke's arrogant tone made Mizuki furious. You fucking brats. You really think just because I'm outnumbered you can defeat me? I'll kill all of you for your arrogance. The rookies took battle stances and were preparing to attack. But no, you won't. Iruka's strong voice stopped everyone. He stood, looked at Naruto and gave the boy a small reassuring nod. Then he turned to face the rest of his students. You all. Thank you for saving my life. But this is my responsibility. Mizuki is my responsibility. I'll deal with that traitor. But we can fight. We can help. Sasuke looked at Iruka with determination. He's right. Sensei, we. Kiba wanted to argue, but Iruka shook his head. He turned to look at Mizuki but was addressing his students. I have a mission for all of you. Protect the Scroll of Seals and get it back to the Hokage Tower safely. Iruka was glaring at Mizuki and walked forward. He stood in front of the new Genins and became focused on his foe. You really think you all can escape from me? I'll take the scroll from your corpses if I have to. Mizuki glared at Iruka and the kids. I won't give you that chance. Your fight is with me. Iruka took a kunai and readied himself. Seeing their teachers about to engage, Shikamaru got near Naruto. Hey. We need to go. Now. While Iruka-sensei is buying us some time. Naruto reluctantly nodded but stopped when he heard Mizuki's next words. Fine. Have it your way. I'll kill you first, Iruka. Naruto clenched his fist and jumped from his spot and landed near his teacher. He glared at Mizuki. If you touch my sensei, I'll kill you. Naruto, I told you to leave. The safety of that scroll is more important than my life. Iruka was shocked that Naruto stayed. He wanted the kid to leave while he bought them time. Not to me, sensei. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The blonde Jinchuriki made the cross seal, and the next second the entire surrounding was covered in smoke. In moments the smoke disappeared and several hundred shadow clones were present all around them. Everyone was astounded by the number of clones Naruto created. "Oh man, I can't even keep count the number of clones here," Kiba said with his jaws dropped. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he looked at the boy standing near Iruka. Is this the potential Daichi was talking about? Or is this the power of the Nine Tails? Did he already know? Hinata looked at the Narutos and blushed. Narutos. Shikamaru looked at the clones and then at Mizuki. Even he would have some trouble fighting this many clones. But still, I don't know the strength and weakness of this jutsu. Or what it does to the caster. Naruto should be careful. This jutsu was from the scroll dubbed Forbidden. Naruto doesn't look winded or anything. Guess we'll have to wait to see what the effects of the jutsu are. All of them are solid clones, right? Sakura asked and Ino nodded. Yeah. This jutsu is different from the normal clone jutsu. Sakura pondered on the implications and then looked at Naruto. Then this jutsu must take more chakra than the clone jutsu to execute. So to create this many solid clones, Naruto must have a lot more chakra than I thought. I thought Mizuki was lying at first, but now Iruka-sensei doesn't seem surprised at Mizuki's accusations. So does that mean Naruto is the Nine Tails? No. Iruka-sensei trusts him. So that can't be it. But Naruto must have some connection to the Nine Tails. Naruto's shadow clones began attacking Mizuki from all sides. But the Chunin immediately began countering. He had been secretly training and increasing his strength and preparing his body for the ritual. Mizuki dodged a kick from the back and jumped to avoid a leg swipe. He punched a clone in the chest, reducing it to smoke while he grabbed the leg of another that came flying at him. Mizuki tossed that clone around and destroyed another dozen clones. To use Lord Orochimaru's power, I needed to increase my power and get my body strong enough to withstand the transformation. But I never imagined my training would come to aid me in such a manner. Mizuki punched, kicked, and used his weapons to kill the shadow clones that attacked him. But as time went by, he was getting more tired. I need to finish this fast. Rah! You fucking brat. You think you can defeat me with clones? Mizuki's rage increased his battle momentum, and in less than a minute he destroyed all the clones that were present. But he had bruises on his body and was taking several deep breaths due to his exertion. Iruka looked at the worn-out enemy and spoke. You may have defeated the clones, but you're in no shape to fight anyone, Mizuki, and win. Suddenly Shino's head snapped towards his left. Multiple shinobi approaching. His scouting insects informed him of the approaching people. Hinata quickly used her Byakugan. 3 people. All wearing leaf headbands. Iruka and Naruto relaxed, but the rest of the students were on alert. Shikamaru heard Shino's words and his eyes never left Mizuki once. He saw that Mizuki was tense when he heard that people were coming, but then saw his body slightly relax when Hinata confirmed the number. Damn it. Could they be his accomplices? Are they here for him? He didn't have to wait long to find out. 3 ninjas wearing the standard Chunin gear appeared. Iruka looked at the 3 ninjas, but he didn't recognize any of them. But he thought they were here for the scroll under Lord Hokage's orders and was about to move when he heard one of them chuckle. The leader of the group looked at the scene and couldn't help but let out a ridiculing laugh looking at Mizuki. You really are pathetic. You can't even handle a few brats and a Chunin? It seems you're the one who needs our help more. Zefrek spoke with a condescending tone. You. Mizuki hated it when someone looked down on him. Zefrek didn't care about the tired Chunin and turned his attention back to Iruka and the rest. Everyone saw the dark glint and maliciousness in his eyes. Now what do we have here? Chapter 274, Iruka's Resolve. With Genma. The special Jonin was rushing through the rooftops and headed in the direction of the East Canyons. He could hear the sounds of fighting in several areas of the village and he ignored them. He had a job to do and he trusted his fellow ninjas to capture the escapees. As Ginma was making his way towards his destination, he suddenly heard the scream of a woman coming from nearby. He jumped and saw 3 prisoners attacking a pair of old civilians down in an alley. Ginma couldn't ignore their scream for help and he rushed towards the convicts. Several shuriken went flying from his fingers and struck one of the enemy while Ginma spit his senbon at the shoulder of the other. The leaf ninja appeared in front of the civilians and looked at the 3. Fellas, just give up and you won't get hurt. In your dreams, you bastard. One of the prisoners rushed to attack, but the jonin quickly dodged his attack and knocked him unconscious with 2 blows. The other 2 tried to escape, but Ginma swiftly dealt with them as well. He turned to the 2 civilians behind him. Don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. Please make your way to the shelter. Thank you. The pair ran away and Ginma was about to leave when he sensed multiple chakras behind him. He turned around and saw several more prisoners appearing. This is going to take a while. East Canyons. Now what do we have here? Iruka's eyes narrowed as he looked at the ninja up on the tree. His voice. Why is it familiar? And why is he looking at me with such hate? Zefrek only just glanced at the students, but then his eyes were fixed on Iruka. He had a cruel smile as he looked at the academy teacher. Hello, Iruka. It's been a while. Iruka was on guard, but he was confused as he couldn't quickly identify the man. Naruto looked between the new ninja and his teacher. Hey Iruka-sensei, you know this guy? I'm not sure. Who are you? Iruka asked in confusion and Zefrek couldn't help but laugh like he was the only one in on the joke. Hi. You really don't remember me, do you? I suppose I can't blame you. I was wearing a mask the last time we met. Maybe this will jog your memory. The Double Canary Mission. Iruka's eyes widened. He concentrated on the man's chakra and in a few seconds figured out exactly who he was. Zefrek. Ha. Yes. In the flesh. Iruka took a kunai to battle and gestured to the students to get behind him. You're supposed to be in prison. Naruto and the others could hear the slight fear in their teacher's voice. Yes. But circumstances have changed. Zefrek's eyes went to Mizuki, who was steadily getting up and getting his bearings. Iruka immediately understood how the man was here. Mizuki! What have you done? The traitor Chunin looked at Iruka and sneered. What I had to do. I needed help, so I recruited a few subordinates. Zefrek's smile dimmed as he heard the word subordinate. Mizuki was high on adrenaline and battle rush and thus wasn't careful with his words. A pathetic Chunin like him dares to call me a subordinate. Zefrek vanished from his spot and kicked Mizuki in the gut, sending him flying. The traitor ninja landed on the ground several meters away. Since when did I become your subordinate, huh? This is my operation now. Yo you. Mizuki was breathing hard and couldn't even form a proper sentence. What the hell? He attacked him. I thought he was on Mizuki's side. Kiba exclaimed and the rest agreed. The genin were shocked, but Iruka knew what the man was like. Don't be deceived by his actions. That man attacks whoever he feels like it. Sensei? What's going on? Who is this guy? Naruto asked, scratching his head. That's Zefrek. He was a former special jonin of the village. But he committed several crimes and was soon caught and imprisoned. Iruka replied while keeping his eyes on Zefrek and the other 2. If they're Zefrek's accomplices, then chances are that they're prisoners too. Something must have happened at the Leaf prison. You failed to mention that you're the reason they found out about me. I spent half a decade in chains because of you. An unlucky fate, I suppose. The smile on Zefrek's face was replaced with anger. But it soon turned into a cruel, gleeful expression. But that bad luck has once again changed for me, it seems. I'm glad that you're here. I'm going to enjoy what I'm about to do to you. Oh no, you don't. Naruto loudly declared and was about to step forward, but Iruka held him back by his collar and pulled him to his side. Naruto. He's not an opponent you can fight. Iruka took a few seconds and looked at the enemy ninjas in front of him. There's 3 of them and Mizuki. Mizuki is weakened but far from out of this battle. And aside from Zefrek, the other 2 must at least be Chunin. There is no other choice. Someone needs to stay here and buy time. Iruka glanced back at his students and looked at each one of them. I need you all to do exactly as I say. I'm going to buy you some time. Get as far away from here as possible. Seiho and Hiroshi wanted to attack, but a small motion from Zefrek stopped them. He wanted to see what the man was up to before he crushed him. Shikamaru looked at the 3 ninjas just watching the drama and immediately came to the same conclusion as Iruka-sensei. Sensei. That's not going to work. His eyes widened as he realized what the man was going to do. I know, Shikamaru. It has been a privilege teaching you all. At that moment, despite the dangerous situation, Iruka had a bright smile on his face. The 8 students looked at Iruka's smile and suddenly understood what the man was going to do. Some had tears forming in the corner of their eyes. Sensei. Why are you talking like that? We're all getting out of here and we're not leaving you. Naruto, who was standing to the side, looked at his teacher. Iruka suddenly pulled Naruto for a hug. Naruto. I want you to know. I'm proud of you. The blonde boy stilled and looked up at his teacher. He was at a loss for words as he saw Iruka's smile. Sensei dash. The next second the boy felt a sharp blow to his neck and he lost consciousness. Before he could fall to the ground, Iruka caught him and looked at Choji. The Akimichi had tears in his eyes as he stepped forward and held Naruto on his shoulders. Iruka looked at the strongest genin in the group and spoke. Sasuke. I'm putting you in charge. Protect your classmates and the scroll. Get it to the Hokage tower. Don't stop for anyone. Do you understand? The Uchiha clenched his fist in anger at the situation, but he nodded. Haha. Do you really think I'll let any of you escape? Zefrek laughed at the plan. Do you really think you can hold the 4 of us back on your own, Iruka? Iruka smirked as he looked at his enemies. Don't underestimate me. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. Run! Iruka took several weapons from his pouch and threw them at the enemies as he yelled. The 3 ninjas evaded the weapons, but at that moment the genins vanished from their position. Get the brats. Zefrek yelled at his 2 companions and they moved to follow, but several kunai flew in front of them, forcing the 2 to stop. Immediately smoke bombs went off, covering their surroundings. Iruka used his sensory skills to quickly keep track of Zefrek and the other 2 chunins. His plan was to fight them under the cover of the smoke, but it fell apart when a strong wind jutsu blew the smoke away. Zefrek cut off his wind jutsu and he, along with the other 2, looked around, but there was no sign of Iruka. Suddenly multiple kunai flew from a nearby tree towards Seiho. He jumped back and evaded the weapons while Zefrek and Hiroshi sent several shuriken towards the spot the weapons came from. But at that exact moment 2 hands with kunai popped out of the ground right behind Zefrek's legs and slashed the limbs. Error! Zefrek fell to his knees as the muscles in his ankles were cut. Iruka jumped out of the ground, but before he could escape he was hit in the chest with a powerful punch from the wounded Jonin. Gah! The Chunin instructor tumbled backwards as if he was wounded. Seiho and Hiroshi immediately took advantage, going in for the kill. Just as their weapons came near Iruka, he swiftly gained control of his body and deflected them. The 3 entered into a short taijutsu battle with Iruka barely hanging in there. Before the 2 prisoners could kill Iruka, the Chunin teacher grabbed their arms and suddenly several seals appeared on the ground beginning at Iruka's feet. The barrier ninjutsu immobilized the 3. Zefrek and the 2 other ninjas were furious as they looked at the Chunin. You bastard! How could a lowly Chunin like you dash dot? You're arrogant, Zefrek. Iruka looked at the former Jonin and spoke. You look down on others thinking they're beneath you. And this is where that's gotten you. Zefrek turned his head and looked at the tree where the shuriken came from before. He suddenly realized Iruka's plan. You set up a delayed trap with the weapons to catch me off guard. You knew you couldn't beat me in a straight-up fight, so you played dirty. And then you lured those two in to trap them as well. Iruka smirked when he heard that. Figured it out, huh? Yeah. But it won't matter. You've all been in prison for so long your skills and instincts have dulled. Do you really think you can hold us here for long? I know this barrier ninjutsu. It's a weaker version of the strong light formation ninjutsu, isn't it? It was Seiho who spoke the words. Several veins on his body could be seen as he used his chakra and forced his body to move. Iruka frowned as he looked at the man near him. He knows barrier ninjutsu? Seiho. What is this jutsu? How do we get out of it? Hiroshi asked. He too was using every ounce of his strength to forcefully escape the bindings. This is a binding ninjutsu that paralyzes the limbs of the enemy. But it has two weaknesses. It forces the caster to be paralyzed as well along with the enemies. Second, the jutsu uses the caster's chakra every second. And the more chakra the enemies apply to struggle and break out of the seal, the more chakra the barrier uses and the faster the drain. Seiho had an evil grin as he looked at Iruka. Based on your condition, you won't hold out for long. You don't have the reserves. In less than a minute we'll be free. Seiho was right. Every second Iruka's chakra was being siphoned by the jutsu and he was getting weaker and weaker. But Iruka still smiled when he heard that and looked at the man. Like I said to Zefrek. It won't matter. Those kids are long gone by now. By the time you're free, it'll be too late. And even if you catch up to them, you won't be able to beat them. It's 2 against 9. Even though they're only Genins, they're an exceptional bunch. They'll find a way to win. What makes you think it's 2 against 9? Do you think these injuries have disabled me? Zefrek looked at Iruka and suddenly smiled. Iruka narrowed his eyes and was wary. He's trying to get inside my head. Trying to trick me into making a mistake and releasing these two. Zefrek took a shuriken from the ground nearby and looked at Iruka with a malicious grin. Since you're paralyzed too, it'll be easy to kill you. You only have that one weapon. I might not be able to move away from this spot, but I have some range of mobility available to me. I'll make sure your attack won't land on any vital areas. You think you can hold out? Iruka narrowed his eyes and put up a strong front. Your bluff won't work on me, Zefrek. I severed the crucial muscles in your legs. Even if you can somehow get up, you won't be moving anytime soon. Zefrek looked at Iruka with a smirk. Iruka paid close attention to the man and saw his eyes shift minutely to something behind him. Iruka's instincts were suddenly sending him danger signals and he immediately cancelled the barrier ninjutsu and jumped to the side. But he wasn't able to completely escape his attacker. His arm was slashed by the kunai and had a deep gash. The academy teacher fell to the ground and was breathing hard. He looked up and saw Mizuki's furious gaze. Seiho and Hiroshi were free and walked near Iruka with their weapons out. They stopped near the tired man on the ground and looked between Mizuki and Zefrek. With the new Genins, Sasuke and his peers were moving through the trees as fast as they could in a diamond formation. Choji was in the middle with an unconscious Naruto and the Forbidden Scroll. Are we really leading like this? Iruka-sensei is going to. Ino could bring herself to complete the sentence. She and Sakura had tears in their eyes. We have no choice, Sasuke said with a somewhat cold tone. Shikamaru gritted his teeth as he remembered his teacher's face. We have to do what Sensei said. We can't fail him. What about all the plans and traps, Shikamaru? Was there no other way? Kiba asked. That man Zefrek. Iruka said he was a Jonin. The other two must be Chunin at least. If we could have launched a surprise attack, then maybe. But I don't think we could have beaten them otherwise. I was hoping for reinforcement to show up, but Naruto isn't going to be happy when he wakes up. Kiba said, and as if those were the magic words, the blonde boy slowly opened his eyes. What the? He realized he was on Choji's shoulders and suddenly struggled. Put me down, Choji. Naruto? You're awake. The group stopped and Naruto immediately got off Choji's shoulder. He looked around and saw that they were in a different location. Where are we? The boy looked around and didn't see his teacher. Where is Iruka-sensei? Hearing Naruto's question, the group became silent. Sasuke was the one who stepped forward and answered. Naruto. We need to go to the Hokage tower. We need to secure that scroll. But the blonde boy only narrowed his eyes. Yeah. I get that. But where is Iruka-sensei? The Uchiha was becoming aggravated. Arg. We don't have time for this. We need to go. That Iruka-sensei? Not getting a reply from his friends, Naruto was also getting angry. Naruto. Please, you need to calm down. Choji looked at his friend in worry. He stayed behind. Shikamaru suddenly spoke. He looked at Naruto with a sad but resolute gaze. He stayed behind to buy us some time. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized the implications. You all left him there? We didn't have a choice. Sasuke said to the boy. Naruto gritted his teeth as he looked at Sasuke. I'm going back. I'm going to save him. Just as Naruto was about to turn, he froze. He was caught in Shikamaru's shadow binding jutsu. You'll get yourself killed and make his sacrifice meaningless. Is that what you want? Shikamaru gritted his teeth and spoke. Guys. We can't be fighting at a time like this. Ino looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru and saw the tension rising. We need to keep moving. We're wasting precious time. Shino spoke. His insects were spread out to keep an eye on anyone coming. Naruto's eyes moved to Shikamaru. For the first time he glared at his friend. Let go, Shikamaru. Naruto struggled, but no matter what he couldn't move from his spot. Shikamaru hated the situation they were in, but he didn't let go of his jutsu. Think this through, Naruto. If you go back and they get their hands on the scroll, this whole village will be in danger. Iruka-sensei understood that. Why can't you? The boy stilled as he heard that and he stopped struggling. At that moment clouds covered the moonlight and with no shadow, Shikamaru's jutsu was broken. The Nara was taken back and looked at Naruto, afraid that he might try to escape. But he was surprised when he saw the boy standing still. The blonde Jinchuriki looked at Shikamaru and nodded. I understand. Good. I'm sorry, but there is no other choice. We have to. What are you doing? Shikamaru stopped and questioned as he saw Naruto unstrapping the scroll from his back. Without a reply, he tossed the large scroll to Shikamaru, who quickly caught it. Naruto looked at his friend with a serious gaze and spoke. You're right. We can't let them have the scroll. So take it back to the village. And you? Sasuke stepped forward and asked. I'm going back to help him. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and looked at the boy. You'll just get yourself killed. That's not what Iruka-sensei would want. I don't care what he wants. I'm going back to help. You can run if you want. But I'm not a coward. Sasuke was taken back by those words. The words his brother spoke that night echoed in his ears. How pathetic. Scuttling away like a coward. Run. Cling to your pathetic life. Sasuke's anger rose and he took a step forward. His hands clenched as he looked at the boy. Why you? Naruto also looked like he was preparing to fight. Guys. We don't have time for this. Sasuke, don't do this. Everyone was tense as it looked like a fight was about to break out. Stop it, you two. Sakura's desperate shout stopped the two. Sasuke looked around and realized that he was about to take his repressed anger out on the wrong person. He took a deep breath and got his emotions under control. He looked at Naruto and asked a question. You're going back there no matter what, aren't you? Yeah. Naruto nodded. Sasuke sighed and turned to the Nara. Shikamaru. Take the scroll and get everyone to the Hokage tower. I'm going with this idiot to back up Iruka. Everyone was surprised. Sasuke saw their faces and explained. Iruka-sensei told me to protect the scroll and my classmates. No matter how much of an idiot he is. Hey! He is still my classmate. Naruto was shocked as he looked at the Uchiha. If he goes alone, this idiot is guaranteed to die. So I would have failed the first mission I was ever assigned. It'll be a black mark on my record. So there is that too. Sasuke said with a smug grin as he looked at the blonde boy. Ha! And here I was thinking you got soft. Kiba slightly chuckled. How exactly are you two gonna fight 3 ninjas with years of experience and skill? I'm sure I'll think of something. Sasuke said. Both he and Naruto were about to leave when Hinata stopped them. Guys. I don't think that's necessary. I see Iruka-sensei. He's coming our way. What? Really? Naruto and several other students were happy, but a few were cautious. Are you sure it's him and not someone in disguise? Sasuke asked. Hinata focused on her Byakugan and a second later nodded. It's Sensei. It's really him. Just as she spoke those words, Iruka appeared in front of the kids. The wounded Chunin was haggard as he looked at his student. His vision was blurry and he was on the brink of exhaustion. He took a couple of deep breaths and his vision cleared. What are you all just standing here for? I told you all to leave. Suddenly a body collided with him and grabbed Iruka for a hug. The Chunin saw a mop of bright blonde hair and couldn't help but smile. Don't ever do that again, Sensei. Naruto said, relieved to see the man. Naruto. Iruka smiled, but it only lasted for a second as he remembered the predicament they were in. Say, Sensei. 4 people are coming towards our location fast. One of them. His chakra. It's really strong. The Genins saw the terrified expression on Hinata's face and they couldn't help but worry. We need to keep going. They're after us. Iruka shouted. Shino looked up from his spot as he sensed the arrival of the enemies. Too late. They're here. The 4 rogue ninjas surrounded Iruka and the Genins. Several minutes ago. Mizuki looked at Iruka and was silent for a few moments. He then turned his attention to Zefrek and sneered. A pathetic jonin who can't even handle a wounded Chunin. Even with help. Now look at you. You can't even stand. Maybe I should just kill you here and now. Zefrek smirked. I wouldn't get cocky if I were you. The man suddenly went through seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Suddenly several small earthworms dug out of the ground in front of Zefrek. The jonin placed a finger atop one of the small worms and sent his chakra to it. The next moment the small worms began moving to Zefrek's legs and covered the wounded area. Iruka saw what was happening and his eyes widened. It's just like back then. He's using his summon to cover for his injuries and act as his muscles. Damn it. I forgot about that. After a few seconds the man stood up and jumped a few times, testing the movements of his legs. I guess this will have to do for now. As this was happening, Mizuki took a red vial from his pouch and drank it. The next second his whole body began transforming. He bulked up and several markings began appearing atop his face, chest, and arms. Seiho and Hiroshi were horrified at the transformation while Zefrek looked on with a stoic face. In a few seconds Mizuki stood, taller than before and with a powerful physique. Iruka was horrified as he looked at Mizuki. His chakra level. It's horrifying. What did he do? If he gets to the kids, they won't survive. I have to escape. But I need an opening. Zefrek looked at the Mizuki and clenched his fists. That red drug you just took. I doubt you have the knowledge to make something like that. Tell me, was it Orochimaru? Instead of answering, Mizuki disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of Zefrek. The traitor ninja sent a strong kick and sent Zefrek flying just like he did to him. Seiho and Hiroshi were wary of Mizuki and thus they failed to keep a watch on Iruka. With everyone's gaze on Mizuki, Iruka discreetly took out the last few smoke bombs from his pouch. And just when the moonlight was covered by the clouds and darkness descended, Iruka made his move. He made as little sound as possible and escaped from there after quietly tossing the small balls to the ground. Mizuki's attention was focused on Zefrek, but suddenly the smoke bombs exploded, distracting him. Mizuki waved his arms and blew the smoke away to look, and it was only then that he noticed Iruka missing. Damn it! Shit! He escaped. Seiho and Hiroshi also noticed the missing Chunin too late. Zefrek stood and rubbed his torso as he looked at Mizuki. He might have cracked a rib or two. I'll have to kill him for that, but now might not be the best time. Mizuki stepped forward and spoke. I'm going to get that scroll and get out of the village. If you get in my way, I'll kill you. Fine by me. We'll settle this once we leave the village. The two strong ninjas came to an agreement and the four disappeared. They tracked Iruka's path and in a short time made it to their targets. The four ninjas surrounded the new graduates and their teacher. Naruto and his friends were shocked to see Mizuki's new form. Wow! He's jacked. What the heck happened? My insects are detecting an abnormally large amount of chakra from Mizuki. Arf arf. Yeah. Akamaru is saying the same thing. I got a bad feeling about him. Kiba said. Sasuke and Naruto were silent as they looked at Mizuki and ready for combat. At that time Hiroshi looked at Hinata and noticed that her forehead was unmarked with a seal. Hey look! That Hyuga girl. She doesn't have a seal on her head. She must be from the main branch. Seiho raised an eyebrow. So, I'm saying she could be a valuable bargain chip. Or at least her eyes are going to be. Hiroshi had a dark grin as he looked at the Byakugan. Hinata was scared, but she tried not to show it. The Genins glared at the man and Kiba and Shino, who were closer to Hinata, stepped near her as if to give her courage. You're gonna have to go through us first. Arf arf. And it will not be that easy. Insects crawled out of Shino's sleeves and hovered around the three. Just like Hiroshi, Seiho also had a target in mind. Hey! You there, blonde. He looked at Ino and narrowed his eyes. You wouldn't happen to be Inoichi's daughter, would you? Yeah, what about it? Ino asked in a slightly haughty tone. Hearing that confirmation, Seiho grinned with dark intent. You see, he was the one who found some incriminating evidence against me and sent me to that hellhole. So I'm going to make sure he suffers. Shikamaru groaned as he looked at the man. Let me guess. You want to kill her to get your revenge? Yeah. But I'll gladly add you to the list too. Shikamaru groaned and gave Naruto the stink eye. You just had to take the scroll, didn't you? Sorry. Naruto said with a wince and an awkward laugh. The Nara shook his head. Nay. Forget about it. I doubt you saying no would have stopped Mizuki or any of this from happening. He's been planning this for a long time. He's right about that. No matter what you were going to choose, it would have led you to this moment, Naruto. Mizuki said to the boy angrily. He then turned to Zefrek. I'm going to kill that brat. Make sure no one gets in my way. Especially Iruka. I was going to target him anyway. I have a debt to collect from you after all, Iruka. Zefrek said as he glared at the wounded Chunin. Iruka grimaced, but he knew he had to be the one to fight Zefrek. Aside from Mizuki, Zefrek was the strongest there. Guys, our only chance is to split into teams and attack. Iruka-sensei, can you hold on for a minute or two? Shikamaru asked the man and he nodded. I have no other choice. Iruka then glanced at Sasuke and Sakura. Help Naruto. Naruto shook his head as if to deny the help. I'll be fine, sensei. I've beaten him before. I can do it again. No. Don't underestimate him. He's a lot more dangerous now. Iruka's serious tone stopped Naruto from arguing, and he looked back at the bulked-up Chunin. Sasuke and Sakura got nearer to the boy with their weapons in hand. Mizuki looked at Sasuke and Sakura, and his palms clenched in anger. These fools. Fine. If you want to protect him, then you can die screaming alongside him. The opponents were chosen. Everyone was ready to engage in battle. Hiroshi versus Hinata, Kiba and Shino. Seiho versus Ino, Shikamaru and Choji. Iruka versus Zefrek. Mizuki versus Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. Chapter 275, Bloodline Awakening. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen was tense as he watched the events happen in the East Canyons. He changed the chakra flow and images changed to the streets of the village and then the outskirts. With many Jonins and Chunins out on missions, it's more difficult and time-consuming to track down and subdue the prisoners. The ones here are helping secure the main locations and searching for more explosives, but they should be done soon. Still, with Ginma caught up in a battle, Iruka and the kids won't have anyone to back them up. What a problematic turn of events. The old Kage kept an eye on the surroundings of his village with the long-range jutsu. It was at this moment he saw 4 ninjas wearing leaf Chunin gear moving away from the village. The Kage immediately recognized the spy from the stone village and realized that the team of 4 must be disguised prisoners. If they successfully cross the border and news gets out of the commotion here, then Inoki and AI would no doubt be tempted to probe us. No. Things haven't spiraled out of control yet. Anko's patrol unit is roaming nearby. They'll soon intercept them. Hiruzen sighed and turned his attention back to Naruto and his group. He saw that their battle had already started. They're surrounded. I didn't think Mizuki would use such a clever tactic. Iruka, Naruto, Shikamaru. Just hold on for a few minutes. East Canyons. Shikamaru looked at the 4 and several strategies were running through his mind. Our goal should be to escape. Not to fight them head-on. If we can create chaos, then we'll have a chance to slip through. The young Nara recalled the multi-shadow clone jutsu Naruto used earlier, and his eyes widened as he recalled a strategy Daichi once told them. That plan just might work. If he can create enough clones, then we might be able to escape. Shikamaru looked at his friends standing nearby and hoped that they would remember the code words Daichi had taught them. The moment I open my mouth, those Chunins might attack. If I tell the plan, they'll hear and it won't help us. I have no choice. I just hope Naruto remembers. Shikamaru remembered the day they came up with that plan. Flashback. Daichi, Naruto, Shikamaru and the rest of his friends were in the forest near the academy just playing around. It was a couple days after Daichi saved Naruto from hidden Waterfall Village spies in the back hills. I still can't believe that trick came in handy, Sakura said as she looked at Daichi. Yeah. We should have more plans and codes for stuff like that. Coming up with it actually sounds like fun. Ino chimed in as well. Daichi chuckled and then gave them a scenario. Alright. Here's a hypothetical situation. What if your team is trapped by enemy ninjas while you have to protect someone important or guard an important secret document? We can fight, came the answer from Naruto and Kiba. Daichi shook his head and spoke. They're stronger and more experienced. Moreover, you have important information with you and your only choice is to escape. What would you do? Create a distraction. Shino answered as he sat under a tree and looked at the insect crawling in his fingertips. Too many unknown variables, Shikamaru said as he looked at the sky. He turned his attention to Daichi and spoke. Your hypothetical situation doesn't count for the strength of our team, the enemy team, their number, the location, and the value of the information we have. There are too many unknown variables. Daichi pondered. I suppose you're right. But still, your only option is to escape. You and your teammates are weaker than the enemies. Well, my plan would be to create momentary confusion among the enemies and then slip away. Shikamaru replied with a shrug. What plan did you have in mind, Daichi? Choji asked as he opened up another bag of potato chips. Well, my strategy is similar to Shikamaru's. It involves someone who has more chakra than normal. Create dozens of clones and then your team would transform into the person creating the clone. Then everyone scatters. But the clone jutsu would be seen through by someone with experience. Shikamaru replied. Not if they're solid clones and there's like 24 of them. Wait, solid clone? There's actually ninjutsu for solid clones? Naruto was excited to hear about that piece of information. Yeah. I've seen my grandfather use it. That's so cool. Man, I want to learn jutsu like that. So what's the code name of the strategy? Sakura asked. Don't make it too complicated or Naruto might forget. Ino teased the boy. You're right. Daichi chuckled and agreed. Hey! How about this? The name of this escape strategy is Flashback End. 1000 ramen surprise. Shikamaru suddenly said. Iruka, Sasuke and the prisoners who were about to attack were suddenly confused. Why is he talking about ramen? While the rest were momentarily confused, they got the meaning behind Shikamaru's words in seconds. Naruto remembered the code word and its meaning and he immediately grinned. Got it. The rest of the students looked at Naruto and were ready to transform into Naruto the moment he created the shadow clones. Mizuki was keeping a close eye on the students and when he saw Naruto's grin he was tense. What's he planning? Naruto brought his hands together and immediately made the cross seal. Multi-dash. Bang! The next instant a punch sent Naruto flying into another tree while Mizuki stood in Naruto's spot with an extended fist. No one could track his speed and they were all shocked. Not this time, you fucking brat. Kill them! Mizuki sneered as he looked at them. The Genins and Iruka quickly jumped and created a short distance between them and Mizuki. Shit! He didn't even give us time to prepare. He's a lot more careful than I thought. Shikamaru looked at Sakura nearby and threw the forbidden scroll to her. Keep it safe. The pink-haired Kunoichi nodded and the Nara jumped from his spot and landed on the ground. Ino and Choji joined him as Seiho appeared near them with a kunai in his hand. Zefrek appeared in front of Iruka and sent a fast kick but the academy instructor was able to barely dodge. That wound on your arm looks bad. You're not going to last for very long, Iruka. Iruka glared at his enemy. I won't be that easy to kill. Zefrek had a malicious grin. I'm going to enjoy this and make you suffer slowly. Nearby, Hiroshi used a small fire jutsu against the incoming insects and jumped to the side and avoided shurikens from Kiba and Hinata. I'm a Chunin. You brats don't stand a chance. Oh yeah. We'll see about that. Kiba and Hinata entered their taijutsu stance and waited for an opening in their enemy's defense. A short distance away the bulked-up Mizuki glared at Naruto who was wedged on a large tree trunk. Die! He jumped from his spot and headed for Naruto at a tremendous speed but a shuriken with ninja wire quickly tied around Naruto's leg and pulled him to the ground just in time to avoid Mizuki's attack. Naruto fell face first into the ground but behind him the tree he was on was chopped in half. Mizuki turned his head and saw that it was Sasuke who saved his prey. Ow my face! What the hell, bastard? Naruto got up while holding his nose in pain. Quit your whining, idiot. You should be thanking me for saving your life. Sasuke addressed Naruto but his eyes never left Mizuki. Sasuke, Mizuki looks a lot stronger than before. He must have done something. I don't think we can win. Sakura said as she looked at her former teacher in fear. If we do nothing, we'll die. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and analyzed his opponent. He's definitely stronger and that speed. If I hadn't moved when I did, Naruto would be dead right now. Looks like all that training with Daichi really paid off. But these two, they won't be able to fight someone with such speed. Naruto might be able to hold him off with his clone jutsu, but Sakura. I can't fight if I have to worry about her. Sakura. Go and back up Iruka-sensei. We'll fight Mizuki. Naruto said as he looked at the man who just tried to kill him. Sasuke inwardly smiled. He had a feeling Naruto came to the same conclusions as well. But what about? We'll be fine. Go! He needs your help more. But make sure to keep the scroll safe. This won't mean anything if they get the scroll. Sasuke said confidently, and the pink-haired girl reluctantly nodded. She left and headed to her teacher's location. Mizuki looked at Sasuke and spoke. Sasuke. You were able to see my moves. Not bad. You have potential. If you surrender, I'll spare your life. The Uchiha smirked at that. I'll pass. But I'm more interested in knowing how you got that strong so quickly. Hearing that, the rogue Chunin grinned. Oh, this? This is a gift from my master. Don't you want to become strong? I'll take you to someone who can give you true power. This village is useless. Especially that old fool who calls himself the Hokage. Don't you dare talk about the old man like that. Naruto was angry when he heard Mizuki talk trash about the Kage. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Multiple clones popped into existence and rushed towards Mizuki, but the Chunin disappeared from his spot. The clones looked around confused, but then suddenly their enemy appeared in the middle of their group and started destroying them. Nearby Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino were battling Seiho. The Chunin nimbly evaded the shadows coming his way. Several senbons were sent flying from between his knuckles towards Ino, but the girl jumped and escaped. Shikamaru looked at Choji and knew that despite the brave face, his friend was scared out of his wits. Choji. The Akimichi was tense as he turned to his friend. I know it's scary, but we need to fight. It's our only way out. I know that, Shikamaru. But... Seiho laughed, seeing the hidden fear on the Akimichi's face. Haha. Pathetic. Just as I'd expect from a clan of fat idiots. Choji narrowed his eyes when he heard that. It was one thing to mock him, but it was another to insult his whole clan. The young Akimichi heir was mad, and so were his friends. You really shouldn't have said that, Shikamaru said with narrowed eyes. Choji immediately went through several seals. Expansion Jutsu. 8 trigram, 16 palms. A short distance away, Hinata was engaged in a taijutsu battle against Hiroshi. He defended against the precise attacks coming and parried them. You have some skill, but it's still not enough to save you, little girl. Hiroshi moved into attack, but the next second backed away as several black spikes erupted from the spot where he stood. The ninja took a closer look and saw the spikes were moving. The next second, the spike dispersed into a small cloud of insects and headed straight for the man. The enemy Nina went through seals and was about to use his fire jutsu, but a fast attack by Kiba quickly foiled that plan. The ninja from the Inuzuka clan and his partner attacked from the shadows to take the enemy by surprise and give an opening. Hiroshi was sent tumbling to the ground, and the insect quickly covered him and started absorbing his chakra. The next second, the man turned to a wooden log and he appeared a short distance away with an ugly expression. Ch. This is going to be a bit more difficult than I thought. Mizuki easily evaded the clumsy attacks of the clones and in seconds reduced them into smoke. Is that the best you got, you trash? At that moment he tilted his body to the side and evaded multiple kunai and shuriken. He turned his head to look at the last loyal Uchiha of the Leaf Village and smirked. You missed, brat. Mizuki disappeared, but Sasuke had experience fighting a fast opponent. His spars with Daichi had netted him valuable experience, and it was this experience that allowed Sasuke to dodge the attack from Mizuki. Mizuki's speed was higher, but Sasuke was able to barely keep up. He struggled to deflect the powerful punches, but he was still hanging on. The Chunin was astounded that Sasuke was able to keep up with him even if it was by a small margin. This brat. How did he get so strong? Naruto didn't just sit back and let his rival fight alone. Shadow Clone Jutsu. If you don't succeed, try again. 24 clones appeared and attacked Mizuki from all sides. The Chunin was angry and quickly attacked the clones. At this time Sasuke took a kunai and slashed Mizuki's leg while the man was distracted and his vision blocked by the clones. ARR. Mizuki was angry that he was wounded and quickly destroyed all the shadow clones. He kicked Sasuke and sent the boy flying backwards. Sasuke backflipped and gained control of his body and quickly landed on the ground beside Naruto. Mizuki looked at the boy in anger. Fine. It looks like you're going to die here by my hands. Too bad. You could have joined me and had a great future. I seriously doubt that. The Uchiha retorted. Mizuki sneered and looked at the other person he hated even more. I'm going to kill you two brats here. This forest will be your grave. I'm not gonna die to you, Mizuki. I'm gonna be Hokage one day. You won't stop me. The smile on Naruto's face only enraged the Chunin. Mizuki took a sword from his back and looked at the two. Killing intent rose from him and rolled out in waves. The smile on Naruto and Sasuke vanished as they experienced the man's intent. The next instant Mizuki vanished. He's coming. Sasuke pulled Naruto to the side and saved him from a sword swing. The Uchiha immediately took a kunai and the two clashed. Naruto, not intending to just be a spectator, also joined in the fight. He created clones and it was an all-out brawl. Mizuki slashed one Naruto into smoke while he quickly defended and attacked Sasuke. These fucking pests. One of them is trying to overwhelm me with numbers and the other is trying to catch me off guard with his speed. Sparks were flying in the air with the sounds of blades clashing and flesh hitting flesh rang through the canyons. As the fight progressed, Mizuki noticed something about the Uchiha. The way he's dodging my slashes and moving around Naruto to land his attacks. It's as if he has experience in fighting faster enemies and to coordinate attacks. How strange. How did you get so strong? I don't have to answer your questions, Mizuki. Sasuke said as he parried and deflected another sword strike with both hands. Damn. I need both hands to even deflect the strength behind one swing. If it keeps going like this, I'll run out of energy soon. My only option is to completely dodge and fight, preserving my stamina. Mizuki was furious hearing the tone from the boy. Just because you're an Uchiha you think you're better than me? It's time to teach you about respect. I'll kill you first. Mizuki saw Naruto running at him from the corner of his eyes and swiftly dodged the boy's punch and sent a knee kick to his chin. A powerful punch a second later sent Naruto tumbling to the side. He then focused his attention solely on Sasuke and his attacks became more ruthless. Sasuke struggled due to the increased speed of his enemy, but he concentrated as hard as he could to track the man's movements. His shirt and trousers started to get ripped and small cuts started appearing all over his body. Damn it. Come on. Follow his speed. Come on. Blood started coating Mizuki's sword bit by bit and he grinned looking at the struggling boy. I think I've toyed with him long enough. Time to finish this and get out of here. This is the end for you, brat. Die! Mizuki increased his speed more and swung his sword at Sasuke's head. For the young Uchiha at that moment it was as if time had slowed down. Sasuke saw the blade coming at him in slow motion and was able to tilt his body and evade the swing. He felt his chakra becoming stronger, but he didn't pay it any mind at the moment. His focus was completely on Mizuki. Mizuki, seeing his attack miss, tried again and slashed sideways aimed at tearing the boy's throat open. Sasuke took a step back and leaned backwards to avoid the lethal strike. The rogue ninja was astonished. That's impossible. How did he escape my attacks? His speed shouldn't dash. It was at this moment that Mizuki noticed Sasuke's eyes. His own pair widened in shock as he saw red eyes with a Tomo glaring back at him. Sharingan. You actually awakened your Sharingan. Zefrek and Iruka, who were nearby, also heard that and turned their heads to look at the boy. Sharingan. So he's an Uchiha. Looks like he's awakened his bloodline. This just got a lot more interesting. Iruka was also amazed, but he immediately moved and attacked Zefrek. I need to keep his attention on me. Sasuke. I hope you can hold out just a little bit longer. Sasuke was surprised at Mizuki's statement. So this is what it's like to have the Sharingan. Mizuki gritted his teeth as he looked at the boy. You think just because you have those eyes, you can defeat me? Think again. The Chunin rushed at the boy and attacked with as much speed as he could with his sharp weapon. Sasuke saw the movements of the blade and saw its path. He evaded the attacks much better this time and was able to keep up with Mizuki. As the Chunin's attention was on Sasuke, he failed to see several people coming from behind him. Just as Mizuki was about to attack Sasuke with another sword swing, he felt someone kicking the back of his legs. Mizuki lost balance and fell to his knees, and Sasuke took that chance. He tried to plunge his kunai into Mizuki's chest, but the man blocked it with his forearm. Arf! The gray-haired ninja felt pain and anger as the kunai dug into his forearm. At that time he saw several Narutos surrounding him. Before Mizuki could defend, several took hold of his right arm and held it in place while the Narutos on the other side kicked Mizuki, sending him airborne. Sasuke took the chance and immediately went through several seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A fireball immediately flew out of the Uchiha's mouth and struck the flying Mizuki and exploded, engulfing him in flames. Zefrek, Seiho and Hiroshi frowned as they saw Mizuki down on the ground in flames. Ha! Take that. You won't defeat the future Hokage of the Leaf. Believe it. Naruto rubbed his nose with a grin, believing that Mizuki was down for the count. Stay alert, Naruto. That wasn't enough to defeat him. Sasuke warned the boy. His Sharingan allowed him to see Mizuki's chakra still strong as before. What are you talking about, Sasuke? He's done for. Before the Uchiha could reply, the flames suddenly vanished and Mizuki stood with an enraged visage. How dare! How dare you! Mizuki felt the chakra in his body increase in response to his rage, and he felt his body morph and his power increase. Everyone looked on in astonishment as steam started to rise from Mizuki's body. The Chunin's body bulked up again and his skin began to change. Everyone stopped their battle and watched the transformation in fascination and horror. In seconds, Mizuki stood in his new form. His entire body was transformed, with his skin and face resembling a tiger. What did you do, Mizuki? Iruka looked on in horror and couldn't help but wonder what his former comrade had done. Shikamaru and the others were sweating as they saw the new Mizuki. The information Shino's insects passed on to him made him nervous. Kiba and Hinata were also cautious due to their sensing abilities. Sasuke looked at the chakra being emitted from Mizuki and his body slightly shook in terror. Such power! What kind of transformation is that? Where did he get so much chakra? Mizuki felt the changes and looked at his palms. He clenched them a few times and felt the strength coursing through them. Ha 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 ha! This is incredible. I knew I made the right choice following him. I'm invincible. He came down from his high and looked at Naruto and Sasuke. Both of them were on alert, but it didn't help them defend against the Chunin's next attack. Mizuki vanished, and a moment later Naruto and Sasuke were hit with a strong force that launched them backwards for several meters. The two crashed into the nearby trees and slumped to the ground. What the hell was that? Naruto slowly stood and looked up. Sasuke had pain in his chest and looked down to see 5 claw marks. He was bleeding, but it wasn't a serious wound. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the enemy. Even with my Sharingan I couldn't follow that. In that fraction of a second, he not only sent us both flying, but he also wounded me. Damn it! This isn't good. Mizuki looked at Naruto and grinned. How will you be the Hokage when you can't even keep your headband safe? Naruto was confused. What are you talking about? He brought his palms to his forehead and immediately felt the absence of his forehead protector. What the? Where did it? Naruto looked around and soon saw his headband in Mizuki's right palm. The blonde boy was angry his headband got taken. Hey! Give that back. Oh, you want this? Mizuki held his palm open just long enough for Naruto to have a glimpse of his leaf headband. The next second the Chunin closed his palms and crushed the metal band in his hand. Once Mizuki reduced the headband to a crumpled mess, he tossed it into the darkness of the forest. Whoops! My hand slipped. Ha ha ha. Mizuki laughed, seeing Naruto's furious reaction. Naruto gritted his teeth at the disrespect shown by Mizuki. You're going to pay for that. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hundreds of clones appeared and rushed at the transformed Mizuki. The transformed ninja also rushed at Naruto. His speed was several times faster, and even with hundreds of enemies in his way, he still had the upper hand. He went through several seals and used a wind-style jutsu to blow all the Narutos away. Due to the force of the jutsu, the clones dispelled and only the real one was left standing. Mizuki had a mad grin as he looked at the tired boy. Nearby, Zefrek looked at the chaotic scene and frowned. This is taking too long. We don't have much time. If the other ninjas get here, none of us will be able to escape. The rogue Jonin looked around and his eyes fell on Sakura and the scroll strapped behind her. This girl has been an annoyance with her sneak attacks and Jinjutsu. It's time I get rid of her, yeah. That way I'll have the scroll and can escape quickly. Meanwhile, Mizuki dodged several shuriken from Sasuke and turned his attention to the Uchiha. Looks like you have a death wish. I'll be happy to oblige. Zefrek, seeing Mizuki's attention on the Uchiha, rushed toward the pink-haired girl. Sakura tensed and held her ground as she saw the ninja coming, but Iruka intercepted the man. You're not getting the scroll. Get out of my way. Zefrek ducked under a punch and plunged his fingers into Iruka's wounds. Error! Iruka lost focus due to the pain, and the next second he was punched in the face and sent tumbling backwards. Sensei! Sakura's eyes widened at Iruka's injury. But she knew the scroll on her back was much more important. I can't let him get the scroll. Naruto heard his sensei scream and then saw that Zefrek's target was Sakura. He immediately rushed to the man while creating a few clones. Damn it! My chakra is running low. I can't make much more. Naruto and his 5 doppelgangers got in between Sakura and Zefrek and they fought. Unfortunately for Naruto, Zefrek's taijutsu skills were far greater than his, and in a short time Naruto and his clones were beaten. Sakura jumped to escape, but Zefrek caught her leg and twisted her ankle, throwing her to the ground. Mizuki, while fighting Sasuke, noticed Zefrek's intentions to escape with the forbidden scroll and gritted his teeth. Zefrek moved towards Sakura, but the next second Mizuki appeared near him and punched the man. Zefrek skidded several meters and came to a stop. Mizuki snarled at the man. Don't even think about it. I'll kill you where you stand. This is taking too long. We need to finish this and leave. Fine. Kill Iruka and I'll take care of things on my end. Mizuki replied and turned his attention to Naruto, who was in front of Sakura. He was breathing hard due to chakra exhaustion, but he was determined not to fall. Mizuki took his sword and aimed the top at Naruto. It's time you die, demon. Shikamaru's group and Kiba's group were fighting a short distance away, but they could see what was happening. Their eyes widened in fear as they saw Naruto on his last leg and Mizuki getting ready to kill. Shikamaru gritted his teeth as helplessness surged through him. Damn it. This bastard won't let us get to him. Ino's eyes held fear as she saw Mizuki move towards Naruto and Sakura. No. Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw Mizuki's body tense up. He realized what was about to happen and his body immediately moved. Sasuke didn't know why, but the words Daichi once said to him rang in his ears. You know, he and you are a lot alike. With the Sharingan, Sasuke saw Mizuki closing in on Naruto. Both of you suffered tragedies and lost parents. Granted, he doesn't know his family, but still, I imagine the pain he feels of not knowing is quite significant. The Uchiha pushed himself to move faster and faster. You both have high ambition. And he works hard once he sets his mind to something. Just like you. Chakra rushed to his limbs as he saw the blade getting closer and closer to Naruto's chest. You think he knows the kind of loss and pain I feel? Not the same kind of pain you've experienced, but he has felt immense pain and heartache. There was a time when he had no one he could count on for help. Sasuke, what happened to you was bad, but you do not want to switch places with him. Trust me on that. Naruto. I want you to know. I'm proud of you. For some reason, Iruka's words reminded Sasuke of the words his father spoke to him near the end. That's my boy. I'm proud of you. Sasuke. The sound of blade-piercing flesh was heard throughout the area. Naruto was breathing hard and was prepared for the worst, but a moment later someone was in front of him blocking Mizuki's attack. The blonde boy saw blood flying and stood in shock. He saw the Uchiha crest on the back of the shirt, and it was only then that he realized who it was that saved him. Sasuke! Naruto didn't know what to think as the Uchiha stood motionless. All the fighting stopped with the Genins scared for their classmate's life. Sasuke! In the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was shocked at the turn of events. Damn it. This isn't good. If Sasuke dies, then there will be dire consequences. Itachi will retaliate against the village. The Kage immediately scanned the crystal ball to find nearby ninjas and medics. It was then that he noticed a strong chakra signature heading straight for Naruto's location. He focused his jutsu and a second later saw a face that gave him hope. Come on, Daichi. Please get to him in time. Mizuki was shocked at the boy's action. He took his sword out of the boy's body and took a step back. Sasuke stood still but spat out a small wad of blood. If you want to die so badly, then I have no problem with it. Mizuki looked at the boy and had a condescending smirk. The transformed ninja raised his sword ready to cut down the Uchiha. Mizuki! Don't do it! Iruka's yell did nothing to persuade the man from killing. Sakura had tears in her eyes as she saw the person she loved about to be killed. Shikamaru and the rest of the Genins were scared and tense at what was about to happen. Ino looked at the scene and could only hope for a miracle. Someone, save us. Die! Mizuki brought his sword down with the intent to cut Sasuke in half, but at that instant he and everyone else heard a scream coming from somewhere. No. The Chunin only had time to glance at the person approaching him and he immediately recognized the new arrival. Daichi! Before Mizuki could even give his body the order to move away, he was struck with a powerful punch that reverberated throughout his right arm and then the rest of his body. Mizuki's right arm was mangled and the sword was blown away before it could touch Sasuke. The force of Daichi's punch blew Mizuki away from the battlefield. He was sent flying and crashed into several trees before slamming violently into a boulder and coming to a stop. Daichi skidded several meters and he immediately brought chakra to his fingertips and changed it to lightning nature. He grabbed the earth and was able to quickly bleed off the momentum. The rookies and Iruka looked at what had just happened in shock and then turned to the person that just arrived. It took a second longer for them to realize that it was their friend and they were relieved. They had huge smiles on their faces as they looked at Daichi. Sakura looked at Daichi and hope bloomed in her heart. She knew he was a medic ninja. Daichi! She screamed for his help. Daichi turned to her just in time to see Sasuke Uchiha fall to his knees, going unconscious with Naruto holding onto him. Sasuke was bleeding profusely from his chest. Oh no! Thud. Sasuke's body hit the ground and was without any movements. Daichi gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene. Damn it all. What the hell happened here today? It doesn't matter. I need to save his life. But I also can't leave the rest of them to defend for themselves. Daichi made a cross seal and created 5 shadow clones. 2 of them went to heal Iruka and to battle Zefrek, while another 2 went to the remaining 2 teams. The real Daichi and the remaining clone pushed chakra to their limbs and was immediately by Naruto and Sakura's side. Daichi immediately made hand seals for a scalpel jutsu and cut Sasuke's shirt. The medic ninja looked and saw that the Uchiha was still barely conscious of his surroundings. Daichi and his clone were examining the wound and making notes of the extent of the damage. There is an exit wound and he has severe internal damage and is bleeding fast. Bastard. Why did you do that? I didn't ask you to save me. Even though Naruto was angry and yelling, he had tears falling down his eyes as he looked at Sasuke. The Uchiha had a weak smile on his face. I don't know. My body just moved. My brother. He's out there. You'll get the chance to avenge your family, Sasuke. You'll get the chance to fight him. Sasuke recognized that sound. Daichi? He asked in a weak tone. He couldn't stay awake for any longer and truly fell unconscious. Yes, Sasuke. He's here. Daichi's going to save you, Sakura said with tears in her eyes. Right? Seeing Sasuke unconscious, she looked at Daichi and asked with uncertainty in her voice. Don't worry. He'll live. Daichi gave the girl a reassuring smile. At that moment he sent a signal and the clones he created for searching the various locations dispelled themselves and he got most of his chakra back. You can save him? Naruto asked with hope in his voice. Yes. He'll be just fine. The next moment, green chakra lit up around the two Daichi's palms and he and his doppelganger started closing the wounds on Sasuke's front and back to stop the bleeding. In just a little over a minute, Daichi managed to heal the major internal damages done to the veins and lungs and he was able to close the wounds on the Uchiha's body. There were battles taking place all nearby, but he knew he could trust his clones. At that moment the sound of trees being crushed was heard. Daichi, Naruto and Sakura turned their heads and saw Mizuki slowly walking towards them with a limp arm. His right arm was mangled up and completely bloodied. His eyes were bloodshot and he had a crazed expression. Naruto, seeing the man, clenched his fists and stood up without a word. He walked forward towards Mizuki and didn't stop even when Sakura called out to him. The real Daichi looked at his clone and nodded. Go! I'll take care of this. The shadow clone Daichi stood and walked near Naruto while the real one kept healing the Uchiha. Daichi's senses picked up on Naruto's agitated chakra. He inwardly sighed as he began to sense the presence of the Nine Tails chakra being brought to the surface. Mizuki looked at Naruto's face and saw the rage present in his eyes. His red, slit-pupiled eyes. A familiar chakra he had experienced over a decade ago suddenly brushed his senses. Mizuki's eyes widened in fear as he looked at the boy. The Nine Tails. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 12. Peace.